The House will be in order. The Chair wishes to remind all members about certain standards of decorum in the hall of the House. Members are reminded that the announced policies of January 4th, 2021, as updated on May 11th, remain in effect with respect to the wearing of masks. The Chair will reiterate that members and staff are currently required to wear masks at all times in the hall of the House, except when a member has been recognized by the Chair or when a member acting as Chair is speaking. The Chair reminds members that the House is following the guidance of the attending physician, who has stated that the present mask requirements and other guidelines remain unchanged in the hall of the House until all members and the floor staff are fully vaccinated. That is the advisory of the attending physician. The Chair also informs members that the attending physician guidance is consistent with the Centers for Disease Control guidelines. Members are further reminded under House Resolution 38, the Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized and directed to impose a fine against any member acting in violation of these policies. The Chair expects members to conduct themselves in appropriate decorum in the House chamber at all times. That includes proper attire, behavior that is respectful of other members and of our staff, and adherence to mask requirements and other safety protocols intended to protect all of those present in the hall of the House. To follow these basic standards of practice is to facilitate an atmosphere of respect for one another and for the institution and our staff. The Chair appreciates the attention of the members to these matters. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 4th, 2021, the Chair now recognizes members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority or minority leader or whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate go beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, when the Democrats passed Mr. Biden's $1.9 trillion spending spree in March, a lot of people got a lot of free money, thousands of dollars in many cases. But the bill's already coming due for that free money, and as many of us warned, well, it turns out that free money is very expensive. Indeed, it turns out that the very same families most harmed by the lockdowns will be the most harmed by paying the bill for the lockdown relief. It comes to about $15,000 for an average family, and the first installment is reflected in the rising inflation sapping the purchasing power of working families. Government cannot put a single dollar into the economy that it is not first taken out of the same economy. When government spends a dollar for you, it's already decided to take a dollar from you, and it can only be taken back in 3 ways: from your current earnings through higher taxes, from your future earnings through borrowing, and from your savings and purchasing power through inflation. There is no other way to pay for every dollar that government spends. And inflation is the most insidious of these taxes because it silently hollows out everything that a family labors to achieve. Anyone who's gone near a gas station or a grocery store in the last few months can now see where their relief checks came from and how they're going to be paid back. The Democrats shut down productivity with their lockdowns, and then they flooded the economy with dollars. More dollars chasing fewer goods is the classic recipe for inflation. And this is just the first installment of the bill already coming due for the left's reckless spending. The Consumer Price Index increased 4.2% in April. It was 2.6% in March, 4.2% now. Core inflation is already growing faster than at any time since the end of the Carter administration. Now, what does that mean exactly? Well, it means that if you've managed to save $100,000 for your retirement, the government has just taken $4,200 of it because your savings are now worth that much less. Your balance hasn't declined, but its purchasing power has lost $4,200. Check your grocery bill or your utility bill. How much more are you spending to put food on the table or heat your home? Now, there are other bad policies at work as well, green energy, for example, but a big part of that difference is your inflation tax, paid directly from the reduced purchasing power of your money. And that's true of everything you buy. And it doesn't stop there. The Democrats are promising a massive increase in corporate taxes while assuring the gullible not to worry, only the corporations will pay it. But corporations don't pay corporate taxes, you do. You pay them as a consumer through higher prices, you pay them as an employee through lower wages, and you pay them as an investor through lower earnings. Your 401k, for example, there's no other way that a corporate tax can be paid. And the resulting reduction in productivity will further feed their inflation tax. The Democrats' sick joke is this: everything that the government has handed out to your family is already being taken back from your family through higher prices, and that pain is only beginning. What makes the Democrats think that socialism will work any better here than every other country that has tried it? It consistently produces shortages, unemployment, inflation, poverty, and malaise wherever it's imposed. And I'm afraid we will continue down this dismal path until Americans awaken to the simple economic realities that the democratic socialists have now unleashed upon our country. In his inaugural address, Thomas Jefferson surveyed the boundless bounties of our nation, and he asked, with all these blessings, what more is necessary to make us a happy and prosperous people? Still one thing more, fellow citizens: a wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. This is the sum of good government. Madam Speaker, Americans deserve a wise and frugal government, but it's not enough to deserve it. We have to demand it at the ballot box. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about President Biden's tax plan with some basic facts. President Biden proposes no tax increases on 99% of Americans, and this chart illustrates that. With 154 million Americans, not a single American in the 99% is going to pay a dime more. In fact, they're getting a tax cut. We're giving them a tax cut with the child tax credit. We're giving them a tax credit with the earned income tax credit. So the obfuscation on the other side to convince 99% of Americans that somehow their taxes are going to go up when President Biden is delivering a tax cut for them is just factually false. It's factually false. What does this mean? If you work in manufacturing, if you're a nurse, if you're a teacher, if you're a doctor, if you're a lawyer, most likely your taxes aren't going up for the 99%, not just in the working class, in the middle class, in the upper middle class. Your taxes are not going up, they're going down. In fact, the president has extended Trump's tax cut for those who are making under $75,000. It's important we get those facts, and I want the American people to look at this chart. If you really fall in that sliver of the top 1%, your taxes are going up. If you're everyone else in the 99%, your taxes aren't going up, they're going down in most cases. So people wonder, how in a democracy wouldn't we want this? How wouldn't we want those who are going to make the most in the tiny 1%? Why wouldn't the 99% want them to pay a little bit more? You know what? It turns out that the top 1%, and let's just be clear, if you make over $538,000, you're in that top 1%, I personally don't know a lot of even doctors or lawyers or others who are making more than $538,000 a year. But if you're in that 1%, you have made $4.8 trillion over this pandemic. $4.8 trillion. And the billionaires, the over 600 billionaires, they've made $1.6 trillion over the pandemic. I know a lot of them are in my district. We've had the digitization of the economy. They're making a lot of money. Some of them are brilliant. Guess what they tell me? They can afford to pay a little more. You know what the market cap of companies in my district is? $10 billion in Silicon Valley. That's more than the GDP of Russia. It's more than the GDP of most countries. I laugh when people say this tag of socialism. My district is producing the most wealth in the world. The people there who say we want to pay a little bit more aren't socialists. They're wealth generators. But here's what they know. They fall into this 1%. And they're saying, we've made trillions of dollars. We've made billions of dollars. We'd like to pay a little bit more so everyone could have health care and education and nutrition in this country. And we're fine with other people in the working and middle class getting a tax cut. That is the president's policy. It's a policy of helping working class Americans, middle class Americans, upper middle class Americans, and asking those who have done well to do a little bit more for our country. And it's a policy against inherited wealth because we are Americans. We don't believe in feudal estates. We don't believe what the law is right now, that if you buy $1 million of Facebook stock and that becomes $10 million, and then you want to give it to your kids, that your kids don't have to pay tax on the appreciation of $9 million. We don't think that's right. We don't think you should be able to transfer wealth without paying any tax. That's not the American way. That's what they used to do in old Europe, feudal estates, passing wealth generation to generation. That's the party of aristocracy, and that's what the Republicans would have you believe. We're the party of free markets, free enterprise, new entrepreneurs. We're the party of economic growth for everyone. We're not the party of dynastic wealth. If you believe that everyone should have a shot in the free market economy, that you should have economic growth for everyone, opportunity for everyone, if you're against dynastic wealth, if you believe those who have made $4.8 trillion can pay a little bit more and you can have tax cuts for the working class and middle class, you should support President Biden's tax plan. I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the crisis that's happening on our southern border. You know, my district, Texas 23, represents 820 miles of Texas and Mexico border. That's 40% of our southern border. And I will tell you, the Biden border crisis is as bad as it's ever been, and it is only getting worse. Over 20,000 unaccompanied children have entered into our country, and that number is only rising. So you see, these children don't have a voice. These children aren't represented. These children are nothing more than a stat on a paper, and that is wrong. So here I have, on Mother's Day weekend of all days, these 5 young girls, babies essentially, were found abandoned on a ranch in Texas. Well, today I'm here to talk about their story and give them a voice. So 2 of these girls, Ashley is 5 years old, and her sister, Valeria, is 11 months old. They're from Guatemala. 2 of the other girls, Naisley is 7, and Crystal is 4. They're from Honduras. They happen to be related. They're cousins. So as they've made this trek to America, there they were dumped in a farm in Texas with no water, no food, and the oldest of them, 7 years old. Imagine, you're 7 years old, and your responsibility is to take care of your younger daughter that is 4, and take care and ensure that your cousins who are 5 and 11 not only are okay, but survive the night. That is wrong on all accounts. I want to tell a little bit more about this story. You see, Sandra is the mother of Naisley and Crystal. Sandra has attempted to make this trek many times, and unfortunately, she was turned around at the border several times. So she goes off and she gives her children to smugglers. Why? Because she is desperate. The situation at our southern border is desperate, And we need to act now. We need to reform immigration, and we need to secure our southern border, right? Not only for these young ladies here, right, but for all children that are making that dangerous trek, and for all people that live along the border and see this every single day. What is happening with these girls? They get put in HHS and then get released. Guess where they're going? They're going to Houston, Texas, to try to be reunited with a family member. All cities of the United States are border cities. All states of the United States are border states. This crisis has continued to spiral out of control, and we, here in Congress, as well as the administration, must come together and reform immigration and secure our southern border. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Hines, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise, gasoline is once again flowing through the Colonial Pipeline, and we are getting ready to undertake our routine briefs, those of us who sit on the Intelligence Committee, the Committee on Homeland Security, of this week's cyber attacks. Many of them will have come from Russia, from China, from North Korea, from Iran, or from some shadowy criminal group, which is often sheltered or at least tolerated by one of these countries. Many will have succeeded in stealing critical data or penetrating essential networks. Only a few, like the recent attacks on the Colonial Pipeline, will ever become publicly known. There is things that we must do to stop these attacks. We should require private companies to tell the public, or at least the government, when these attacks occur. We should make sure that experts in places like NSA and FBI are working side by side with network operators to address these attacks, and we should have a clear policy on the payment of ransom to ransomware attacks. But at the very top of the list is the need to fundamentally change the game by establishing a sure and swift deterrence. Time and again, we do too little, too late. 5 years ago, President Obama responded to the Russian attack on our 2016 election, the very essence of our democracy, with the expulsion of 35 so-called Russian diplomats and the closing of a few secondary Russian facilities. And he told Putin to cut it out. Putin barely felt the slap on the wrist, and we know that because fewer than 4 years later, a Russian intelligence agency used a supply chain attack on Microsoft and SolarWinds to penetrate thousands of networks, including those of the federal government. In response, the United States, you guessed it, expelled some Russian diplomats. For the bad guys, the cost of doing business is very low indeed. It is time to strike back using our unparalleled offensive cyber capabilities with the ferocity and precision, and yes, the proportionality, that these and many other cyber attacks would have provoked had they been undertaken kinetically. Let's hurl the full weight of the American legal, diplomatic, and cyber capabilities against DarkSide and the organizations or countries that assisted it. There is no reason why our immense power, if applied, can't result in jailed hackers, businesses sanctioned into bankruptcy, emptied bank accounts, and melted computers. The same goes for Putin, who draws no formal distinction between the Kremlin and the private groups who supply it with propaganda, mercenaries, and hacking services. Putin respects only the Machiavellian language of force and retribution. For him, all else is tactical. So let's demonstrate the cyber capabilities we have spent billions of dollars developing. Let's make sure that he and the oligarchs who support him feel the fear and anxiety felt by millions of Americans contemplating crashed email systems and gasoline lines down the street. The objection to my arguments has always been consistent, that as a highly networked nation, we're particularly vulnerable to a cyber tit-for-tat. In a cyber exchange, the Russians or the Chinese or the Iranians might choose to attack our critical infrastructure, like, say, a gasoline pipeline. Yes, there is risk, but that risk must be weighed against the fully unacceptable status quo. Now, hitting back isn't the only answer, it's part of the answer. In this new world, a credible deterrent must be combined with clearly articulated international rules, norms, and an understanding of our national doctrines. All the things that helped keep the Cold War with the Soviets from becoming hot. Above all else, however, it's time to change the game and impose meaningful costs that will finally deter our adversaries. Until we do, we're all just waiting for the next colonial pipeline attack. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I stand here today after speaking with business owners across my district and the country. I've heard story after story of businesses struggling to get entry-level minimum wage workers back to work. And why is that? Why is that? Because they're actually having to compete not against COVID or lockdowns, but against the federal government to get employees back to work. In my home state of Texas, you can make up to $535 in unemployment insurance, but add in the additional $300 per week payments that came from the federal COVID relief, and that's $835 per week not to work. That's not to work. That equates to nearly $21 an hour. That's exactly why Texas and 20 other states have opted out of federal COVID unemployment insurance benefits. But there are still states where business owners are being forced to compete against the federal government for employees. My own brother Tyler, who owns a construction company in Wisconsin, told me business has picked up for him. What a blessing. Now he's trying to hire additional employees to grow his business. He's just got one problem. Folks are telling him they're making more sitting at home at $17.50 an hour. They tell him if he wants them to work, he's going to have to pay them $25 an hour. Situations like my brother Tyler's were hardly an unexpected consequence of paying workers more not to work. So expected, it seems as though when Democrats failed to get their minimum wage hikes through the Senate in February, they used the federal unemployment insurance program to accomplish the same result, albeit temporarily. While there are many who are still struggling from the effects of COVID, whether it be from health effects or the effects of lockdowns on their business, millions more are taking advantage of the unemployment insurance system and sitting at home. They're playing Xbox instead of working and being productive members of society. On top of the labor shortage driven by the federal government paying people not to work, President Biden is proposing historic levels of spending and raising taxes on our job creators. His multi-trillion-dollar proposals, like his $2.3 trillion American Jobs Plan and $1.8 trillion American Families Plan, will cost thousands of jobs through tax hikes amid an already struggling market. What message does raising the corporate tax rate send to job creators when they're trying to rebuild in the aftermath of the pandemic? It sure sounds like we're telling them to take their business overseas or hire less. To bounce the Biden administration's dismal job reports in April, which showed just 266,000 new jobs added, certainly underperforming the Dow Jones estimate of 1 million new jobs, we need to be stimulating economic opportunity and growth with less taxes and less regulation, which will create good-paying jobs that encourage people to get back into the workforce. What won't fix our struggling economy is throwing money at the problem, which seems to be everything the Washington swamp knows how to do. The liberal tax and spend model is failing our economy and failing the American people. Gas prices are up, homes are more expensive, and the per-pound cost of copper is more than double than it was just 12 months ago. We're not going to spend our way out of this mess with trillion-dollar programs that do nothing but serve liberal special interests. We do it by letting the free market flourish through lower taxes, lower regulation, and more economic freedom. This model worked under President Trump, who delivered record lows in unemployment for blacks, Hispanics, Asian, and women, and it will work again. If only the Biden administration will put the American people first and not special interests. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, we passed a resolution dismissing the last House election contest of the 2020 cycle in the 14th District of Illinois. Before this resolution came to the floor, the Committee on House Administration approved it with unanimous bipartisan support. I am incredibly honored that my community chose me to represent them in Congress again, and I look forward to a productive term. But I am not here to take a victory lap. This is an important moment, not because of which candidate won, but because the constitutional rights of my constituents were upheld, despite my opponent's efforts to disenfranchise the very people he sought to represent. Much like the previous president, my opponent ignored voters' voices by declaring himself the winner days before the results were in. Once the votes had been tallied, he again joined the former president in making baseless allegations of fraud and conspiracy. After a careful consideration of the merits of his case, the committee found that my opponent's many arguments about supposed irregularities failed to add up to a credible claim to the result he wanted. Exhibiting the utmost disrespect for his own would-be constituents, he even went so far as attempt to invalidate thousands of ballots under a technicality that the Illinois Supreme Court had already deemed invalid under both the state and federal constitutions. Specifically, the court warned that the standard my opponent sought to apply in this case would allow corrupt officials to deliberately toss out ballots of voters whom they had reason to believe voted otherwise than they desired, which is exactly what he attempted to do. By passing the resolution dismissing this baseless contest, the House upheld the results that were verified by 7 county clerks, including 4 Republicans, and certified by the state of Illinois. On behalf of my constituents whose voices were heard despite these efforts to silence them, I want to thank the many election officials and volunteers who safely and successfully administered the highest turnout election in history during a pandemic. I also want to thank the House Administration Committee and its hardworking staff for faithfully carrying out the Federal Contested Elections Act by rejecting this attempt at disenfranchisement. Unfortunately, the contest in my district was just one battle in a war that is still ongoing, a war on democracy, on voting rights, and on truth itself. It will take more than a resolution to defeat the big lie, a seditious effort to delegitimize the 2020 election and every future election. As the so-called debate about widespread fraud that did not occur raged on, I have been shocked and horrified by the willingness of so many people to tell dangerous, flat-out lies. People who should know better, including terrifyingly elected officials at every level of government. I desperately hope for a future where the fabric of reality itself is no longer under attack. Because there can be no compromise here. There is nothing to compromise on. The choice is simple: truth or lies. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, let me tell you about the reality that others have left far behind. The reality is that the American people chose Democrats to lead the House, the Senate, and the White House. In reality, Americans voted for health care, for child care, and for a safe environment and climate. In reality, Americans chose historic numbers of women, people of color, and LGBTQ people to represent them in this chamber. There are people like my erstwhile opponent, the former president, and far too many others in positions of great responsibility who refuse to face this reality. Their denial of truth is incompatible with the democracy we all swore an oath to defend. A few months ago, we endured a violent insurrection here in this building, an all too real manifestation of this widespread assault on reality. We survived the attack, but we're still in the midst of an insidious erosion of norms and policies that threatens our democracy, including by sowing distrust of our elections and our democratic institutions. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in rejecting these attacks on our democracy by living as though the truth were true. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk briefly on a topic that has come up numerous times already this morning, and I just attended a meeting of the Small Business Committee in which we had an extensive discussion as well. If you remember back when the CARES package was moving through Congress, there were a number of legislators that identified that an issue was being created that didn't need to necessarily be created, and that was additional dollars being set aside for those that would find themselves unemployed. And as a former state legislator in Wisconsin, I had kind of gone through a process back in 08 and 09, which basically was an unemployment insurance fund, and I would underscore the idea insurance, that was in the red. And it was as a result of the number of unemployment claims that were being made in my state. And there was a nonpartisan commission that had been created to kind of oversee this process without getting too far into the details. And it had worked, where there had been some give and take, and employers and those that represented employers knew that there would be X amount of dollars taken out of everyone's payroll that would supplement or pay for the premiums associated with unemployment. And the system worked. But when the uptick came as a result of the economy sputtering at the time, it went into the red. It's just a reminder, I think, of what we find ourselves kind of in the midst of right now. As I said, some earlier speakers referenced this. The $300 a week bonus that so many people are calling it right now, and I get it. I'm not trying to be too judgmental on people that actually find themselves in that position. But what we're hearing from employers is that as a result of the new dollars being in that unemployment system, it's doing two things. The first thing it's doing is obviously putting the regular private sector market that employers are typically used to. It's forcing them to kind of either increase wages to the point where it doesn't work for them. It just won't work for their small business model. They can't afford it and still be able to put out goods and services. The other thing it does, though, it keeps people on unemployment. So what we're experiencing in our state, and I think I'm hearing that there are states that are experiencing the same thing, and I think we're up to 19 different states right now where governors have made a decision to pull back on the $300 a week. It is certainly cratering these unemployment insurance pots again. They can't keep up with it. So I'm here today to just tell, I think, the constituents of Wisconsin, but really nationwide, as we see state by state and the economy kind of moves in one direction, that there has to be a change. It's not a partisan issue. Something has to give here in the short term, and I would certainly hope that President Biden would take a deeper look at this. I think the House and the Senate should actually move in a direction where there would be some type of reduction in these benefits very soon. And I'm very worried about this whole idea that there are a number of individuals out there right now that I think find themselves in a position where, you know, they're going to wait. They're just going to wait. They're going to wait for September to come. They're going to wait for October to come before they really start to re-engage. The other thing in Wisconsin and other states that exist is when you were on unemployment insurance, you had to go out and look for a job. And you had to talk to employers, and you had to develop your soft skills, which means, making sure you're ready for work and you get to work on time. And I'm a little concerned that the pandemic has had a direct effect on that as well. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to be here this morning to highlight these issues again, and I would like to work with the other side of the aisle. I would like to work with the President to make sure that we can find a way of reversing what I think is a path that's really going to jeopardize our entire nationwide economy. And I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to discuss what we must do to prevent the next pandemic and why it is not only a global health issue, but also an environmental one. The origins of the pandemic we are battling now are clear: unsanitary, unsafe wildlife markets. These markets, which are prevalent in some areas of Asia and Africa, but are present everywhere, including the United States, are fed by trade in wildlife. Some of it legal, some of it illegal, all of it very dangerous. They are breeding grounds for a strain of viruses known as zoonotics, which are diseases born from the unnatural intermingling of bodily fluids of different species in an unsafe and unsanitary market that sold wildlife, living and dead, for human consumption. Other zoonotics include SARS, MERS, Zika, Ebola, swine flu, bird flu, and even HIV/AIDS, and now COVID. COVID-19 has truly opened the world's eyes to the danger of these markets and the global impact. And it should open our eyes to just how urgent the need for legislation around this is in order to prevent the loss of millions of lives. That is why over the course of the last year, I wrote the Preventing Future Pandemics Act, along with my friend, Mr. Fred Upton, and Senators Cory Booker and John Cornyn in the Senate. We may not agree on much, but we agree on this: we have the power to prevent the next pandemic, and to do nothing would be an act of negligence. A vital lesson that we need to learn from COVID is that we must fundamentally change the way that we interact with wildlife globally if we want to stop this from happening again. This means stopping deforestation and other habitat destruction, slowing and ending global climate change, and it means global shutdown of live wildlife markets. Already we've seen how changes in temperature and weather patterns and encroaching human development have brought people and wildlife into more frequent and more intimate contact. Human consumption of wildlife is simply the most dangerous form of that contact. To get at the root of this problem, the Preventing Future Pandemics Act would establish the official foreign policy of the U.S. to be that we will work with other countries to shut down these markets in the trade in terrestrial wildlife for human consumption and build international coalitions to reduce the demand for wildlife as food. The bill would authorize funding for USAID to work on reducing demand for consumption of wildlife from wildlife markets and support shifts to alternate sources of food and protein in communities that rely upon this consumption for food security. Moreover, to truly lead by example, this bill would end the import and export of wildlife for human consumption in and out of the United States. While wildlife is not a major source of protein in our country, these markets do exist here, and they still pose a danger. If we are to establish and maintain a position of international leadership on this issue, we must practice what we preach. This bill will help us take significant steps to break down the silos between global and conservation, because we know unequivocally that if we try to treat these as separate problems, we fail to solve either problem. After the economic and social devastation of the past year and the way that COVID-19 has upended all of our lives, it is my view that the Preventing Future Pandemics Act is a national security bill. It is a conservation bill, an animal wildlife bill, a small business bill, travel industry bill, manufacturing bill, retail, mental health, and housing bill, and a public transit bill. A bill to protect our lives and livelihoods from the threat of human consumption of wildlife and the associated wildlife trade. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to rally around this in order to potentially save the world from suffering the consequences of inaction and standing by hopelessly as we watch another pandemic ravage our world. The next pandemic can be stopped, and the Preventing Future Pandemics Act is a vital first step. Let's do it together. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the comments of many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, expressing grave concern over the President's decision to establish a date certain for the withdrawal of all U.S. military forces from Afghanistan. I believe this decision is deeply misguided and is damaging to the long-term national security interests of the United States and our allies. The straw man argument of ending forever wars might be a convenient campaign slogan, but it is strategically naive and deeply offensive to those who have volunteered to fight to ensure that the very organization which attacked us on September 11th, 2001, is incapable of ever doing it again. This is their job. It's a job that I did on 4 deployments. And it's our sworn duty. It's their sworn duty. They are proud to do it, and we honor them for it. The truth is, our force levels in Afghanistan are a fraction of what they once were and have been steadily decreasing for years. Maintaining a small residual force is not an unaffordable or sustainable burden. More than any other deployment in the world, the U.S. and NATO presence in Afghanistan delivers tangible strategic benefits to the U.S. at a relatively small and ever-decreasing cost, not to mention the immense humanitarian benefit to the people of Afghanistan itself, especially the women and the girls. The recent violence committed by the armed forces in Afghanistan only proves that the Taliban, the Al-Qaeda, ISIS-K clearly see this announcement as a full-fledged capitulation and reveals their true nature as untrustworthy and savage. A military withdrawal must always be based on conditions, not a calendar. By establishing a specific date, we're simply surrendering the hard-fought leverage we've gained over 2 decades and are inviting the Taliban to embark on a vicious reign of terror against the Afghanistan people. Furthermore, as a military man, I'm utterly dismayed that we did not take the necessary steps to secure and prepare standoff basing in the region to protect power when needed to conduct counterterrorism operations and to support the Afghan national defense and security forces before announcing the withdrawal. We put the cart before the horse. We now have a moral obligation to ensure that the Afghan security forces can continue functioning with the proper military and financial support to keep the Taliban from once again plunging Afghanistan into darkness. Finally, and most urgently, we must honor our promises and keep faith with our partners and allies. Our values must remain the foundation of our foreign policy. If our partners and allies lose faith in our ability to back them up, we willingly cede the field to an enemy who seeks our destruction. It is now, unfortunately, a moral imperative to find a way to expedite the safe passage of the very people that stood by us for nearly 2 decades. They have been loyal to our shared mission and sacrificed so much to the pursuit of democracy. Their safety must be an absolute priority for this administration. So far, we have not observed sufficient urgency in developing an interagency plan to do this and in requesting the necessary resources and authorities from Congress. If we don't do this, the Afghans who helped our military will be hunted down and murdered by the Taliban. We must ask ourselves, did we learn anything from our clumsy withdrawal from Iraq in 2011? The only thing more expensive than maintaining a moderate level of stability in a country like Afghanistan is the bloodshed and cost we will bear if we are forced to return. And this is not an academic hypothetical consideration, nor is it a partisan issue. Like many others on this side of the aisle, I repeatedly and publicly expressed my deep concerns over President Trump's impulse for a hasty withdrawal. The Taliban is still allied with al-Qaeda. If the Taliban prevails after our withdrawal, it is very likely that al-Qaeda will once again have a safe haven to conduct terrorism. And this is the very reason we invaded Afghanistan in the first place. Fortunately, pushback from Congress in the previous administration slowed the withdrawal process while retaining negotiating leverage and key counterterrorism capabilities. Unfortunately, from my vantage point, this latest decision has abandoned any semblance of strategy. It is a retreat. This hasty withdrawal is a tragic mistake, and we're going to regret it. I urge the President to change course before it's too late. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to remember the life of a courageous, kind, and selfless Virginian, Mike Lisik. Service was an unwavering part of who Mike was. Throughout his career, Mike served as an Air Force firefighter, an assistant fire chief with the U.S. Department of Defense, and the assistant chief at the Huguenot Volunteer Fire Department in Central Virginia. As an Air Force firefighter, Mike deployed twice to the Middle East, and after coming home to Powhatan County, he was proud to serve in his local volunteer fire department. He cared deeply for his community and his country. A few years ago, Mike was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, a blood cancer linked to the dangerous conditions of his service as an Air Force firefighter. I first got to know Mike because the VA did not recognize this connection, and he wanted to do something about it. He wanted to learn more about how the system could be changed for the better and for the benefit of his fellow servicemen and women. This fight was not just about getting the support that he needed. Rather, it was about the thousands of firefighters just like him who faced this challenge. Mike truly wanted every veteran firefighter to get the care they deserved. Mike passed away earlier this year at the age of 41. He was dedicated to his community and the safety of his neighbors, and above all, his family. It was my honor to have him as a constituent. Mike leaves behind a family and a community that deeply cared for him, and he leaves behind a cause that is worth championing. Across the board, firefighters are more likely to be exposed to certain carcinogens. They are more likely to suffer certain diseases and illnesses because of their career, and they experience higher rates of cancer than the general U.S. population. This connection is well documented by scientific research, but it is yet to be recognized by the VA, the federal agency entrusted with caring for those who have borne the battle. Military firefighters put their lives on the line each day, not just to defend our country, but also to selflessly defend their fellow service members. But to this day, thousands of veteran firefighters are left uncovered by the VA for certain types of cancer treatment. Earlier this year, I reintroduced the Michael Lisik Military Firefighters Protection Act in Mike's name to fix this longstanding issue. This bipartisan legislation would make sure diseases like Mike's are recognized as presumptive service-connected disabilities. By recognizing the long-term effects of military firefighting and the diseases that can arise from this career over time, our bill would provide much-needed peace of mind and security to thousands of veteran firefighters and their families. It would lift an undue burden off thousands of veterans experiencing severe and often terminal illnesses. Right now, the VA doesn't cover significant treatment costs like those faced by Mike, as the VA, in many cases, does not recognize the direct service connection between firefighting, serious diseases, including heart disease, lung disease, and certain cancers like Mike's, within 15 years of separating from active duty, contracted the illness due to their service in the military. By creating this presumption, the VA would be required to provide equitable disability benefits and treatment cost coverage to veteran firefighters like Mike. This legislation has the support of Democrats and Republicans from across the political spectrum, including many who have served our country. Specifically, I'd like to thank my Republican colleague, Congressman Bacon of Nebraska, himself an Air Force veteran of nearly 30 years, for his continued partnership in leading this bill. Thank you for recognizing that this issue should unite us all, because we all represent veterans with stories like Mike's. Even as he was engaged in the battle of his life for his life, Mike was eager to make progress on this issue. When I first reached out to Mike to ask whether he would like to be involved with the legislation, he never hesitated. Mike had already been in touch with our team about some of his issues with the VA. And when asked if he wanted to take up this challenge and make a difference through the legislative process, he said absolutely. He was ready to take up the mantle for his fellow vets. It was his honor. And even as his illness progressed, he stayed apprised of new developments on this legislation, and my team was humbled to work with him. He showed incredible strength and determination that we will never forget. The Michael Lisik Military Firefighters Protection Act is about a fundamental question. How do we show our gratitude and appreciation to those who've served, to those who've put on the uniform, and to those who've worked under hazardous and dangerous conditions to keep their countrymen and their fellow service members safe? The answer is found beyond platitudes, it's found beyond spoken promises, it's found in action, and it is found in delivering the benefits our veterans have earned through their sacrifice. No veteran who puts on the uniform should repeatedly have to make the argument that their injury, their illness, is connected to their service when the evidence is so apparent, to the degree that the majority of our states have already recognized the link between these serious diseases and the occupational hazards of firefighting and have enacted presumptive disability laws. In the case of Mike and thousands of firefighters like him, no veteran should experience a VA that refuses to help cover the costs of treating their service-connected cancer. And as I urge my colleagues to recognize the urgent need to pass the Michael Lisik Firefighters Bill, I am thinking of his wife, Tiffany, and his 3 daughters.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Amory, Aubrey, and Addie. He loved them deeply, and I work in his honor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to express my unwavering support for the United States' greatest ally in the Middle East and the region's only democracy, Israel. When I visited the region, I saw firsthand the proximity of the danger Israelis face on a daily basis. With the Gaza Strip controlled by the Iranian-funded terror group Hamas, rockets are always pointing at the Jewish state, and it's estimated that the militant group has more than 30,000 rockets and mortars at their disposal. And for the past week, Israel and its people have been bombarded by more than 3,000 rockets launched from within Gaza. Thank goodness for the Iron Dome, which, despite being overwhelmed, saved countless lives. While some on the other side of the aisle and in the media attempt to draw a moral parallel between Hamas and Israel, there is simply no comparison to be made. As Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, "You cannot equate a democracy that values life with a terror organization that glorifies death." Israel has an absolute right to defend itself, and while they make every effort to keep Palestinian civilians from harm, Hamas continues to intentionally target population centers, seeking death and destruction. Hamas is not interested in peace. They are not interested in working toward a lasting solution. Their only objective is to eliminate the Jewish state. Why some would choose to back Hamas, despite its atrocious human rights record, is beyond me. Why back a regime that stifles free speech, prosecutes and assaults the press, treats women as second-class citizens, and has laws on the books that condemn its own citizens to death simply for selling land to a Jewish person? Madam Speaker, it's mind-boggling. I stand with Israel, and in doing so, I stand for peace. Madam Speaker, author and avid golf fan P.G. Wodenhouse once remarked, "Golf is the infallible test. The man who can go into a patch of rough alone with the knowledge that only God is watching him and play his ball where it lies is the man who will serve you faithfully and well." Fittingly, I rise today to recognize Grace Christian School of Stanton, whose golf team won its first Virginia Association of Christian Athletics state championship. The Warriors shot an 18-hole total of 355 in the championship tournament at the club at Ironwood to overcome its closest competitor by 32 strokes. Caleb Mass led the Warriors with an impressive 86, while Preston Fitzgerald and Matty Helmick each shot a pair of 87s, with Isaiah Farlow carding a 95. Mass, Fitzgerald, and Helmick were also named to the All-State team for their performances throughout the season. Congratulations to the athletes, coaches, and staff on an excellent season. I wish you all the best of luck moving forward, and keep hitting them straight. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Bordeaux, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, like so many of us in this chamber, I spent a lot of time on the road driving from event to event. As someone who represents the metro Atlanta area, I have spent far more hours than I care to admit sitting on I-85 in bumper-to-bumper traffic. My staff have all had the experience of being on the phone with me as I pull off the road and try to find a spot with a strong signal in order to call into events, because there's just no way I'll make it in time with all the traffic. Congestion is one of the issues we all hear about with frequency. It is not a Republican issue or a Democratic issue. It is a question I get frequently, regardless of whether I'm at a town hall, speaking to a chamber of commerce, or visiting a small business. What is being done to ease congestion? This question is particularly important as we continue to have a national conversation on infrastructure. Having spent my career in public policy and public finance, I know how important it is that we make smart investments today to set us up for success tomorrow. And that's why recently I rolled out my infrastructure agenda. I call it Future Fit the Suburbs. Future Fit the Suburbs is a vision to address our growing needs in the suburbs, to make smart investments now to prepare for the next century, from preparing for the impact of climate change to building the transit system of tomorrow. This agenda focuses on the needs of fast-growing suburbs, recognizing the need for transit and congestion relief in order to maintain economic viability while addressing the climate crisis, and doing all of it in a way that leverages public-private partnerships in a fiscally responsible manner. The key is to do well by doing good. This initial launch of Future Fit the Suburbs contains 4 initiatives. The first, I am proud to be introducing a new piece of bipartisan legislation today, the Build Up the Suburbs Act, along with Congressman Carlos Jimenez of Florida and my Georgia colleague, Congresswoman Lucy McBath. Imagine a regional bus rapid transit system that would run along our major highways and express lanes, developing an electric bus equivalent of commuter rail to help people get from suburban hubs to major commercial hubs while skipping the traffic. The Build Up the Suburbs Act would fund exactly that. The next time you need to go to the airport, wouldn't it be easier if you didn't have to budget in an extra hour or two just to get there? Tomorrow, I'll be introducing the National and Regional Greenways Act to provide funding for the construction and expansion of greenways across the country. Corridors of land connecting disparate communities with beautiful recreational space and environmentally friendly travel routes, thereby reducing congestion and emissions. This program would support projects like the visionary Chattahoochee River Greenway, a proposed multi-use path that would run along the Chattahoochee River in Georgia. Beyond immediate transit priorities, Future Fit the Suburbs focuses on how we can be smart in leveraging the power of public-private partnerships to maximize available resources. For example, as more and more shopping goes online, retail malls and the large plots of land that they sit on are going unoccupied and unused, taking up valuable real estate. Through low-interest and guaranteed loan programs, these areas can be restored in a way that serves the community. Finally, creating a national infrastructure bank would provide federal seed money to leverage significant private sector investment in major infrastructure projects. Private investment is on the sidelines and looking to invest in our roads, bridges, broadband, and electric charging infrastructure. Change is coming, whether we like it or not. We can make smart investments now that enhance our quality of life, or we can spend a lot more time, money, and effort retrofitting the same projects years down the road. By investing now, we can help slow the effect of climate change, create jobs, and position the suburbs for success in the years to come. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure being with you. As we say in East Tennessee, you class up the joint. So thank you for allowing me to be here. Today, I rise to celebrate the 90th birthday of one of my dearest friends, Julia Tucker, 90 years old. She served the Knoxville community in many different ways over the years. Julia was the first woman to chair the Knoxville City School Board, where she served with my daddy. She's a force to be reckoned with, and she fights for things that are important to her. She once saved her unconscious neighbors' lives during a gas leak by dragging them out of their house. Since her son Bill lost his tragic battle with AIDS in 1991, Julia has dedicated her life to raising money and awareness to combat the disease and also to fight the bigotry. And I still have his mini bike as a little Indian in my collection, and I treasure it very much. She also honored her son by designing and building Williamswood Castle, which is a castle modeled after a Scottish hunting lodge in Knoxville, Tennessee, Madam Speaker. Bill was a historic preservationist way before his time. People weren't doing it like that, and Bill kind of set the mark for it. He was incredibly proud of his family's Scottish heritage, and this castle is a unique way for her to preserve her son's memory. And she allowed my sweet little girl Isabel to have her birthday party there, and it was magical. Julia also serves on committees and boards for local organizations. She adopts orphan dogs, I guess me being one of them, and fiercely loves her family and friends every day. When I was mayor of Knox County, I had the privilege of publicly recognizing her exemplary work for the community, and now I'm pleased to stand on the House floor and wish her a very happy 90th birthday. She was the first person I knew that had cable TV. She introduced me to Shirley Temples and rare roast beef sandwiches when I was a little boy. So Julia, happy birthday. You are loved by many people, and the Birches especially. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor Corporal Roland Delano Bradshaw, an American hero and Korean War veteran, as Tennessee's 2nd Congressional District's Veteran of the Month. Corporal Bradshaw was rejected 3 times for joining the military during the Korean War because of his partial blindness, but he didn't let that get in the way of his patriotism. With just a 7th grade education and a whole lot of persistence, he memorized the eye chart and was accepted to the United States Army on his 4th attempt. Corporal Bradshaw served in Korea for 18 months, where he worked as a postal clerk delivering mail to his fellow soldiers. While deployed, Corporal Bradshaw earned the Korean Service Medal with Bronze Stars, the United Nations Service Medal, National Defense Service Medal, Meritorious Unit Commendation, and the Republic of Korea Presidential Unit Citation. Following his service, Corporal Bradshaw spent 17 years in American Legion leadership roles, serving as commander at Post 120 for 15 years and as Tennessee's National Executive Committeeman for 2 years. Corporal Bradshaw remains dedicated to his military fraternity to this day. Every year he coordinates Loudoun County's Memorial Day and Veterans Day ceremonies. Our country's heroes are the men and women of our armed forces and those that wear our country's badges. like Corporal Roland D. Bradshaw, who served and sacrificed for our freedom. Thank you for your service, and brother, I'm truly sorry to hear about the passing of your sweet wife. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As our nation approaches Memorial Day 2021, I'm deeply privileged to enter into the congressional record the true story of a great soldier and an agonizing battle during the war in Vietnam. The story recounts the superhuman valor of a great Army soldier named John Eid, heroic son of my hometown of Toledo, Ohio. John is held in the highest esteem by all who know him. He's a faithful friend and a true patriot, a superlatively strong soldier, yet a humble, decorated warrior for liberty. Yes, he is a Purple Heart, and more. He has been tested beyond human limits his entire life. He has triumphed against overwhelming lifelong war wounds time and time again. In November 1965, Sergeant John Eid, then 21, was deployed in Vietnam, a fire team leader in the 1st Cavalry Division and its ill-fated 2nd Platoon Alpha Company. On November 14, 1965, Sergeant Eid and his team were sent to reinforce their sister battalion that was engaged in very heavy fighting at Landing Zone X-Ray in La Drang Valley. 2 days later, believing the enemy was destroyed and the worst fighting seemingly over, the 1st and 2nd Platoons Bravo were all choppered out. But John Eid and his team left Landing Zone X-Ray the morning of November 17th, marching 10 kilometers to nearby Landing Zone Albany. They were the first to arrive. They established the command post and defensive perimeter, and other companies were still coming up the trail. Sergeant Eid with Alpha's 2nd Platoon was sent into the trees to the left while the 1st Platoon went right. That's when the much larger North Vietnamese regiments encamped nearby attacked. Sergeant Eid's platoon was immediately pinned down in ferocious hand-to-hand combat as the North Vietnamese swarmed down on them through the trees. Sergeant Eid reflected it was like a gang fight. It was small groups of us versus small groups of them. It got down to knives. It got down to choking people. Sergeant Eid and his team, Wilbert Johnson, Barry Burnite, and Oscar Barker Jr., tried to outflank the attacking Vietnamese but were outnumbered. Eid recounts, Burnite, a machine gunner, was hit in the chest by shrapnel and his gun was disabled. Johnson, his crewman, dragged Burnite 30 meters back to the position of cover in an effort to save him. Eid recounted, it was the greatest feat of human strength I have ever witnessed. I don't know if Burnite was still alive. Johnson and Barker holed up among some trees and continued to fight. Johnson was killed, and Eid was shot in the gut and the right shoulder, forcing him to fire his M16 left-handed. Under RPC fire, Eid said his legs and boots were sprayed with shrapnel that left a large piece stuck in his foot, leaving him unable to walk. Barker tended to Eid's wounds. Everyone else was dead. Eid urged Barker to flee 50 meters beyond the woods where the command element was situated. Barker refused. Shortly thereafter, Barker was shot, and Eid attended him as he slowly died. Eid later reflected, I don't think anyone who studies war doesn't get stuck in the Battle of Thermopylae. It's that thing of standing our ground to the last man. If you had your chance to cut out or stay, you would have stayed. Despite some misgivings, according to official records, the U.S. command post called in a napalm strike on Sergeant Eid's position. As a result, Sergeant Eid was set on fire and severely burned because of the airstrike. He was further weakened, but still alive. He managed to roll in the dirt to put out the flames. Sergeant Eid recalled that among his problems, the napalm proved inconsequential. In fact, he said the napalm served a purpose by flushing the enemy out and gave me an opportunity to reduce the Viet Cong numbers. Later in the afternoon, still conscious but bleeding, he said he was surprised by the sudden appearance of 3 enemy soldiers behind him. There were 3 North Vietnamese looking at me, one with a pistol. Eid said he shot and killed 2, but was shot in the face by the one with the pistol. The small caliber bullet destroyed his right eye socket and shattered parts of the sinus, making it difficult to breathe. He was knocked unconscious. When he came to, the 3rd Vietnamese was gone. Small groups of North Vietnamese continued moving through the area until about midnight, Eid said, and he stopped using his rifle after dark so he wouldn't give away his position. He said he managed to crawl around and throw grenades at some parties he assumed were removing their dead after midnight. The enemy activity ended. He recalls it was a struggle to stay awake. He was on his third night without sleep and believed if he fell asleep, he would be found and killed. Dawn came. He was still alive, though horribly wounded. Around 9 to 10 in the morning, Infantryman Eid said he heard someone moving toward him. He prepared to shoot, but held his fire and then saw the shape of an American helmet. I yelled at them, "Give me some water. I was really thirsty." He looked at me and said, "You're shot in the stomach. I can't give you water." I told him I'd been drinking water all night, but the soldier said no, so I asked him for some morphine. I told him I used mine up on the other wounded. "It really hurts." The soldier said, "You're shot in the head. I can't give you morphine." So I said, "Well, give me a cigarette." They gave me that, and he said he never stopped smoking after that. John Eid was awarded
The
a Purple
gentlewoman's
Heart,
time has expired.
and I would ask the Speaker to also permit me to include in the record by unanimous consent the entire story
Without
of
objection.
John Eid, a great American soldier. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to speak a little while today on the issue going on with the Klamath Basin, which straddles Northern California and Southern Oregon, and the water supply that has been a long time issue and dispute up there for many purposes: agriculture, hydroelectric power, and endangered fish species, and how these are going to be shared, adjudicated, etc. So currently, the battle in the basin there is how water is going to be delivered to agriculture. Back here last year in 2020, the situation was very dire, where initially 140,000 acre feet was promised to the growers up there, and then they went ahead and started their planting process. They had their crops in the field based on that number. The Bureau of Reclamation decided they were going to pull that back and not deliver that water. We were able to work with the Interior and restore that water so that the crops that were already in the field planted would not die. That massive investment and massive loss to the farmers and to the community would not happen. This year, we have a similar path. In March, the Bureau estimated they would deliver 130,000 acre feet of water, 10,000 acre feet less than last year. This of a water right that belongs in the basin of 390,000 acre feet when fully delivered. And that's where we need to really discuss this today, is that when we're talking about the elevation of the lake here, we have at the full mark, 43.3 elevation is a maximum lake. The project goes as low as 41.36, right down here. So that represents a heck of a lot of water. The farmer's share of this, the 561, is the 390,000 I had mentioned. So currently the lake sits at 4140.4 feet of elevation. So that represents availability of 307,000 acre feet of water supply. Now, the species of fish that we're talking about here are the long-nosed suckerfish that's in the lake. It lives in the lower part, the brown area of the lake there, and that's where it is best suited. It's a bottom fish, bottom-feeding fish. So the problem is that the Bureau of Reclamation, taking the cue from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, has decided that the water that belongs to the farmers and has been adjudicated over time. The Oregon courts have held that these water rights do belong to agriculture. This is after NEPA and the ESA went into effect, Endangered Species Act. Oregon Water Resources Department began the process of detailing and adjudicating these rights. So in reviewing the water rights of all the users in the basin, they noted that the Bureau claimed the reserved water rights apply only to the primary purpose of that water right, which is determined by a 1978 case, U.S. versus New Mexico. The Ninth Circuit determined in an 83 case, the U.S. versus Adair, that this land's reservation was for the purpose of agriculture. So as we apply that to the Klamath irrigation area, the KID, the district, took the Bureau of Reclamation to court over its decisions to increase downstream flows for salmon, as well as the retention of water for the suckerfish. So they want to retain this portion here for the suckerfish, even though this portion of water does not belong to the Bureau or Fish and Wildlife to use for that purpose. This project was created over 100 years ago for agriculture, deliver water down this A canal through a whole entire system there. This dam was completed, the Link River Dam, in 1921 to help regulate that source. So in the process, with Klamath Irrigation District having taken them to court, the state ultimately agreed with KID that the Bureau has the right to store the water and administer the water in Upper Lake, but the Bureau of Reclamation does not have the permit, the license, the right to use the water themselves for salmon in the river or for the suckerfish that stay in the lake. Going further, Section 8 of the Reclamation Act clearly states that the federal government cannot interfere with the laws of states relating to the control or distribution of water used in irrigation. So in 1978, California versus the U.S. certified that a state can impose requirements on the distribution of water through a federal reclamation project as long as they're consistent with clear congressional directives, as Congress set this back up over 100 years ago and ongoing. Congress has made it clear multiple times that the Klamath Project was designed and established for irrigation. So if you want to concede, just for a moment, playing along with Fish and Wildlife, that the current level at 4140.4, and you take it down to 4138, there's 173,000 acre-feet of water available for farmers right now that should not be taken, even if you concede the suckerfish total. So we got giant problems in the basin legally.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are in the midst of a shameful healthcare crisis. In 2021, there is no reason that giving birth should be more dangerous for women today than it was for their mothers. Despite declining rates of maternal mortality around the world, in the United States, the rates have been climbing in recent years. Decades of institutional racism in our society and our healthcare system have brought us to this moment. Data released by the CDC last month shows that the maternal mortality crisis is only worsening, and the risks are even greater for Black women and other women of color. Black women are 3 times more likely, and indigenous women are more than twice as likely to die from pregnancy-related causes as non-Hispanic women. Even worse, more than 2/3 of the deaths are preventable. Additionally, the rates of pregnancy-related complications are on the rise, and for every maternal death in the United States, there are approximately 100 women who experience severe maternal morbidity or a near miss. As chair of the Congressional Black Caucus Health Brain Trust and co-chair of the Congressional Caucus on Black Women and Girls, I have seen so many examples of how the healthcare system fails Black women. Maternal mortality is a complex crisis with inequities stemming from many factors, including access to care, standardization of care, bias, and racism. Pregnancy and birth should be one of the happiest times for a family, but for Black women, that is too often not the case, and we must take action now to begin saving the lives and protecting the health of Black women. One of the most pressing issues related to the maternal mortality crisis we must address is access to high-quality, affordable health care. We know there are major risks associated with becoming uninsured shortly after pregnancy. That is why I fought to have extended Medicare coverage included in the American Rescue Plan so that women are able to receive postpartum care up to 1 year after birth instead of the existing 60 days of coverage. But we need to take additional steps to incentivize every single state to permanently implement this policy. That is why today I'm introducing the Helping Medicaid Offer Maternity Services Act, or Helping Moms Act of 2021. This bipartisan legislation will amend the American Rescue Plan to provide a permanent state option to extend postpartum Medicaid coverage from 60 days after delivery to a full year. The Helping Moms Act would also authorize a 5% federal medical assistance percentage rate for the first year that states adopt the extended coverage. Ensuring health care coverage for the entirety of the postpartum period will save lives and prevent needless complications that endanger the health of mothers and their babies. This is an important step forward, but is not the only change that is needed. The Black maternal health crisis is a multifactorial epidemic, and solving it will require a multifaceted approach. That is why tomorrow I will reintroduce my Mothers and Offspring Mortality and Morbidity Awareness Act, or the MAMA Act. This comprehensive bill tackles a growing maternal mortality crisis and severe morbidity in 5 ways. The Mama Act will standardize maternal mortality and morbidity data collection across states and authorize a designated federal agency to aggregate the data. Maternal health advocates agree that standardization of data across the country is critical in fully understanding this crisis and informing future decisions about how to improve a woman's health care. This bill will empower the CDC to provide technical guidance and publish best practices to prevent maternal mortality and morbidity. It will authorize evidence-based national obstetric emergency protocol to save mothers' lives. The Mama Act will expand health care coverage through the full postpartum year after giving birth. Finally, the Mama Act will ensure improved access to culturally competent care training and workforce practices throughout the entire delivery continuum. This aspect in particular is so important in addressing the harmful biases and misconceptions that are unfortunately pervasive through our healthcare system, but especially rampant when it comes to Black maternal health. We have already lost too many mothers to this crisis. While many of us celebrated Mother's Day just a few weeks ago, families across the country mourned lost mothers and babies and remembered traumatic and unacceptable birth stories. I have talked with husbands who are so frustrated with the way their wives are treated and wonder if there's something else they could have done to protect them. I've heard the heartbreaking stories of tragedy and loss directly from these families. I have cried with them and shared their pain. Introduce these bills, the Helping Moms Act and the Mamas Act, and honor
The
these
gentlewoman's
mothers
time has
and
expired.
families, and recommit myself to always fighting for the health of women. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it has been 9 months since Hurricanes Laura and Delta devastated southwest Louisiana. Our region has endured natural disaster after natural disaster. This past year has been incredibly challenging. 2 very powerful major hurricanes, a crippling ice storm, and this week, ongoing, a severe rainfall event that's causing homes and businesses to flood. Many families will have to again start the difficult process of rebuilding their lives. Our people have been resilient in the face of great adversity, a show of incredible strength, but the need for help from the federal government is dire. While much work has been done, Southwest Louisiana has long-term recovery needs. To date, we've worked with our federal partners to deliver well over $1 billion in disaster relief with President Trump and President Biden to secure increased federal assistance through cost share adjustments, now at levels of 90 and 100%. These resources have supported Southwest Louisiana's most immediate needs: housing and rental assistance, utility repairs, debris removal, hazard mitigation, and other disaster response costs. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and related bills, these federal disaster accounts have received supplemental funding well beyond normal appropriations and are still available to the people of Southwest Louisiana. However, our region requires additional support in the form of long-term recovery resources, primarily through community block grant funding. Louisiana's governor issued a formal request to the Biden administration in January of this year. My office has supported our governor's request in every way, through every channel. We've worked for months to build support in Congress for long-term recovery resources, and our efforts to build that coalition has been successful. While that support exists broadly, the Biden administration must first respond to our governor's official request for supplemental disaster funding. President Biden must formally request specific supplemental disaster relief from Congress. Only then can our brotherhood of support take action here in the House of Representatives. That's the way it works. We have communicated these extreme needs directly to the Biden administration and House leadership. Additionally, the state must do more to ensure private insurance companies are treating Louisiana citizens fairly. This has been a significant issue that has frustrated Louisiana citizens and hindered our recovery efforts. I will not stop fighting for the citizens of South Louisiana, and I ask that my colleagues here in this body stand with us. I ask that our president stand with the people of Louisiana. We are one nation, and as a republic of sovereign states, we have never failed to come to each other's rescue in the wake of natural disaster. Now is one of those moments. This is a time when Americans must stand together as one. Every day, we are working to help Louisiana stand back up. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Virgin Islands of the United States sits at the most southern, most easterly point of the United States. Because of this geographic position, its proximity to South America, and its almost century lighthouse position to the rest of the Caribbean, it has been fought over, exploited by many nations, owned by 7, and used as a base by pirates, privateers, rum and drug runners, and even great corporations. Despite so much potential, the benefits of our location, climate, our deep ports, one of the deepest in the Caribbean, our fertile soil, the people of the Virgin Islands have not received equitable return on investment and have instead been the spoils of others. Our people continue to work to create economic benefits for our homes, jobs, skills, revenue, financial independence. Our journey in oil refining is one such chapter in that search. In the 1960s, the Virgin Islands began refining oil. Our island of St. Croix became the second largest petroleum refinery in America. In 2012, the refinery closed, exacerbating the shocks of the Great Recession, leading to unemployment rates of 18%. Our government made the decision to work to bring the refinery back, and after several years, the terminal and refinery reopened. In the last few weeks, my office has been in contact with EPA regarding air emissions incidents, odors, emissions around the vicinity of the refinery, which threaten the health of residents and our environment. On May 14th, EPA ordered Limetree Bay, the owners of the terminal and refinery, to pause all operations on the St. Croix refinery due to multiple improperly conducted operations that present an imminent risk to public health. Limetree Bay is in a community that is disproportionately affected by environmental burdens. Recent incidents have raised significant environmental justice concerns. My office has continued to discuss with EPA regarding the shutdown of the refinery, which, when fully operational, contributes tremendously to the Virgin Islands economy. I've also been in contact with the owners of the refinery, as well as the Virgin Islands local government, and will share with you all, with this Congress, what we can do to rectify the issue. But part of my concern, and one of the reasons I came to Congress, was to create mechanisms and funding, incentives, so that communities like the Virgin Islands, places long neglected, can have the tools, funding, incentives, stable schools, healthcare, to create diverse, sustainable industry. And as I've said in the past, and continue to reiterate, the current problems in my community further demonstrate the need for so many communities like it to have a diversified economy. This would provide flexibility. A diversified economy creates economic health in a community, not tied to a single industry or market sector. It also creates and supports innovation. Not only do companies support one another financially, but they engender an ecosystem of new ideas and product generation. I recognize that funding from the American Rescue Plan should not only be used by the Virgin Islands government to undergird our most vulnerable citizens, our children, mentally ill, our seniors. It should also be used to support creation of clean, resilient jobs. I and other Democrats recognize that we must rebuild our communities and our economy better than before through the American Jobs Plan. Now is the time to think boldly with a once-in-a-century investment to create millions of good-paying jobs, to ensure America can outcompete any other country in the world. The President has promised to deliver clean drinking water, renewed electric grid, high-speed broadband, build, preserve, and retrofit more than 2 million homes and commercial buildings, modernize our nation's schools and childcare facilities, upgrade veterans' hospitals and federal buildings. The President's plan includes $20 billion for new programs that will reconnect neighborhoods like the Virgin Islands, cut off by historic investments, and ensure new projects increase opportunity, advance racial equity, environmental justice, and promote affordable access, safeguard critical infrastructure, services, and defend vulnerable communities. President Biden will call upon Congress, our body, to ensure that new jobs create clean energy, manufacturing and infrastructure are open and accessible to women and people of color. The House is working on this.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
We have a historic package to build back better,
The gentlewoman's time
justice.
has expired.
I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank our men and women in uniform and remember those who gave their life for this country. The month of May is recognized as Military Appreciation Month, and we have several days dedicated to honoring our servicemen and women as well as their families. May 7th is Military Spouse Appreciation Day. May 8th is Victory Day in Europe Day, marking the end of World War II in Europe. May 15th is Armed Services Day, where we thank active duty members from all branches of the military. But on the last day of May, we have our most solemn occasion, Memorial Day, where we mourn those that we lost in defense of this nation. The tradition of Memorial Day dates back to 1864 in Boalsburg, Pennsylvania. 3 ladies decorated the graves of fallen Civil War soldiers, and the custom has continued every year since. Boalsburg has put on a traditional Memorial Day celebration complete with a parade, a community walk to the cemetery, speeches, military reenactments, and much more. In the days leading up to the Memorial Day, many place flags or lay wreaths at the graves of soldiers. We gather with friends and family to attend parades and special services to remember those lost. As we take the time to thank our active duty members and remember the fallen, we must also never forget the soldiers who have not returned home. As a father of a wounded warrior, I thank God every day he returned home safely. Not every family has been as lucky, and we owe our greatest efforts to recovering the brave men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Currently, there are more than 80,000 American service members who remain unaccounted for, from World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Cold War, and the Gulf Wars. We must uphold our promise to our POW MIA, who made the ultimate sacrifice and work to return these members home to their families. That is why today I'm introducing the Prisoners of War and Missing in Action Trade Agreement Resolution. As we develop trade ties in regions where service members once engaged in combat, we must make every effort to guarantee these countries are active participants in aiding in the recovery of our fallen soldiers. While several of these nations have worked to assist in the research and recovery efforts, many challenges still exist. This resolution ensures, as we enter mutually beneficial trade agreements, our trade partners will commit to the research and recovery efforts of our nation's missing service members. In addition, it also sends a message to the families of those who are still waiting for their loved ones to return home. The United States will uphold the eternal promise to our armed forces to always bring our men and women home. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, especially in advance of Memorial Day weekend. As Memorial Day approaches and we make plans to see family and friends, to attend services and parades, let us remember that our freedom is not free, and we owe thanks to those who died in sacrifice. May God bless them, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, abide with us in our walk this day. When the path isn't clear, grant us the gift of your discernment. When we stumble over our own pride, pick us up and strengthen us with humility. Should we be caught in the web of deceit, free us by your truth. When temptation lures us off course, hold us accountable to the direction you intend for us. If along the way we should be injured by another in word or deed, fill our hearts and minds with forgiveness. When we are detoured by demands, help us to focus on your priorities. If we are overcome by anger at those who journey with us, may your kindness temper us, that we may in turn be kind. When words get lost in misunderstanding, give us the gift of gentleness, that love would be found in our answers. As we face danger, grant us courage. In the search for answers, may we find faith. And for your many blessings as you guide us through this day, may we always be thankful. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. First, does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize I request 1 minute, request unanimous consent, rather, to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the importance of ALS Awareness Month and continued federal support of funding towards a cure for ALS. ALS is a progressive nervous system disease that affects nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord, causing loss of muscle control. This devastating disease can affect anyone, anywhere, at any age, and still today is always fatal. Veterans are twice as likely to develop ALS, which is why ALS has been designated a service-connected disease. Not only is there no cure for ALS, but there's also no effective treatment to halt or reverse the progression of the disease. Patients typically live 2 to 5 years after diagnosis. President Biden announced an initiative to leverage a $50 billion investment over the course of his presidency through a new HHS program called ARPA Health. This investment would bring focus, scale, and innovation to combat devastating diseases like ALS, Alzheimer's, diabetes, and cancer. Madam Speaker, the need is urgent, and I would encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting these investments. Our response must meet the moment. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1942, Dan enlisted as a paratrooper in the U.S. Army. You see, Dan McBride is an American hero. He's a sergeant from New Mexico. Assigned to Fox Company, the 502nd Parachute Infantry Regiment, 101st Airborne, Dan's job was a new modernization in military tactics. Paratroopers jumped out of perfectly good airplanes to parachute behind enemy lines. On June 6, 1944, Dan jumped into Normandy on D-Day as part of Operation Overlord. There he earned his first Purple Heart. On September 17, 1944, Dan jumped into Holland as part of Operation Market Garden. There he earned his second Purple Heart. In December of 1944, Dan and the 101st Airborne made their way to Bastogne, Belgium, where they held off a desperate push by the Germans in temperatures well below zero with no winter clothes. The Battle of the Bulge is where Dan earned his third Purple Heart. His actions did not go unnoverlooked. Amongst the multitude of medals he was awarded, Dan and his fellow paratroopers Dick Klein and James Martin were featured in the book 3 of the Last Screaming Eagles. That book has now been made into a documentary film called A Rendezvous with Destiny, which premieres on May 29th in Columbus, Ohio at the National Veterans Museum and Memorial. We owe so much to our World War II veterans, of whom we have fewer every day, and I am so proud of Sergeant McBride. I can't think of a better way to honor his legacy than by immortalizing his story on film. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the transformation that the American Rescue Plan has made in all of our communities. A week or so back, I traveled to a town called Kewanee, Illinois, to visit our Head Start classrooms there. There was a teacher named Miss Candace who told me that she loves her job, but she doesn't stay for the pay, she doesn't stay for the benefits, but for the families. Miss Candace has a student in her class, and before that student, she had her siblings. All of the siblings in that family have passed through her classroom. She feels that she has helped this family grow up, and she has. The American Rescue Plan isn't just about the numbers, though. It's about the 143,000 children in the district that I serve who will be helped, the 27 million children nationwide, child poverty cut in half. We are rebuilding our communities all over this great country, and we can't stop now. We can keep rebuilding with the American Jobs and Families Act. Today and together, we can make this a once-in-a-century investment in our families, the future of our children, our nation. Let's make sure teachers like Miss Candace can continue helping our families. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute, revising its standard remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today with great concern over the Biden administration's foreign policy. The world has watched with growing concern as Hamas rockets have pummeled the Israeli people, forcing Israel to take retaliatory steps to protect its own citizens. This escalation occurs as the Biden administration has pivoted away from anything useful in the Middle East, neglecting Israel, one of our strongest allies. Just recently, we have learned that over $15 million in foreign aid went from this year's phony Democrat coronavirus package to the Palestinians, which take their orders from the terrorist group Hamas as a proxy state for Iran, who wishes the total eradication of Israel. What message does this foreign aid send to our allies? Sending money to both sides? Similarly, President Biden is looking to restart the Obama-Biden and Iran nuclear deal that President Trump smartly left. That naive accord had brought bipartisan opposition, including from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer at the time, and was strongly opposed by Israel. It's astounding that President Biden would take the word of the Iranian government, whose leaders call us their sworn enemy, and spurn our strongest ally in the region, Israel. We got to do better. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise during Mental Health Awareness Month to bring attention to tardive dyskinesia, or TD, a persistent and potentially disabling movement disorder that can be a side effect of medications prescribed to treat mental illness. According to a survey of people diagnosed with TD, more than half reported that the disorder seriously disrupts their sleep and their ability to work. People living with TD often face stigma, which can worsen mental health symptoms and cause withdrawal from society. While TD affects over 500,000 people in the United States, it remains a relatively unknown condition. It's often unrecognized, and patients suffering from the illness may be misdiagnosed. Earlier this month, Senator Chris Murphy introduced S-184, recognizing the week of May 2nd to May 8th as Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week. Improving awareness and understanding of TD will help reduce the stigma of mental illness and help us provide better treatment to this underserved patient population. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise or seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize May as National Foster Care Month and to say thank you to every parent, volunteer, and mentor who work with our foster children. I'm a proud member of the Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth and had a foster brother growing up, still part of my family. During this month, we renew our commitment to ensure that every child has a safe and loving family. I know firsthand how a supportive and loving home can make all the difference in a young person's life. There are over 460,000 children and youth in foster care. These children and youth range from infants to 18 years old when they age out. Foster youth who transition out of the foster care system without a permanent home place them at a higher risk of unemployment, poor educational outcomes, health issues, early parenthood, long-term dependency on public assistance, increased rates of incarceration, and homelessness. Every child deserves a safe, supportive, and permanent family. We have the responsibility to continue to create policies that will improve the outcomes and the overall well-being of foster youth and their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight legislation that I recently introduced, the Longshore and Harbor Workers COVID-19 Compensation Act. I am extremely proud that this is my first piece of legislation and that it serves to protect the health, safety, and livelihoods of our nation's maritime workers. The current health pandemic has created serious challenges for these essential workers, including unpaid mandatory quarantine requirements resulting from COVID-19 contraction or exposure. In the 1st Congressional District of Indiana, the Burns Waterway Harbor generates more than $15 billion in business revenue and supports over 80,000 workers, including union jobs with the International Longshoremen's Association. I appreciate the support of my chairman on the House Education and Labor Committee, Bobby Scott, and I look forward to working with all my colleagues to support this invaluable workforce and to move this legislation forward as soon as possible. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to call attention to the worsening drought crisis in California, which has become so devastating that farmers are abandoning their crops in the fields. This was an asparagus field in Fireball, a small rural town in my district. Recently, the farmer made the difficult decision to abandon the crop in that field to preserve water for his melon crops instead. You can clearly see the destruction this drought has wreaked on his farmland. Promised water will now not be delivered. Farmers all over California are unable to bring their crops to harvest, crops that would have fed families across the United States. With legislation like my bill, the Renew Win Act, those farmers might have been able to save their fields rather than be forced to waste and destroy half-grown produce our nation relies on California to grow. If the House majority continues to refuse to take up legislation to address the drought, farmers won't have to choose between asparagus or melons because they won't have the water to grow any food at all. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I urge my colleagues to pass the Fairness in Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act, which would close the loophole that blocks pharmaceutical competition and prevents innovative treatments for opioid abuse disorders from coming to the market. The opioid crisis in this country, as you know, is very serious, and the COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated the problem. Because the pandemic and all its underlying issues, fear of the virus, increased economic hardship, and the challenges of staying at home and maintaining safe distance, opioid abusers are skyrocketing, and the epidemic is taking a toll on communities in every corner of the country. I'm proud to co-lead this piece of legislation and that our Democratic majority pushed ahead with bringing it to the floor again for a vote amid last week's partisan attempt to hold this legislation hostage. Because fighting the opioid epidemic cannot wait any longer, in the past 20 years, we've seen a drastic increase in opioid addiction, with nearly every state in the nation seeing a spike in overdose deaths. And passing our Fairness and Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act will help curb the senseless loss of life by expanding treatment options and driving down costs of new medicines. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize the extraordinary life of Captain Michael DeAngelo Garrigan, a dedicated law enforcement officer from my district who passed away earlier this year. Officer Garrigan was born in Gordon County to a well-known and highly respected family. A Calhoun resident all his life, Captain Garrigan invested in his community and bettered the lives of everyone around him. Captain Garrigan served the people of Gordon County for over 3 decades as a deputy, detective, and coordinator for the Gordon County Sheriff's Office. In fact, Captain Garrigan was decorated over a dozen times for exemplary police work. Outside the office, Captain Garrigan was an active member of his community, serving his church as a deacon, broadcasting high school football games on the radio, and umpiring baseball and football games for local youth leagues. Captain Garrigan's exemplary contribution to the people of Gordon County should be honored and remembered. That is why I've introduced House Resolution 301, commending Captain Garrigan for his devotion to his family, community, church, and the nation. My thoughts and prayers are with Captain Garrigan's family and the people of Gordon County. I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, there are nearly 8 million job openings in the United States right now, yet the federal government is currently paying people to stay home instead of going to work. Last year, the government took steps to protect and support the American people during a once-in-a-lifetime global pandemic, and it was the right thing to do at the time. Now the science tells us that we can resume life as normal. Federal money was able to support workers during the peak of the pandemic, but now the best recovery plan is employment. The answer to our supply chain issues, rising unemployment rate, and inflation is not to continue to throw trillions of dollars at this problem. The real solution is to get people back to work. We need to follow the lead of states like my home state of South Carolina and discontinue participation in the federal unemployment programs. Vaccines are available to anyone who chooses to get one. Let's get back to work. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Former President Ronald Reagan once said, "The best social program is a job." Job creation and growing our economy are bipartisan issues that benefit all Americans. This past year, we saw the impact that COVID had on our businesses, both large and small. But now, as we are reopening the economy, many employers are unable to find workers to keep up with the high demand for goods and services. A major roadblock to businesses being able to hire staff comes from the federal supplemental unemployment payment made on top of the unemployment already received by the states. These payments have caused many potential employees to continue collecting unemployment from the government rather than re-entering the workforce. Thankfully, many Republican governors, including Mississippi's Governor Tate Reeves, have ordered the end of the federal unemployment payments now that the economy is open. As a Congress, we need to follow the example of Mississippi and other states and bring this program to a close as more Americans find it possible to return to normal life. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the exemplary career of Tom Tenbrink and his legacy of service, dedication, and success in the Jenison community. On behalf of West Michigan, it's an honor to express my appreciation and gratitude for his many years of service to the students, staff, and families of Jenison Public Schools. Mr. Tenbrink's distinguished career with the Jenison Public Schools is coming to an end as he is retiring after 34 successful years, 18 of which were spent as superintendent of the district. As a faithful servant to West Michigan, Mr. Tenbrink has spent his tenure establishing Jenison Public Schools as a destination district. He has fostered a family culture prioritizing the importance of adopting attitudes of servant leadership while also maintaining a commitment to educational excellence. His steadfast leadership has led to the creation of the Jenison International Academy, the development of a K-12 Spanish immersion program, and the building of the Jenison Center for the Arts and a new Kids First Early Childhood Center. Furthermore, the district has earned countless accolades under his leadership. Tom, thank you for your leadership, dedication, and commitment, not only to the students, but to the Jenison community and all of West Michigan. I hope you enjoy retirement knowing that Jenison and Georgetown Township would not be the place it is today without your leadership. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to urge Americans who can get back to work, get back to work. It's been more than a year since the pandemic shut down the country. Today, nationwide coronavirus cases have dramatically decreased, and cases in Kansas alone are only 7% of what they were in January. We are getting back to normal. Businesses are ready to reopen and welcome back customers. Unfortunately, President Biden's bonus, the new monthly unemployment checks being distributed on top of the checks unemployment persons already receive, is paying a premium for potential workers to remain at home rather than finding work. I've heard from countless small business owners in the Big First who cite the Biden bonus as the reason why they cannot find workers and completely reopen. The data doesn't lie. There are nearly 8 million open jobs in America right now, a new record. The Biden bonus at a time when employers are searching for workers is unwanted federal government interference in the marketplace. I recently joined fellow Kansas Republicans in urging the Kansas governor to opt out of enhanced unemployment benefits. And I co-sponsored the Help Wanted Act, which addresses the severe labor shortages caused by the federal unemployment policy. It's time to take off the masks, get our kids back to school, get our businesses open, and get people back to work so we can get America back on track. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. The pandemic has taken a terrible toll on the country. The pandemic has taken a terrible toll on Congress. And in its current state, Congress is not working. We have restrictions on the voting process. We have widespread proxy voting and remote hearings, and that's all contributed to the current state of dysfunction. But the good news is this can be fixed. Look, the Doctors Caucus are members of Congress with medical backgrounds, well-versed in evaluating medical risks and benefits for patients, proposed courses of action, and we have worked vigorously to educate our constituents that the coronavirus vaccines are safe and effective, yet we are not setting a good example of what happens when vaccine participation is high. The Doctors Caucus has sent requests to the Office of Attending Physician, the Speaker of the House, appealing for updated guidelines consistent with the science and the Centers for Disease Control. There will be a motion on the floor of this House later this afternoon, fully supported by members of the Doctors Caucus. I urge all members to carefully consider that proposal and to vote in favor. I yield back my time.
Time of the gentleman has expired. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a woman of faith, I am called to love my neighbor as myself and to bear one another's burdens. My heart is heavy with the burden, pain, and loss experienced by the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. Unfortunately, we have seen a nationwide rise in hateful and harmful acts towards Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Targeted violence against anyone based on who they are cannot be tolerated. It is not who we are as a people and goes against everything we represent as a nation. Today, I had hoped to be able to support House Resolution 275, condemning the horrific shootings of the 8 Asian women in Atlanta, to honor the lives of the victims and recognize the basic American fundamentals that reject hatred and violence. Instead, what would have been a fitting and honorable resolution ended up being just another vehicle for delivering cheap shots against our former president. I am disappointed that I cannot support this resolution as written. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield my remaining time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize the 2021 recipients of the Greater Hall Chamber of Commerce's annual Agribusiness Awards. The Greater Hall Chamber of Commerce comes together each year to recognize and celebrate the contribution of agriculture in our everyday lives. We were blessed to be hosted by the Eccles family at Jaymore Farms this year. The Farmer of the Year award went to Mr. Scott Glover of Glowcrest Dairy and Mountain Fresh Creamery. In fact, I recently had the privilege to tour Mr. Glover's farm, and it was indeed an impressive operation. The Friend of Agriculture Award was given to the Hall County School District's Agribusiness Center for their agriculture programs and the related education they provide to their students. Cargill Incorporated was awarded the Outstanding Agribusiness Award for its generous donations of nearly $100,000 in the past number of years. Additionally, Mr. Phil Hulsey was inducted into the Hall County Agriculture Hall of Fame for his incredible lifetime contributions as a dairyman. Agriculture is the leading industry in Georgia, bringing in about $73 billion annually. I thank the Greater Hall Chamber of Commerce for allowing me the opportunity to join them in honoring agriculture leaders in Hall County, Georgia. Madam Speaker, I congratulate this year's winners on their achievements in the agriculture industry, and
Gentleman's time has expired. What purposes
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
New York rise. Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my great honor to recognize my Constituent Services Director, Jason Phelps of New Hartford, New York, for 20 years of outstanding service to the people of upstate New York. Jason began his service as an intern for former Congressman Sherry Boehlert in Washington, D.C., and after a short time working for a nonprofit, became a member of Boehlert's Utica staff, where he dedicated himself to veterans casework. Jason has worked for 5 different members of Congress in the Mohawk Valley and has served countless veterans across the region. No matter how complex the case, Jason is always ready to jump in to assist our veterans. From cutting through VA red tape to making sure a veteran and their family receive the Purple Heart they earned through their service, Jason approaches each case with determination and compassion. Not only is Jason an amazing veterans advocate, he is also a role model and an inspiration to the many staff and interns he has worked with in all these offices throughout the years. Jason, thank you for your many years of service to our brave veterans. You are, and for also being the guiding light for our staff and our community. We all look forward to working with you for many more years to come. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
To seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, last but certainly not least, today I rise to honor the life of the 8th wonder of the world on what would have been his 75th birthday. Andrei Rusumov, better known as Andre the Giant, who spent his final years in the small town of Ellerbe, right in the middle of the 9th District of North Carolina. Standing 7 foot 4 inches tall and weighing over 500 pounds, Andre was known for his time in the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, where he was a fan favorite. During his professional career, he headlined WrestleMania and also defeated Hulk Hogan to win the WWF World Heavyweight Championship. To non-wrestling fans, he is best known for playing the role of Fezzik in the 1987 film The Princess Bride. Despite his great size, those who knew him found him to be gentle and kind. Andre passed away at the age of 46 in 1993, and his ashes were scattered on his beloved Ellerbe Ranch. I am proud today to pay tribute to the memory of Ellerbe's most famous resident, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 403, I call up H.R. 1629 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1629, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act with respect to limitations on exclusive approval or licensure of orphan drugs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 403, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority of the Committee on Energy and Commerce. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and add extraneous material on H.R. 1629, the Fairness and Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise in support of H.R. 1629, the Fairness and Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act, a bill that will help make some prescription drugs more affordable for the American people. This Democratic Congress is committed to lowering the cost of prescription drugs so that families are no longer forced to choose between paying for a life-saving drug or food and rent. And this legislation today, H.R. 1629, closes a loophole that has blocked patients from accessing cheaper generic drugs. Last Congress, this legislation passed the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House by voice vote. Last week, it garnered support from a large majority in the House, but not the 2/3 necessary to pass under suspension of the rules. And so we're here again today to debate and pass H.R. 1629 that will help us address 2 national crises. First, the soaring cost of prescription drugs, and second, the ongoing opioid epidemic. And Madam Speaker, this legislation does that by closing a very narrow but real loophole in a program known as the Orphan Drug Program. This program was created through the Orphan Drug Act, which has been successful in basically doing more research and discovery of new therapies to treat and even cure rare diseases. The law incentivizes the development of these life-saving therapies by awarding 7 years of market exclusivity to manufacturers who receive orphan drug status. And there are 2 ways that manufacturers can receive these incentives. First is when manufacturers develop drugs approved to treat diseases with patient populations of 200,000 or fewer. And the second way is if the manufacturer believes that the research and development costs are not expected to be recouped by sales of the underlying drug. And this is known as the cost recovery pathway. It's rarely used, but unfortunately it has led to manufacturers sometimes inappropriately receiving additional exclusivity and therefore delaying lower-cost generics from coming to the market. And if I could use an example, under certain circumstances, if a manufacturer receives orphan drug status for one drug, that status and its incentives can be passed on to future drugs if those drugs treat the same condition and have the same active ingredient. The status and incentives would be available even if those future drugs do not meet the orphan drug qualifications. So what this means, Madam Speaker, is that future drugs can benefit from the 7 years of market monopoly without having to demonstrate that the drug will treat a population of 200,000 or fewer, or that they may not be able to recoup the cost of producing the drug. So as a result of this loophole, many manufacturers, well, I shouldn't say many, but some manufacturers are marketing widely used drugs to large populations while also blocking generic competition from coming to market. Now, if I can use an egregious example of this, it comes from one of our most effective drugs to combat opioid use disorder. In 1994, an oral formulation of bupe was granted orphan drug status. At the time, it was not expected that the drug would be prescribed frequently, and as a result, it was unlikely the manufacturer would recoup its development costs. More than 20 years later, however, in 2017, the same manufacturer developed a new injectable formulation of the same drug with the same active ingredient to treat the same condition. As a result, the manufacturer was able to prevent cheaper generics from coming to market. But by 2017, the opioid epidemic worsened, and our response to the crisis evolved, and millions of bupe were eventually prescribed for treatment, generating billions of dollars in sales. And we know that bupe was not an orphan drug as the law envisions. Nevertheless, the new injectable drug was automatically granted orphan drug status and exclusivity based on the original oral drug's orphan drug designation. So this delayed the cheaper generic treatments for opioid use disorder from coming to market, and it kept the price of the drug high and limited access for those in need of treatment. While the FDA eventually recognized this issue with this particular drug and revoked its orphan drug designation, its exclusivity delayed generic competition that otherwise would be on the market today. And look, the bottom line is, Madam Speaker, we need every tool available to combat the opioid epidemic, including low-cost, affordable medication treatments, and loopholes like this have to be closed. So H.R. 1629 would stop this from happening again in the future. It requires drug manufacturers to demonstrate in their application to the FDA that each drug application considered under the Orphan Drug Act cost recovery pathway would be unable to recoup development costs at the time of approval. This would include all drugs that seek the orphan drug designation under the cost recovery pathway, including the injectable bupe example I just described, and the bill would also ensure that these rules apply to drugs already on the market, so no drug manufacturers can claim orphan drug status without first meeting this requirement. Now, I want to explain, because I know this is complicated, this bill is narrowly tailored to fix a narrow but very real loophole in the law. We can't allow these manufacturers to game the system any longer, and that's why we have to close this loophole today. So I just want to thank the Congressman Dean, who's the sponsor of the bill. I mean, the merits of this bill are obvious, and I know she's going to talk about it more, but that's why it has received strong bipartisan support, and I'm confident that it will once again get bipartisan support today, make its way through the Senate, and have the President sign it. I regret that we were not able to pass this legislation last week under suspension, but I believe that we'll come together today to close this loophole, and I want to thank our ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Rogers, for all her help with this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes the gentlewoman from Washington rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the bill.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized for such time as she may consume.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1629, the Fairness in Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act. The Orphan Drug Act was enacted to incentivize the development of drugs that treat rare diseases. Products designated as orphan drugs may be entitled to 7 years of market exclusivity, meaning a drug produced by another manufacturer that contains the same active ingredient to treat the same condition is barred from entering the market during this time. However, we've seen in recent years that some drug manufacturers, in an effort to block competition from the market, have tried to take advantage of a loophole in existing law. H.R. 1629 will close this loophole and prevent potential abuse of this program in the future. We must preserve incentives to innovate, especially for drugs that treat rare diseases, while preventing bad actors from attempting to exploit those incentives to benefit from a national crisis, as was done during the opioid epidemic. This legislation strikes that careful balance. This bill garnered both Republican and Democrat support last Congress. I hope we can continue to work together to move H.R. 1629 forward in the future on a bipartisan basis. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield now to the sponsor of the bill, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean. But I do want to also commend her for all the work she's done on this. You know, this has been several Congresses now, and we're hoping that this will be the final one where we get this passed. And I yield such time as she may consume.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for such time as she may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Ranking Member Rogers. I thank Chairman Pallone for your leadership on this bill. I once again rise in support of H.R. 1629, the Fairness in Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act. This crucial legislation would close a current loophole that is used to block competition in the pharmaceutical marketplace. The Orphan Drug Act of 1983 provided incentives for prescription drug manufacturers to develop products to treat rare diseases. This includes an exclusive 7-year marketing right for therapies that receive an orphan drug designation. For a drug to qualify, it must either be a treatment for a disease or condition that affects fewer than 200 people in the United States, or a drug intended for diseases that there is no reasonable expectation to recoup research and development costs. It would require all drug manufacturers who obtain orphan drug status to prove that they have no reasonable expectation that they will recover R&D costs. This legislation works to prevent companies from continuing to use orphan drug exclusivity status for a newly approved drug with an identical ingredient to the former version without having to prove the inability to recoup costs. This exact circumstance, as the chairman described, happened when a manufacturer of buprenorphine product tweaked an older product that had received orphan drug status and subsequently was given a renewed orphan drug exclusivity. Buprenorphine is used as a treatment for opioid use disorder to help those recovering from addiction. Unfortunately, at the time, the opioid epidemic was raging as it is today, and was by no means a rare disease. And the drug was by no means a market loser. It was a money maker. Closing this loophole would ensure that products do not receive an unfair market advantage and will get more affordable drugs to patients. It ensures consistency with the spirit and intent of the Orphan Drug Act. Know that we want to encourage and support the development of rare disease treatments and therapeutics. It is critically important, but we cannot allow this important incentive to be co-opted, to allow for unfair market competition for drugs that are not a commercial loss. This bill was supported unanimously last Congress, has broad support among patient advocates. This bill is about ensuring market competition, reducing barriers to the development of new treatments, and ultimately to supporting patients. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from 16 patient advocacy organizations in support of this legislation.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the statement of administrative priority issued by the Office of Management and Budget on May 17th of this year in support of passage of the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I thank Chairman Pallone for his support on this bill, and I urge all members to support its passage. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no additional speakers on our side.
Okay.
Gentleman
Madam
reserved.
Speaker.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would ask support for this bill from both sides of the aisle. As I've mentioned in the past, it has passed the House previously. And with that, yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time, all time having been yielded back. The debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 403, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The third reading.
A bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act with respect to limitations on exclusive approval of licensure or of orphan drugs and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The bill is passed.
Madam Speaker.
This is the gentlelady from Georgia rise.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Okay. You ready for me to do it now? The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill. This one.
H.R. 941, an act to reauthorize the Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Act of 2005 and for other purposes.
Do you not have the? Is he ready? Yeah. For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 409 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 18, House Resolution 409. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 3233 to establish the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 3237, making emergency supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma, my friend Mr. Cole, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only, and I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 409. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 3233 to establish a national commission to investigate the January 6 attack on the United States Capitol Complex Act under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their designees and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 3237, the Emergency Security Supplemental, to respond to January 6th Appropriations Act 2021 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their designees and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, it has been 133 days since an angry mob of insurrectionists tried to stop the certification of a free and fair election in America. The question before us today is this: what are we going to do about it? Some of my colleagues on the other side want to sweep this dark chapter under the rug. Just last week, one Republican said the events of January 6th resembled, quote, normal tourist visits, end quote. Madam Speaker, I was here, presiding over the House on January 6th. People died that day. Police officers were beaten and bloodied. America's capital, the symbol of our freedom and the citadel of our democracy, was desecrated by a mob that wanted to invalidate an election. There was nothing normal about it. It is not normal for a mob to break into this complex to try and hang the Vice President of the United States and harm other elected officials. It is not normal for insurrectionists to try to stop the certification of an American election, one that judge after judge after judge said was free and fair. And it is not normal for Congress to respond by doing nothing. That's why we are considering the underlying legislation contained in this rule. It will establish a bipartisan 9/11-style commission to investigate what happened. A commission led not by politicians, but by experts. Now, let me say this plainly. A vote for this commission is a vote to make sure this never happens again. And I want to recognize the incredible work of the chairman and ranking member of the Homeland Security Committee in navigating this truly bipartisan deal. It's one that will keep the focus where it should be, solely on the events of January 6th. And I look forward to the Commission's report at the end of the year. But the truth is, we cannot wait until then to fix what we already know needs fixing. We need to upgrade the physical safety of this and other federal buildings. We need to increase security in district offices, repay the National Guard for their service in the aftermath of the insurrection, and provide support to the overworked Capitol Police force that keep us all safe day after day. This is how you respond responsibly to what happened 4 months ago, Madam Speaker. Not with deflection or mistruths, but by taking action to protect not only this complex and those who work, serve, and visit here, but to also protect our very democracy. And making sure we never become a country that lets any angry mob decide who the next president will be. Only the voters can do that, Madam Speaker. We need to put the facts on record here, to tell the truth and not spread lies. And the truth is that some on the other side are afraid to do anything around here because they're afraid. Afraid of the truth? Afraid because their leadership doesn't want to offend the ex-president and his big lie? That's all I could think of when I read the minority leader's deeply troubling statement opposing the January 6th Commission. Now, even though it's bipartisan, even though his own ranking member negotiated the deal, even though we gave him virtually everything he asked for during the negotiations, a Republican aide said it best when they were quoted in the press yesterday saying this, and I quote, "I think Kevin was hoping that the Democrats would never agree to our requests. That way the commission would be partisan and we can all vote no and say it's a sham operation because he knows Trump is going to lose his mind," end quote. Lose his mind over a bipartisan commission. Madam Speaker, this moment is a choice between the truth or siding with the originator of the big lie. To my friends on the other side, I'm asking you to lead with the courage of your convictions. Vote your conscience. Support this bipartisan commission, not just because it's the right thing to do, but support it out of respect for your colleagues, for your staff and the support staff here, for the Capitol Police, but most importantly, respect for this institution. Now, I've cast some tough votes in my career, but casting a vote to establish a bipartisan commission to examine an insurrection is not one of them. I appeal to you to do the right thing, to lead with courage and support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Chairman McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today's rule covers two items, Madam Speaker. The first item I'll discuss is H.R. 3237, a supplemental appropriations bill intended to provide security funding for the Capitol complex, including funding for the U.S. Capitol Police, the National Guard, and other agencies that responded to the January 6th attack on the Capitol complex, as well as to provide funds to address coronavirus throughout a variety of agencies Congress directly controls. Though the process leading to this bill started out with bipartisan negotiations, unfortunately no deal was reached. Instead of negotiating with Republicans on our counterproposal, As is typical in these discussions, Democrats walked away, once again choosing to go it alone with a partisan bill before us today. Madam Speaker, it's truly disappointing that Democrats were unwilling to continue to work towards an agreement with Republicans on a matter of this magnitude. And given that the Senate is in no hurry to take up this legislation, a few additional weeks of discussion could and likely would have led to a bipartisan product instead of a product destined for the legislative graveyard. In the wake of the January 6th attack, I had hoped that the majority would join with Republicans and choose to speak with one voice. Instead, like so many other items this Congress, the majority has insisted on its way or the highway, and today they're doing it so again with this partisan bill. House Republicans and even some Senate Democrats have concerns with this package. The bill creates a rapid response force with the D.C. National Guard. Any rapid response force intended to provide backup for the United States Capitol Police and to protect the Capitol complex should be under the control of and housed within Congress. As a number of my colleagues mentioned during the debate in the Rules Committee yesterday, housing these capabilities within the D.C. National Guard introduces the exact same concerns my friends on the other side raised in the aftermath of January 6th. That Congress would be reliant on the executive branch to deploy this rapid response force. I have deep concerns about putting this rapid response force under the control of any other entity, whether that is the government of the District of Columbia or the executive branch. I also have grave concerns about assigning this role to the military, since this is undoubtedly a law enforcement function. Further bipartisan and bicameral negotiations would have helped us to tailor the package to allay some of the serious concerns members have, and at the same time would direct funds to where they are needed most. I do know, Madam Speaker, that what the House passes this week will not be the final word, and I'm hopeful that in the not-too-distant future, the House will take up a different version of this package, one that has been negotiated with Republicans and that can pass the Senate, and I look forward to supporting that package before the President signs it into law. Our second item for today is H.R. 3233, a bill which establishes a national commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex. I want to thank Ranking Member John Katko and Chairman Benny Thompson of the Homeland Security Committee for their hard work in putting this legislation together. They took an unworkable and hyper-partisan proposal from the Speaker and turned it into a far better bill. I commend these two gentlemen for their desire to find bipartisan agreement. However, I continue to have concerns with the legislation, concerns that could have been addressed if several of the amendments proposed at our Rules Committee hearing would have been made in order. On an issue this serious, the full House deserves the opportunity to debate and discuss areas of disagreement to see if we can find common ground. One of these areas of continued disagreement is that of scope, which remains too narrow in the proposal. As the culture of our national politics has coarsened over the past several years, there has been a resulting broader wave of political violence in this country. This includes events like the 2017 domestic terror attack that targeted Republican members of Congress at a baseball practice, and which would have been catastrophically worse but for the bravery of the U.S. Capitol police officers who were present that day. It includes the April 2nd attack that killed U.S. Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans. It includes the wave of violence, rioting, and property destruction that swept across the country last summer. The Commission should have specific flexibility to examine these events in their appropriate context. I am also concerned that the current language in the bill related to the ongoing work of law enforcement to bring the perpetrators of January 6th to justice. There are multiple investigations already underway. Several committees in both the House and the Senate have held and will continue to hold hearings on this topic. The architect of the Capitol is reviewing security vulnerabilities in the Capitol complex. And as of yesterday, more than 450 people have been arrested in connection with the events of January 6, with at least 100 more arrests to come. All of these individuals will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, as well they should. Given each of these ongoing investigations and proceedings, I fear that adding yet another investigation from this proposed commission would only muddy the waters and make achieving due process and reaching justice all that much harder. For that reason, I supported an amendment offered in the Rules Committee that would ensure that the ongoing and critically important work of law enforcement would continue unimpeded by this commission. For reasons I do not fully understand, this amendment was blocked. Moreover, in my personal opinion, the commission would benefit from any revelations emerging from the investigations currently underway. In addition, I note that it was 14 months between the events of 9/11 and the creation of the 9/11 Commission. During that time, many facts emerged that informed the investigation of the Commission. The same could be true here. As such, it makes sense to take more time prior to commencing an undertaking like this Commission. Though I have reservations about the bill, I have no reservations at all about the job Ranking Member Katko and Chairman Thompson have done. I am hopeful that this bill will be improved further as it proceeds through the legislative process. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge opposition to this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is now recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, let me also, agree with the gentleman that Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko deserve an enormous amount of credit. They negotiated a truly bipartisan deal. I've taken note of the letter that Minority Leader McCarthy sent to Speaker Pelosi of all the things that he wanted in this deal. He got virtually every one of them, all in this bipartisan deal. And now all of a sudden, it's not good enough. And all the concerns that my good friend raised are addressed in this bill. The commission could look at anything and investigate anything related to the violence that occurred here on January 6th. I mean, what happened here, isn't that a big enough deal to merit an investigation? I don't get it. But in any event, and in the bill, by the way, is language that is quite clear about how this commission will not interfere with any other ongoing investigations. In fact, very similar to the 9/11 Commission, it will be informed by other investigations and complement other investigations. So again, I urge my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to vote for this commission out of respect for the people who work here, out of respect for this institution, out of respect for our democracy. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
Gentleman yields 1 minute to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia. Is recognized now for 1 minute.
I thank my good friend for yielding. As the Congresswoman for the District of Columbia, where the January 6th insurrection occurred, I was one of the first members of Congress to call for and introduce legislation to create a 9/11 style commission to investigate the attack and to ensure that it never happens again. I strongly support the commission bill. The supplemental security appropriation bill provides $66.7 million to eliminate the long-running deficit in the federally funded D.C. Emergency Planning and Emergency Fund. That fund pays for the unique public safety and security costs D.C. incurs as the nation's capital and is designed to cover the district's costs up front so that D.C. does not have to expend local funds for federal purposes and seek an appropriation to be reimbursed after the fact. Over the last several years, our Republican colleagues have opposed fully funding the D.C. fund. The January 6th insurrection shows Congress must never shortchange security in the nation's capital again. I also appreciate that the appropriation bill would mirror two of my bills, prohibiting the use of funds in the bill to install. Could I have another 30 seconds?
I yield the gentlewoman an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
Prohibiting the use of funds in the bill to install permanent above-ground fencing at the Capitol complex and requiring Capitol Police officers to wear body cameras. In February, I introduced legislation to prohibit funds for permanent fencing at the Capitol complex, and in March, the House passed my bill to require federal police officers to wear body cameras as part of the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act of 2021. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up House Resolution 153, a resolution condemning the recent hate crimes committed against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. To further explain our amendment, I now yield 4 minutes to my good friend,
so ordered,
the author of the resolution, Ms. Steele of California.
Mr. How much time?
4 minutes, Madam Speaker.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the previous question. If the previous question is defeated, Republicans will amend this rule to immediately consider House Resolution 153, the condemning recent hate crimes committed against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. This bipartisan bill was the very first bill I introduced in Congress. I am here today to condemn the recent discrimination and violence that our AAPI community has experienced. I spoke on this issue yesterday, and I'm proud to be standing here again today. I was born in Korea and raised in Japan. I'm living my American dream, and I am a proud American. I am honored every day to represent my community in Congress. Unfortunately, hate crime, the Asian American community is not new. And as an American who loves this country dearly, this issue is very personal to me. Hate crimes committed against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have been on the rise since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Between March and December of last year, nearly 3,000 first-hand accounts of anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander hate crimes were recorded in the United States. Their recording has now been updated by the group Stop AAPI Hate, and between March 2020 and March 2021, more than 6,000 hate crimes or hate incidents reported. This includes physical assault, verbal assault, and online bullying of Asian Americans. My home state of California makes up more than 40% of these incidents and crimes. It is heartbreaking to read the news stories of these crimes, and my heart goes out to all those who have been victims of this violence. That is why the first bill I introduced in Congress in February was House Resolution 153. It is the only bipartisan legislation in the House of its kind, and I am proud that it has been co-sponsored by several of my Democratic colleagues, including Congress members Katie Porter, Lou Correa, Alan Lowenthal, and Mike Levin. This resolution is very simple. It condemns all expressions of anti-Asian and Pacific Islander intolerance and calls on federal, state, and local officials to work together to investigate and improve reporting of these crimes. Yesterday, I spoke about how I was disappointed that this truly bipartisan resolution was not a part of this week's conversation and was not being considered on the floor. But today, we have another opportunity to show solidarity with our AAPI community and vote on my bipartisan resolution. Discrimination and hate against any community are not against the fundamental values of American culture. Discrimination and hate have no place in this great country. I am proud that my resolution has support from both sides of the aisle, unlike the other bills on the floor today. I hope we can work together to put an end to this hate. I'm asking my colleagues to vote no on the previous questions so that I can bring my bipartisan bill condemning hate crime against API on the floor. I yield the balance to my time.
Gentlewoman yields the balance of her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of S937 and HRes 275, two bills we are considering this week. S937 was passed yesterday, and right after this debate, we are going to pass HRes 275, two bills condemning condemning hate crimes against Asian Americans in this country.
Without objection, so ordered.
At this point, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3233, which creates a bipartisan, independent commission to investigate the attacks on the Capitol on January 6th. Why do we need this commission? We need this commission because the American people must understand exactly what happened so we can all forge a more resilient democracy. We need this commission because on January 6th, I was lying on the floor to avoid possible shooters in this very chamber, holding a gas mask in one hand and a phone in the other as I called my husband in case I didn't make it home. We need this commission because despite our own experiences, despite video footage, despite testimony by police, it has been suggested that this was simply a normal tourist event. Well, we have a lot of tourism where I'm from. People visit our beautiful shore and historic sites, and no tourist event I have ever seen looks like that day. As the New York Times reported, the pure savagery of the mob was breathtaking, as cataloged by injuries inflicted. One police officer lost an eye, another the tip of his finger. Still another was shocked so many times with a taser gun that he had a heart attack. We need this commission, Madam Speaker. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, when I joined the Marine Corps, the most sacred part of my oath was to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I took that oath again when I swore into his office as a member of Congress. I never thought I would have to defend this oath against domestic enemies on the floor of Congress, but on January 6th, I did. Democracy is fragile. We have seen it across the world. When leaders cower in the face of an attack on democracy, it can be lost. And let's be clear, democracy itself was violently attacked on January 6th. And if we don't stand up for it, it will happen again. If we don't tell the truth about what happened on January 6th, it will happen again. We don't have swift and harsh accountability for everyone involved in January 6th, it will happen again. If all of us don't stand up to traitors and cowards in defense of our Constitution, January 6th will happen again. That's why all of us have an obligation today to defend our democracy and support the creation of a national commission to investigate the January 6th attack, because it can never be allowed to happen again. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma.
Madam Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from the family of United States Capitol Police Officer Howie Liebengood, who died by suicide. His death was a direct result of the trauma and strain from the January 6th attack. Madam Speaker, in the statement, the family of Officer Liebengood states, and I quote, "We believe a thorough, nonpartisan investigation into the root causes of and the response to the January 6th riot is essential for our nation to move forward." Howie's death was an immediate outgrowth of those events, and I ask unanimous consent that this be part of the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, this time I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's hardly anything this Congress can do that will be more important than having a bipartisan commission to look at the insurrection that occurred in this Capitol on January the 6th. There was an attempt to overturn our Constitution, to displace the Electoral College and the peaceful transition of power that makes our country unique and special among the countries of the world. This wouldn't have happened but for the president at the time telling people to come to Washington on January 6th, no other date but the date of the Electoral College, to fight like hell or you won't have a government anymore, and telling them he would walk with them to the Capitol and told them where to go. This cannot happen again. If we don't have this commission and reveal the truth, it will happen again. if you can't handle the truth. Get the truth out. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of the time. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Madam Speaker, I continue to reserve my
Gentleman
time.
continues to reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a May 19th letter from the Bipartisan Policy Center in support of H.R. 3233, the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol Complex Act. In the letter, the co-chairs of the 9/11 Commission, Governor Tom Kean and Representative Lee Hamilton, state, and I quote, "A full accounting of the events of January 6th and the identification of measures to strengthen the Congress can help our country heal," end quote. And at this point, I yield
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from Mississippi, distinguished chairman, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of H.Res. 409, which allows for debate on H.R. 3233, the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol Complex Act. After months of negotiations last week, I was pleased to introduce this measure with the gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko. Back to 2007, I was proud to be the lead sponsor of legislation to implement the unfulfilled recommendations of the 9/11 Commission. I can say with certainty at that time, I could never have imagined that I would be standing here today, almost 15 years later, advocating for the establishment of a 9/11-style commission to investigate a violent domestic attack on the United States Capitol. On January 6th, the world watched Americans storm the Capitol and engage in violence to try to intimidate and prevent Congress from carrying out its constitutional duty to certify the presidential election, a solemn process central to the peaceful transfer of power in our democracy. Like the 9/11 terrorist attack, the events of January 6th have cast a long shadow on our country. Like the 9/11 terrorist attack, it's raised fundamental questions about information sharing, coordination, preparedness, and response at all levels of government. When the defenses around the citadel of our democracy fail, as profoundly as they did on January 6th, attention must be paid. At least one Capitol police officer died because of the violence that day. Others died too, and injuries were extensive also, not the least the body blow of America's confidence that the reforms undertaken after 9/11 would deliver better information sharing and coordination to keep us secure. H.R. 3233 authorizes the establishment of a 10-member commission that mirrors the 9/11 Commission, the gold standard for bipartisan commissions. The January 6th Commission would be required to investigate and report on all facts and causes of the attacks, including relevant influencing factors that may contribute to the attack. Given how politically charged the events of January 6th have become, we need to come together in a patriotic, bipartisan way and approve this independent body just as we did when we approved the creation of the 9/11 Commission. The 9/11 Commission acted not out of partisanship, but out of patriotism. We need that same sense of duty today. Apathy is not a security strategy, and neither are ignorance and willful disregard. After such a shocking attack, nothing short of a full accounting of what took place would put us on a path to improving our homeland security. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. His gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my good friend, the distinguished chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, for his excellent work on this bill. And I want to thank his ranking member and negotiating partner. I think they frankly moved us in the right direction toward agreement. We continue to have concerns, but it's a long legislative process. Obviously, we'll have to pass something through the Senate as well. So it's my hope we can build upon their work and continue to move forward. We're not prepared at this time to provide, huge support for this bill. We think it can continue to improve, but that doesn't take anything away from my appreciation and admiration for the gentleman from Mississippi for his good work, and we'll continue to try and work with him and others and get to a place where we can all come to agree. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, I would, let's be clear that opposition to this commission is not about substance or policy. It really is about politics, plain and simple. At least my Republican colleagues on the Senate side are willing to admit that. Senator Thune said that there's concern among Republicans that the findings could be, quote, weaponized politically and drug into next year, end quote. I get that his members want to, quote, be moving forward and not looking backward, but this was an attack on the United States Capitol and all the people who work here, and it was an attack on our democracy. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a CNN article entitled "Republicans Fear January 6 Probe Could Undercut 2022 Midterm Messages."
Without objection, so ordered.
At this point, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in support of truth and justice. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, two honorable men, you all oversee this. I'm happy about that. That attack was born of lies. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the worst external terrorist attack in our modern history. The gravest attack ever on American democracy came 133 days ago. That attack was born of lies. It was born about the voting, about elections, about our democracy. These lies divided our country. They spread across our land like a plague. On December 11th, I warned on this floor of elected officials across this nation amplifying big lies. On January 6th, the world saw the result. Like the 9/11 Commission, it is modeled after. This commission must hold allegiance only to the truth. A full investigation in this attack must reflect on how the spark of resurrection and insurrection was ignited and who fanned the flames. It was our sacred duty,
Madam time has expired.
Speaker, and I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve my
Gentleman
time.
reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espiat.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the rule and underlying bills. January 6 was an unprecedented event that exposed a real threat to the beating heart of our democracy, our capital, and all of us who work in it. Shortly after the insurrection, I expressed the need to form a 9/11-style commission, not only to get to the bottom of this and who was responsible for it, but also to ensure that it never happens again. This is exactly what these bills do, Madam Speaker. The security of our capital and our democracy is not a partisan issue. However, the other side of the aisle has attempted to turn this into a sideshow, Madam Speaker, into a circus. I submit to you that the attempted murder of our Vice President, that the attempted murder of our Speaker, the attempted murder of any one of us is not a sideshow, it's not a circus, it's a real threat to everyone across this great land. Taken together, these two critical bills will help us finally recover from the January 16 insurrection. We must ensure that these sacred halls will never again be overrun by racist thugs against our democracy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Time has expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve my time.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the rule and the establishment of a national commission to study the events of January 6, 2021. The January 6th insurrection was a violent and bloody attack on our democracy. Domestic terrorists stormed this building. They did so in order to stop the peaceful transition of power, to keep Donald Trump in office even after he lost the 2020 election fair and square. We've never seen this type of attack before in this country. I pray we never will again. But that's why we need to establish a national commission to understand how this happened, to gather all the facts surrounding these events, and most importantly, to ensure that it never happens again. I want to thank Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko for working across the aisle to establish this bipartisan commission. The people who took part in this insurrection caused great damage to this building. Dozens of people were injured and 5 people lost their lives. But despite the horror of that day, our democracy endured. And this commission will allow us to understand how this happened and how we prevented and gather all the facts. The search for truth matters. Protecting our democracy matters. This should be a bipartisan vote to strongly support the work of this commission. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Madam Speaker, I continue to reserve my
Gentleman
time.
continues to reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I'm having trouble trying to figure out exactly what the problem that some of my Republican colleagues may have with this bill, and maybe based on the lack of speakers, they're having trouble figuring it out too. I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, the distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the rule and underlying bills before us today. It's been over 4 months since the attack on the Capitol, an attack which disrupted a joint session of Congress and threatened one of the most essential pillars of our American government, the peaceful and democratic transfer of power. That lawless assault threatened not just the foundations of our government, but also the lives of those who serve their fellow citizens here. That assault shattered the illusion of security and sanctity of this building, the United States Capitol. We remain eternally grateful for the bravery and patriotism of the members of the U.S. Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police who heroically defended this building, its occupants, and our democracy. But it is long past time to launch an independent, bipartisan examination of what occurred on January 6, why it occurred, and how to prevent it from ever happening again. We need a commission with the power and authority to collect evidence and make recommendations across multiple agencies, committees, and branches of government impacted by the attack. Almost as soon as the tear gas and broken glass had been cleared in the wee hours of January 7th, we began hearing calls for unity. But what has remained elusive is a shared set of facts behind which the nation can unify and forge a path to healing and accountability for the events of January 6th. That path starts with these bills. We cannot repair the damage to our government and the rule of law so long as we have national leaders, or those who seek to be, propagating lies about why our government was attacked and the gravity of the events of January 6th. Those falsehoods are incredibly dangerous, and so long as they remain unchallenged by a bipartisan, independent commission, we are never going to get past the dark part of our history. In addition to creating this bipartisan commission, we also need to pass the emergency supplemental appropriations bill to fund the many additional expenses which were created by the Capitol attack, including overtime, staffing, training for law enforcement, reimbursing the National Guard, and so much more. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote for this rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman very much. I was here on 9/11, and I could see the billowing smoke as we ran for our lives, as the planes were hitting the Pentagon, the aftermath. I was here on 1/6 when screaming voices came and glass began to break, as the video has shown us, and the video of beating and beating and beating. My tribute to all of the officers. We've heard the story of Officer Fanone. All we want is truth, and all we want is for the big lie to be undone. It is important to support H.R. 3233, the National Commission to investigate the January 6th and the underlying emergency supplemental that General Honore and his committee so aptly did. Thank you to Chairman Thompson and Katko. Be reminded of the fact that it was the former president still lingering, lashing around, instead of allowing the transfer of peaceful government to go. He is now pushing big lies. I want the vice president to live. I wanted the speaker to live. I wanted members to live. I wanted black officers not to be under the threat of racist overtones. And so this commission will listen to it all. I ask my colleagues, get rid of the big lie, stand on the Constitution and the flag, justice and equality for all, pass H.R. 3233, the National Commission to investigate the January 6th. I yield back.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentlelady yield back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have some speakers on the way.
We'll just. Would the gentleman like to
how much?
reserve?
May I inquire how much time we have remaining on both sides?
That'll take a few moments for us to figure out. I'll be right back.
Okay.
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 6.5 minutes, and if you give me a moment, I'll report on the gentleman from Oklahoma. 17.5 minutes for the gentleman from Oklahoma.
I just say to the gentleman, I'm happy to reserve if he wants to use some of his time.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman continues to reserve.
Wait, let me Mr. Speaker, let me.
Recognized.
Is he here? Oh, yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, I encourage all members here today to read today's Washington Post editorial questioning Leader McCarthy's political courage in opposing this bill and calling for him to testify under oath about his eyewitness experience of the violence and former President Trump's apparent indifference to it. The editorial also criticizes his false equivalence of Black Lives Matter protests to the Capitol invasion and his minimization of the insurrection's significance, which only encourages the lies on which it is based. And I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert that into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
At this time, Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Chairman, the January 6th insurrection against our Congress, our Constitution, and our election was the worst political crimes in American history. It interrupted the peaceful transfer of power. It injured and wounded, hospitalized more than 140 law enforcement officials who were punched, kicked, maced, spat upon, speared by Confederate battle flags, Donald Trump flags, American flags. They had eyes gouged. One lost several fingers. They turned the Capitol of the United States, they turned this chamber into a crime scene. The independent January 6th Commission legislation brought forth by Chairman Thompson, a Democrat, and Congressman Katko, a Republican, is bipartisan in composition. 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats. Equal subpoena power. It is nonpartisan in design and in function. Its whole purpose is to determine the events and the causes of those events on January 6th so we can prepare effectively to stop it from ever happening again to the people of America. The key precedents, the 9/11 Commission, which was critical for mobilizing public attention to the dangers of al-Qaeda and other foreign terror networks and helping us to rectify inadequacies in our security infrastructure and to prepare to defend our democracy. Today, the #1 security threat facing the American people is domestic violent extremism, and we saw what domestic violent extremism can do when it broke into our house on January 6th. According to Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, domestic violent extremism poses the most lethal and persistent terrorism-related threat to our country today. Abraham Lincoln made a beautiful speech that I recommend to all of my colleagues before they vote on this legislation today, the Lyceum Address, where he said, all of the armies of Europe, all of the armies of Africa and Asia could never conquer American democracy. But if there is a mortal threat to us, it will come from within, from dissension within and threats to the constitutional order from within. So we must pay attention to what happened on January 6th, and we must honor those brave men and women who fought for hours against medieval-style waves of violence raining down upon them on that day. And we must do honor to future generations of Americans to find out exactly what happened and why and how to stop it in the future. Let's pass this legislation today. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I think we're ready to close. We'll let the gentleman use up his 17 minutes to close.
I'm certainly prepared to close whenever my friend would like.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves.
Madam Speaker, I yield
Gentleman from
myself the
Oklahoma
balance
is
of my
recognized.
time. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in closing, I oppose the rule. Majority is proposing two significant pieces of legislation today. Unfortunately, concerns remain with both of them. H.R. 3237, the supplemental appropriations package intended to provide funds for the security of the Capitol complex, is unfortunately and unnecessarily a partisan bill. It was the subject of bipartisan negotiations, and there's no reason we could not have gotten to a bipartisan result had the majority wanted to do so. Instead, we're left with a partisan package that does not meet the needs of the institution and, frankly, has no chance of becoming law in its current form. I would urge my friends particularly to look at the section relating to the Rapid Response Force. That's something where I think, honestly, a little bit more reflection, we could find some common ground. I think it's a mistake to put a force like that under the control of either the District of Columbia or the executive branch. I think we need direct control of that ourselves. I know some of my colleagues on the other side feel strongly that way too. It simply makes sense. If we're having a crisis here, we ought to make the decision if we need an extra force. And I think if we keep working at it, we're going to find some common ground there. And I hope that we do. H.R. 3233 establishes a commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the Capitol complex. And here, too, I want to acknowledge that real progress was made in the course of negotiations. And I want to commend particularly Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko for having brought us closer to agreement. However, on our side, many of us continue to have reservations about this bill and the parameters of the commission itself. After all, the events of January 6th did not occur in a vacuum. If we truly hope to find answers to the American people, then we must take into account everything, all of the other political violence that's taken place in recent years. And I would just ask my friends go back, and I know they have, and look at the 9/11 Commission, which did exactly that. It didn't just look at 9/11. It looked at the attack on the USS Cole. It went back to the attack on the African embassies that we experienced. So there's room here, I think, for context and additional discussion. We also have concerns structurally with some of the staffing provisions, other items that I've mentioned that we hopefully would look. So we would like to continue to work on that. I think we could have made good progress had any of the amendments that were offered in the Rules Committee been made in order. My friends chose not to do that. That's their privilege to do so, but I think it probably obstructed what could have been a larger bipartisan vote for this particular piece of legislation. But again, we'll see going forward. What we do here isn't the final arbiter. This is one stage in the process. The United States Senate is the next stop. Hopefully there'll be some changes made there. Then it would have to come back here. So we should look on both of these matters as stops in a journey or parts of a journey, not as the final decision on any of them. So with that, Madam Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields himself the remaining time. He's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am deeply disappointed that any of my Republican colleagues would oppose the creation of this commission. You know, there's a lot of talk all the time about the need for bipartisanship. And that's what we have here. This is true bipartisanship. The distinguished Minority Leader sent a letter to Speaker Pelosi asking for an equal 5-5 ratio in apportionment and appointments by Democrats and Republicans on this commission. He got it. He asked for co-equal subpoena power. He got it. He asked for no inclusion of findings or other predetermined conclusions which ultimately should be rendered by the Commission itself. He got it. Now, maybe he didn't think he would, but Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko, who was appointed by the minority leader to negotiate on behalf of the Republicans, came to a deal, a genuinely bipartisan deal, to look into the horrific acts of what happened in this chamber on January 6th. I was here that day. They were not ordinary tourists who came in here. My colleagues on the Republican side were here today. There are pictures of them helping to barricade the doors. They know exactly what happened on January 6th. Those people who attacked the Capitol, were not here to make a political point. They were here to desecrate this building and hurt people. And look, we as members of Congress, we sign up for this job. But I want you to vote for this commission, not because of us, but because of the people who work here, our staff, the support staff, the Capitol Police, the people who work in our cafeterias, who maintain this building. They were traumatized by what happened here today. And our response to all of this is, well, let's move on. Let's not do this, in spite of a truly bipartisan negotiation and a bipartisan commission. This is so disappointing. I mean, don't talk to us about bipartisanship, and then when you get it, turn your back on it. Madam Speaker, I'm sick and tired of those who want to hover around mistruths and lies and spread conspiracy theories. What happened 133 days ago can never be normalized. We all have to speak the truth. And we must act to prevent it from ever happening again. And that starts with not only passing this rule, but passing this bipartisan bill to establish a bipartisan commission to produce a report for the American people. And so we know clearly and credibly as to what happened, and then we can take additional actions to make sure it never happens again. As I said in my opening, vote for this out of respect for this institution, out of respect for our democracy, out of respect for the truth, out of respect for the people who work for you, who come here every day and work for you. We owe it to them and to this country to move forward. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back, moves the previous question. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The previous question.
On that, I would request the yeas and nays.
Gentlemen, pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on adoption of House Resolution 275, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 275, resolution condemning the horrific shootings in Atlanta, Georgia on March 16, 2021, and reaffirming the House of Representatives' commitment to combating hate, bigotry, and violence against the Asian American and Pacific Islander community.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Ruppersberger of Maryland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye on H.R. 275.
What purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on HRES 275.
I'll live on them. At least as long as you do.
I know that would have been fun. John and I were.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on HRES 275.
Yeah, actually. I hadn't thought of that until now, yeah. Not me. Oh, sure. You want to catch
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 275.
From Illinois rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRES 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on HRES 275.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 275.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote yes on HRES 275.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 275. And as the member designated by Mr. Courtney, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Courtney will vote yes on HRES 275.
Purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Woman from Michigan, rise.
As the member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on HRES 275.
Purposes, gentleman from California, rise.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 275.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on HRES 275.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HRES 275.
Louisiana, rise.
Designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on H.Res. 275.
From Pennsylvania, rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the House Resolution 275. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Missouri rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote yes on HRES 275.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on HRES 275.
What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRES 275. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRES 275.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on House Resolution 275.
Does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRES 275.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey rise? Purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on HRES 275.
What purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HRES 275. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on HRES 275.
Purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, I'm mistaken on the previous announcement. As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the previous question on H.Res. 275.
The gentleman from South Carolina rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on HRS 275.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on HRes 275.
On this vote, the yeas are 244, the nays are 180. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on passage of H.R. 1629, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1629,
a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act with respect to limitations on exclusive approval or licensure of orphan drugs and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Purposes, the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on H.R. 1629.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
Purposes does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Young of the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on H.R. 1629. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin to H.Res. 8, I would inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 1629. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry in North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I affirm to the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yea on H.R. 1629. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 1629. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As a member designated, Mr. Speaker, by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on H.R. 1692.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 1629.
Woman from Connecticut seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 1629. And as the member designated by Mr. Courtney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Courtney will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
On this vote, the yeas are 400 and the nays are 20.
Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 23. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 409, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 18, House Resolution 409, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3233, to establish the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol Complex and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3237, making emergency supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, and for other purposes.
The question is on the order of the previous question. On the resolution, members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
You're fine.
Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on House Resolution 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Al Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
Gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Why, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Young from Alaska, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Courtney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Courtney will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Seek recognition.
Designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Beatty will be voting yes on ordering the previous question.
Huh? I know, I'm ready. Indiana. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on the previous question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters pursuant to House Rules Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 204. The previous question.
Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania votes no. Mr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Ayes and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRS 409. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRS 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote yes on H Resolution 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay on H.R. 409. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 409. And as the member designated by Mr. Courtney pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Courtney will vote yes on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young of the great state of Alaska pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on House Resolution
For what purpose
409.
does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Beatty will vote yes on H.R. 409.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H-Res 409. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H-Res 409.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on H-Res 409.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote yes on H-Res 409.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on H.R. 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H-Res 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H-Res 409.
So after. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H-Res 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H-Res 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on HRS 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 409.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on H-Res 409.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 208. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Good luck. Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 409, I call up H.R. 3233 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3233, a bill to establish a national commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 409, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee of Homeland Security. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3233, the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol Complex Act. On January 6th, the world watched Americans storm the Capitol and engage in violence to try to intimidate and prevent Congress from carrying out its constitutional duty to certify a presidential election, a solemn process central to the peaceful transfer of power in our democracy. Many of us sitting here today were rushed out of this very chamber by Capitol Police to safety as violent attackers roamed the halls, hunting for our colleagues and the Vice President. I was in the gallery that day, watching the debate when this temple of our democracy was desecrated and debased. At least one Capitol Police officer died because of the violence that day. Others died too. And there were extensive injuries associated with the attacks, not the least of which was the body blows to Americans' confidence that the reforms undertaken after the 9/11 terrorist attacks would make us more secure. Like the 9/11 attacks, the event of January 6th have cast a long shadow on our country. And like the 9/11 attacks, the January 6th attack raises fundamental questions about information sharing, coordination, preparedness, and response at all levels of government. We need a bipartisan commission made up of experts to come together to give us an unvarnished view of what happened that day, examine why our systems failed, and develop bipartisan recommendations for reform to address any identified gaps. I'm proud to be here with my partner on the Homeland Security Committee, the gentleman from New York, John Katko, to debate a bill that establishes a 10-member commission that mirrors the 9/11 Commission, the gold standard for bipartisan commissions. The January 6th Commission would be required to investigate and report on the facts and causes of the attack, including relevant contributing factors. A commission of this nature in some form has been talked about by members of Congress, national experts, and others for some time now. Over the past 4 months, discussion drafts have been circulated, pros and cons have been weighed, and obstacles have been overcome to get us to this day. Given how politically charged the events of January 6th have become, we need to come together in a patriotic, bipartisan way and approve this independent body, just as we created the 9/11 Commission. The 9/11 Commission acted not out of partisanship, but out of patriotism. We need that same sense of duty today. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this year we'll observe the 20th anniversary of the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001. It will serve as a somber reminder of the fragility of our security, the bravery of our law enforcement, first responders, and the resilience of our democracy. After the attacks on 9/11, Congress recognized the importance of establishing a bipartisan commission to investigate these brazen acts of terrorism. This body recognized the need to find the truth and help all of us understand how these heinous acts that not only forever changed our country, but also the entire world, could have been carried out. The highly respected 9/11 Commission identified numerous challenges that needed to be addressed, which ultimately led to many concrete recommendations that were later enacted into law. These critical reforms vastly improved our information sharing, intelligence collection, vetting capabilities,
and broader homeland security enterprise. The security breach that took place at the U.S. Capitol on January 6 was completely unacceptable. It was a major breakdown in information sharing and preparedness, much like the shortfalls that existed prior to 9/11. It was not only an attack on this institution, but an attack on our law enforcement brethren who defend us every day. Unfortunately, we know that the Capitol, federal buildings, and even members of Congress remain a target for extremists of all ideologies, as we all saw most recently during the April 2nd vehicle attack that took the life of Capitol Hill police officer William Billy Evans. The bill before us today, H.R. 3233, would create an independent, bipartisan commission to investigate the relevant facts and circumstances relating to the January 6th attack on the Capitol, as well as targeted violence and domestic terrorism relevant to that attack. It also charges the commission with providing and finding recommendations to, among other things, prevent, prepare for, and respond to similar attacks, improve the security posture of the Capitol complex, and ensure the security of members of Congress and congressional staff. Modeled after the 9/11 Commission, this bill creates a 10-member panel with 5 commissioners appointed by each party and equal subpoena authority. While the expedited December 2021 deadline would only give the Commission about 6 months to do its job, there's good reason for that. The American people and the Capitol Police deserve answers and action as soon as possible to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. We must find answers to the many questions surrounding that day. What information was known leading up to January 6th? Why was that information not shared with the proper entities? Why were Capitol Police officers left so unprepared? Who failed to provide them with support? Why did it take so long for reinforcements to come to their aid? How can we improve the decision-making and bureaucracy that is clearly hampering the Capitol Police and security of the Capitol complex? How can we ensure that the Capitol, members of Congress, and our staffs are secure from attacks? And how do we ensure that this is a safer place for members of the Capitol Police Force who risk their lives every day to protect us? These are only a few of the many questions that need to be answered. The American people and the Capitol Police deserve those answers. As I've called for since the days just after the attack, an independent 9/11 style review is critical for removing the politics around January 6th and focusing solely on the facts and circumstances of the security breach at the Capitol, as well as other instances of violence relevant to such a review. Make no mistake about it. Mr. Thompson and I know this is about facts. It's not partisan politics. We would have never got to this point if it was about partisan politics. And thanks to the strong partnership with Mr. Thompson, the Homeland Security Committee remains a bipartisan committee focused on securing the nation while leaving partisanship at the door, which is exactly what the American people expect of us. Chairman Thompson and I were able to work together to block out all the political noise surrounding the January 6th attack and turn the Speaker's partisan proposal into a reasonable, nonpartisan bill. Now, H.R. 3233 is nearly identical to the original Commission bill, H.R. 275, that I, along with 30 other Republican co-sponsors, introduced on January 13, 6 days after the attack. I sincerely appreciate Chairman Thompson's robust collaboration and strong commitment, as well as his friendship, by working together on this effort. The American people expect Congress to put partisanship aside for the sake of our homeland security. I fully recognize that in a diverse body like this, members come down on different sides of different issues. I welcome that. We all should. That's America. Because after all, none of this is personal. It's about our mutual desire to keep America safe and secure. To my friends on both sides of the aisle, I welcome honest, vigorous, and civil debate. At the end of the day, I strongly believe this is a fair and necessary legislation. I encourage all members, Republicans and Democrats alike, to put down their swords for once, just for once, and support this bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say to the ranking member, this won't be the last time that we put together legislation for the good of this country. I assure you that. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the Vice Chair of the Homeland Security Committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
As for 2 minutes, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was sworn in the week of January 6th, I never imagined living through an insurrection against the U.S. Capitol during the Electoral College vote count. On January 6th, I felt the same sense of shock and trauma that I had felt on 9/11. Like most of America, I took for granted that the peaceful transfer of power is so natural as to transcend even the most turbulent period of partisan politics. I was wrong. We were all wrong. Democracy is too fragile to be taken for granted. It demands from all of us a vigilant defense. As members of the United States Congress, we took an oath to defend and uphold the Constitution of the United States. The insurrection against the U.S. Capitol was a literal and metaphorical assault on the very Constitution we have been charged with defending. The January 6th Commission is therefore not a choice, but an obligation. We have a duty to investigate what happened and why it happened and who is responsible. As a Congress, if we are not able or willing to ascertain the full truth surrounding an invasion of our very home, of our nation's capital, then why are we here? The 11th hour attempt to sabotage a bipartisan bicameral commission is not a difference of opinion, nor is it politics as usual. It is an abdication of the oath that we took to uphold the Constitution. The United States of America is not a cult of personality, it is a nation of laws. And our loyalty should not be to one political figure or one political party. Our highest loyalty should be to our country and the Constitution that governs it. We must never forget that the truth trumps politics, and if the truth is what we seek, then we have nothing to fear from bringing the clarity that only truth can bring to the chaos and confusion of January 6th. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Meyer.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my strongest support for H.R. 3233, a bill to establish a bipartisan commission to investigate the disgraceful January 6th attack on this institution. Let us be clear. The imperative to have a public, objective, fact-based investigation of the Capitol attack is not a partisan issue, and it should never be treated as such. A violent mob breached this building to disrupt the lawful presidential transition and threaten the lives of Vice President Pence and members of Congress. That this mob attacked the Capitol with the encouragement of prominent elected officials is a chilling reminder of President Reagan's warning that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. Unfortunately, many who rightly criticized and condemned the attack that day have walked back their words or softened their speech. But even more troubling, there has been an active effort to whitewash and rewrite the shameful events of that day to avoid accountability and turn away from difficult truths. If we avoid confronting what happened here just a few short months ago, we can be sure that intimidation, coercion, and violence will become a defining feature of our politics. On the evening of January 6th, as I was walking back to the Capitol after it was cleared of rioters, I received a text from a constituent who asserted that those who stormed the Capitol today were the true American heroes, that the election was a fraud, and that I must know that that was true. He then warned, "You can bet that there will be more blood on Congress's hands if you let that stand." I refuse to accept that possibility, this abrogation of a sacred obligation to the Republic. There is no replacement for an independent, bipartisan commission with a mandate to produce a definitive report to the public to clear away myths and fictions and get right on the facts. This is not picking at a scab. In order to scab over, a cut has to first heal. Rather than start to mend, the wound from January 6th was hastily bandaged and continues to fester. Only by airing it out and addressing what occurred can we hope to move past and heal. I applaud my friend Congressman John Katko for his good faith, bipartisan leadership to put this commission in place. I supported this effort in January, I support it today, and I urge my colleagues to do so as well. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a member of the Homeland Security Committee in strong support of H.R. 3233, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko's bill to form a bipartisan independent commission to investigate the January 6th domestic terrorism attack on the United States Capitol. On January 6th, the world witnessed an attempted insurrection against our government to overturn the will of the American people. I know that because I was right here in this House chamber that day as doors were barricaded and members and staff were forced to evacuate. The mob that stormed our Capitol, resulting in the death of a Capitol police officer, tore down the American flag and desecrated the seat of our democracy. These lawless thugs, led by members of extremist groups like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, Stop the Steal, attempted an insurrection. In the end, they failed. We gathered back together here, uncowed, and the Electoral College was certified. But true healing cannot come without a serious investigation and real accountability. I'm very proud that last night the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus, 29 Democrats and 29 Republicans, came together to endorse this legislation, putting aside politics to get to the bottom of what happened that day. This bipartisan commission, modeled the 9/11 Commission, will undertake an investigation into the facts and what caused the attack. Mr. Speaker, this legislation will help us deter further would-be extremists and provide the law enforcement, Homeland Security community with the tools needed to protect the Capitol and our country from future attacks. I want to thank Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko for their extraordinary leadership and months of hard work together on the bill, the way governing should occur. I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join in support of securing and protecting the very foundation of our democracy, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from New York, Chair of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I thank the distinguished chair for his tremendous leadership. The January 6th Bipartisan Commission will explore what happened on that fateful day, why it happened, and how do we prevent another violent insurrection and attack on the Capitol from ever happening again. In the aftermath of the attack on Pearl Harbor, America had a bipartisan commission. In the aftermath of the September 11th attack, America had a bipartisan commission. In the aftermath of the attack on this Capitol on January 6th, America should have a bipartisan commission. The violent insurrection was an attack on the Congress, the Constitution, and the Capitol. Lives were lost. More than 140 officers were seriously injured. A violent mob stormed this building to assassinate the Speaker, hang Mike Pence, and hunt down members of Congress. They urinated, defecated, and desecrated the citadel of our democracy. It was a violent attack designed to bring about one objective: halt Congress from undertaking our constitutional responsibilities. And yet a few of my colleagues seem to want to convince America that it was all puppies and rainbows. We will not be hoodwinked. We will not be bamboozled. We will not be led astray. The January 6th Bipartisan Commission will find the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that's the American way. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the former Secretary of State from Rhode Island, who's now a member of the Homeland Security Committee, the gentleman, Mr. Langevin.
How much time, Mr. Thompson?
1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3233. On September 11, 2001, I was a freshman in Congress. We suffered attacks that day because of a failure of imagination. Since then, I've dedicated myself to getting ahead of the curve, to seeing over the horizon, to preventing another such devastating surprise. Yet on January 6th, I, along with so many others, were caught by surprise. In the past 5 months, I've reflected. What signs did we miss? Were we unprepared for a tide of American rioters? Why were some citizens actually taking the big lie about the election seriously enough to actually commit violence? The January 6th Commission will answer these and many other difficult questions and deliver a complete record for posterity, of what could possibly have happened to bring about such a betrayal of our democracy. We will not defeat darkness with darkness. We need light. We will not defeat lies with lies. We need truth. This commission will bring forth the truth, and it is only the truth that can truly heal the rift that is tearing our country apart. I thank Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko for their leadership, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. January 6th is going to haunt this institution for a long, long time. No, it was not the joyous day on Capitol Hill with our constituents celebrating the start of a new Congress and a new administration. COVID came first, and then this. So nearly 5 months later, we still don't have the answers to the basic questions. Who knew what? When? What did they do about it? I want to thank my colleagues Katko and Thompson for the really good job on working together to establish a bipartisan commission, seeking to find the answers to the questions that are still out there. You know, hundreds of people were arrested. People died. Millions of dollars of damage to this building, feces spread on the walls. And yes, the very core of democracy, this institution was threatened. You know, I wasn't in the chamber that day when the breach was attempted, but I heard the shouts, saw the flashbangs, smelled the gas on that sorry day, and if it had not been for the brave Capitol and Metropolitan policemen and women that day, who knows how many of our heads would have been swinging on those gallows that were constructed on the east front of the Capitol. I talked to the exhausted SWAT team members, the police, and watched some of the body cams. I talked to some of our still shaken colleagues who endured that day. We need the answers, not political rhetoric. That's what this bipartisan commission can provide for all of us, for our country. Let the truth shine in. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko for this legislation. This bill is simply about the truth. It's about the truth behind the assault on our Capitol January 6th. Enough with lies, enough with conspiracy theories. The January 6th Commission will have the power to find the truth. It will have subpoena power to compel people to testify under oath, under penalty of perjury. An attack on our Capitol, an attack on our democracy, an attack on the election of our president. These cannot be tolerated, and they cannot happen again. What happened? What happened January 6th? This bill is about sunshine. This bill is about transparency. That's why I ask for every member on this floor, I ask you to vote aye on this most important measure. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to note for the record that the subpoena to which my colleague from California mentioned can only be issued if there's a consensus by both sides of the aisle on the commission. And it is not something that one side can do unilaterally. And that is one of the key provisions of this because it depoliticizes the process and it's a consensus-driven process. Other than that, I'll reserve my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a member of the Homeland Security Committee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise today understanding that William Cullen Bryant was right. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again. Whether you believe that it was just a group of tourists walking through the Capitol or not, you should want this commission. If you believe that it was an insurrection, you should want this commission. You should want this commission because you cannot bury the truth in an earthly grave of lies and not realize the words of William Cullen Bryant. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again. I want to thank Chairman Thompson and the ranking member for standing together to make this moment possible. Bipartisanship is achieved when you have good, decent people who can stand together for the good of all. God bless you, dear brothers. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman and thank the ranking member for showing no matter how much confusion and upside-down interpretation that leadership may give in changing their mind, truth will prevail. Let us show what America is today. Let us show what unity is today. Let me take a few moments to explain why the intended purpose of the January 6th insurrection to disrupt the joint member of Congress to tally the votes of presidential electors and announce the results to the nation and world was the greatest threat to the American experiment since the Civil War, when the pro-slavery forces would rather make war than let the nation survive, and pro-freedom forces would accept war rather than let the nation perish. I was here on 9/11. I understand what we did not get accomplished, but yet, when we became part of the Homeland Security Committee, we moved the 9/11 Commission that still stands as a standing bearer for finding out what happened. All the American people want, and those officers who have beat and beat and beat, is to find out the truth. This commission will help us find out the truth. It will answer the cry of those law enforcement officers who will call racial names. We'll be able to explain why someone was trying to kill the vice president, kill the speaker, and kill members of Congress. This is a truth time. Can we stand for truth? And might I add, I want to thank all of those officers who put their line in front for us. Let us get them the truth so the nation will know the truth and so we can stand on the truth and be free. I yield back.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the American people, our republic, my colleagues, congressional staff, Capitol Police officers, and the late Officer Brian Sitnick, in support of H.R. 3233, the National Commission to Investigate the January 6th Attack on the United States Capitol Complex Act. Let me be very clear. What took place on January 6th in the United States Capitol building was an act of domestic terrorism. To witness this hallowed place, the seat of our democracy, being breached and invaded by a mob of incensed, bloodthirsty individuals, sycophants all, as we barricaded ourselves in our offices on this floor, fearing for our lives, was devastating beyond belief. It was an attack on our democracy, full stop. This commission is necessary to ensure all parties involved are brought to justice and the American people are made aware of the facts and causes that led to this heinous act of domestic terrorism. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York reserves.
Reserve, sir.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have?
Gentleman from Mississippi has 16 minutes. Yes. 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today our country has a choice: our Constitution or chaos. Our democracy was attacked on January 6th. We survived this once, but we will not survive another attack. And this commission ensures that we are better prepared if one is to come to this House again. But we don't just owe this to our democracy. We owe it to the men and women in uniform who fought in hand-to-hand combat for hours to protect our lives. These are the cops that we see every day. These are the cops who take care of us. 3 of them lost their lives. 1 of them lost a number of fingers, and 1 of them had his eye gouged out. Don't walk away from these cops. We can't agree on much as a country anymore. We choose the news that agrees with us, but this commission cannot be spun. Testimony is the testimony. It's unimpeachable, and it's going to be factual. And we owe those facts, the ground truth, not only to our democracy, but to the police officers who so bravely served us that day. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York continues to reserve.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recognize for 1 minute the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Rice.
Gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Rice is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3233, the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol Complex Act. This cannot be said enough. January 6th was an act of domestic terrorism. An armed mob of insurrectionists stormed the Capitol intending to murder the Speaker, the Vice President, and members of Congress. We cannot let our friends on the other side of the aisle whitewash the events of that day. We cannot let them gaslight the American people by calling January 6th an ordinary tourist visit. The 9/11-style commission we are proposing in this bill will issue a full report on the facts and provide recommendations to prevent future attacks. I truly appreciate Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko for negotiating this bill in good faith. And let me say to my friend, the Ranking Member, Mr. Katko, I want to thank you for actually recognizing the events of January 6th and working to find a bipartisan path forward despite the opposition in his own party. That is a true act of courage and being a true American. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to recognize the gentlelady from New York, from Florida, gentlelady, Ms. Dimmons.
For 1 minute?
From 1 minute.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the insurrectionists attacked this very building we are standing in right now. The violent mob attacked, bear sprayed, and beat down the police officers who protect us every day. 140 officers were injured, and we need to care about that. Some have died, and they deserve better. Mr. Speaker, accountability and truth are the foundation upon which all of our rights and freedoms exist. We need answers, and this commission will give them to us. We need accountability, and this commission will pave the way for full accountability. We need an independent commission, and a vote against it is a vote for a cover-up. Choose ye this day whom you will serve, our democracy or the big lie. History will remember us. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Florida yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol Complex Act. So many questions have surfaced since the attempted insurrection from January 6th. But one question encompasses everything. What happened? A truth-telling commission will set the record straight about the January 6th uprising, its causes, and potential remedial measures. This is about a fact-finding and truth-telling mission. It was the very absence of these two things that helped bring the insurrection on January 6th. We can't move on until we look back and make sure we know what happened, why, and make sure it never happens again. On behalf of fallen Capitol Police Officer Sicknick, the men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police, the Congressional and Capitol Hill staff that keep our offices running, and the American people, we must uncover the truth. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, like all of us, I watched with horror as our Capitol was overrun on January 6th by those seeking to overturn a free and fair election. As a 20-year Navy veteran, I swore an oath multiple times throughout my career to support and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. As members of Congress, we swear the same oath, and we swear this oath not as a member of a political party, but as Americans. There's no carve-out for political expediency. I implore every member of this body to uphold their oath and vote in support of this bipartisan commission. The American people deserve to understand exactly what happened that day in January. I urge my colleagues not to turn this into a partisan litmus test, not to pit Republican against Democrat, and not to perpetuate the big lie. Finding the truth should not be controversial or a question of partisanship. This is about our shared future, the future of this Congress, and the future of democracy. We must do this together. I urge an aye vote, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a listing of national security, military, and elected officials, former members of Congress, U.S. attorneys, diplomats, all who have specific expertise in this matter before the body today. I asked unanimous consent for it to be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I also have for entering into the record a joint statement from Governor Tom Kean and former Congressman Lee Hamilton in support of this commission.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I also have for inclusion into the record from Project Democracy, Ian Besson, the Executive Director.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we've had a number of my colleagues come before us encouraging this body to support this commission and this legislation. They've spoken valiantly in support of it. They have put their hearts and soul into making sure that it is correct and proper. And I'm happy again to share with my colleague from New York. I appreciate working with him. I appreciate the ability to work out our differences. And I think it should be part of the role model for future legislation in this body. But at this point, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield to the leader of the United States House of Representatives, Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for his great leadership working with Ranking Member Capco on bringing this bipartisan legislation to the floor for a bipartisan commission. Let's talk about where we are. Here we are in the capital of the United States. The dome of the U.S. Capitol has always been a beacon of democracy and hope to America and to the world. Under this dome, our nation has abolished slavery, secured equal protections for all, ended a civil war, enfranchised women, established Medicare and Medicaid, voting rights, civil rights, and met the needs of the American people. Under this dome, school children learn about their country's history and what we are doing to advance their future. They come here, they see us honor those who have contributed to the success of our country. Washington, Lincoln, so many, Jefferson, etc. But they know that our founders, those patriots, wanted us to be working for a better future as we honor our history. Under this dome, again, when children learn about our country's history, they learn also about what we are doing for their futures. Legislators pass law, press engages with our democracy, reporting on it. Staff and workers enable all of this to happen. This dome is a symbol of the determination of America, but this was not always so. Well, let us recall that the dome of the Capitol was built during the Civil War, as our country was riven by a brutal conflict. At the time, many said the iron and steel used for construction were needed for the war effort. They urged the president not to continue the work on the dome, but President Lincoln said no. He knew that our country needed a symbol of strength and unity, a reminder of the shared ideals and common purpose that built our nation, a beacon of hope to guide us through times of darkness. And he knew that the work must continue as a sign of our strength and that of the unity of our country. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, on January 6th, in the days, weeks, and months after, the Capitol dome was once again such a beacon. Would we prevail? January 6th was the day called for in the Constitution to validate the presidential election. It was not just another day in the life of Congress. That day, one of the darkest days in our history, our temple of democracy was under assault by insurrectionists. The gleeful desecration of our Capitol resulted in multiple deaths, physical harm to over 140 members of law enforcement, and terror and trauma amongst staff, workers, and even members. The insurrection was called for to impede our constitutional mandate. But the Congress returned to the Capitol that night to accomplish our purpose. We agreed in a bipartisan way that day that we would return to the Capitol. And that sent an important signal to the world. The insurrection called for people to impede our constitutional mandate, but we returned to the Capitol. Thanks to the courage of the Capitol Police, members and support workers, we showed the country and indeed the world that we would not be diverted from our duty, that we would respect our responsibility to the Constitution of the United States. We take that oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Again, in a bipartisan way, we agreed to come back to the Capitol. Today, over 4 months later, many questions regarding the circumstances of this assault on our democracy and the response to it remain. It is imperative that we seek the truth of what happened on January 6th. And to do that, Congress must, in a spirit, I believe, in bipartisanship and patriotism, establish an independent, bipartisan 9/11 type commission. Today, thanks to the leadership of Chairman Benny Thompson and Ranking Member John Eid, legislation to create such a commission is on the House floor. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this is happening 4.5 months after the January 6th insurrection. My colleagues, do you know, that many of you were not here at the time, but legislation establishing the 9/11 Commission was not signed into law. 9/11, mind you, 9/11/2001 was not signed into law until the end of November 2002, over 14 months after the attacks. So people have been saying, how come we don't have a commission? Well, it takes time to build the bipartisanship, come to agreement. And let us hope that the leadership that Mr. Thompson and Mr. Kapko have demonstrated will be leadership that we will follow, that we will continue in the most bipartisan way in order to seek the truth. Today, after 4 months later, many questions regarding the circumstances still exist. This commission is designed to be impartial and experienced. The legislation requires that the commissioners be, quote, prominent United States citizens with national recognition and significant depth of experience. It also indicates that they should not be members of Congress or members elected in other capacity. Commissioners will be appointed from the highest echelons of government service, law enforcement, civil rights, civil liberties, and privacy, the armed forces, intelligence, counterterrorism, cybersecurity, technology, and law. The commission will be, again, bipartisan and bicameral, with commissioners appointed by the majority leaders and majority and minority leadership in the House and Senate, and will be actionable and effective, culminating in a final report on the facts and causes of January 6th, along with recommendations to prevent further attacks on our democratic institutions. I heard you earlier, Mr. Chairman, acknowledge the support and endorsement of the previous chairs of the 9/11 Commission, Governor Kane, and Chairman in the Congress, Lee Hamilton, co-chairs of the 9/11 Commission. They also had written to us earlier on about the need for such a bipartisan commission, but they also wanted not only to find out the truth so this doesn't happen again, but also to reinforce our commitment to democracy and take us on a path that is better and more unifying. And that's a responsibility we have, and that is a hope that I have emerging from this debate, this vote today, that we will be able to have a strong bipartisan vote that takes us down a path more unifying for our country. We have this opportunity. My colleagues, the press says to me, why don't you just go do your own task force, your own select committee and to investigate this? You have the votes, you have the subpoena power, you have this or that. I said, I don't want to do that. We want this to be, as it is shaped, bipartisan, with shared responsibility, shared staff, in a way that the public will have respect for the outcome. To that end, 140 national security leaders had called for such a commission, writing, and this is what they've said, the events of January 6th exposed severe vulnerabilities in the nation's preparedness for preventing and responding to a domestic terrorist attacks. The immediate security failings that permitted such a lethal breach of the Capitol complex by armed extremists raise serious questions and demand immediate solutions. A failure to deploy the full suite of available tools to fully understand January 6th and address its causes will leave the Capitol and the nation vulnerable to future attacks. These are a list of nonpartisan, 140 Democrats, Republicans. I don't even know what party some of them are. Without objection, I would like to submit their statement for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
After the bipartisan agreement on this commission was reached, the respected bipartisan chairs of the 9/11 Commission, Thomas Kean and Lee Hamilton, endorsed it, as was mentioned by the chairman, as I referenced earlier. I want to repeat, because I think it bears repetition, we very strongly urge House members to support H.R. 3233, the bipartisan National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex. That bill would create a 9/11-style commission to investigate the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol. That was a dark day in American history, one of the darkest. As chairman and vice chairman of the 9/11 Commission, unity of purpose was key to the effectiveness of this group. We put country above party, without bias, the events before, during, and after the attack. We sought to understand our vulnerabilities in order to prevent future attacks or future acts of terrorism. The chair and vice chair went on to say, today democracy faces a new threat. The January 6th attack on the United States Capitol was one of the darkest days in the history of our country. Americans deserve an objective and accurate account of what happened. And he said, they said, Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Governor came, as we did in the wake of 9/11, it's time to set aside partisan politics, come together as Americans in common pursuit of truth and justice. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the Capitol of the United States has always been a glorious beacon of democracy for the American people and for the world. This legislation is about something larger even than the Commission, vital as the Commission is. This legislation is about our democracy, about ensuring that the Capitol Dome remains a symbol of freedom, about preserving America's role as an emblem of resilience, determination, and hope to the world. Indeed, creating this commission sends a resounding message to terrorists both at home and abroad. The commitment of the United States Congress to the Constitution and to the American people is unshakable. In establishing the truth of January 6th, this commission will protect our temple of democracy and our democracy itself, and it will ensure that such an attack shall never happen again. Can you just not wait, my colleagues, for a time very soon when children come here to learn, where the press can cover in a more open way, where the American people can come into the people's house. That's what this body this chamber has been called, the people's house. Come to witness the debate that affects their lives. And whatever our disagreement about policy, that they are assured that we are unified in our commitment in honoring our Constitution, respecting the institution in which we serve. At that, I urge a strong bipartisan vote for H.R. 3233 to establish the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex. And I do so with the greatest appreciation and respect to Chairman Benny Thompson and to Ranking Member Katko, and hope again that the spirit of bipartisanship that they engendered in bringing this legislation to the floor will only grow as we go forward with the Commission and with its recommendations. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
From Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Speaker for her comments. And I want to just reiterate for everyone to understand, the way that Mr. Thompson and I crafted this bill, we crafted it in such a manner to make sure that it would be depoliticized entirely. There is an equal number of members on both sides, appointed by both sides. They have equal subpoena power. They can't subpoena one person without the other person on the other side of the aisle agreeing. They have to hire staff together, all those things. And I want to make sure people understand we did this for a reason, because that's exactly what made the 9/11 Commission successful, and it made it effective. And someone who was in federal law enforcement for 20 years before I took this job, I can tell you that our country is infinitely safer because of what the 9/11 Commission did. We are much stronger against terrorism, and we share information in much better ways than we ever did. For example, the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, which are all over this country. So I ask my colleagues to consider the fact that this commission is built to work, and it will be depoliticized, and it will get the results we need. And because of the Capitol itself and the Capitol police officers, we'd be better off for it. I yield back. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill and to the January 6th Commission. I do so as a member of Congress because I believe this institution's duty is to serve the people of this country and not itself. In this past year, we have witnessed violent riots in the American cities all over this country. We have witnessed tremendous damage. Minneapolis city officials estimate 700 buildings were damaged, burned, or destroyed, including 360 local businesses. There has not been a commission launched to study the reasons why that happened. There has not been an investigation to stop the BLM Antifa riots that have hurt innocent people, attacked government buildings, federal courthouses, taken over police precincts, created autonomous zones in the city of Portland, and done so much damage to people all over the country. Studies show 570 protests in 220 different U.S. locations turned violent over the summer. The $1 billion plus riot damage is estimated to be the most expensive in insurance history. It resulted in up to $2 billion of damages in 20 cities across the U.S., mostly concentrated in L.A., Detroit, Miami, D.C., and New York. As a person that was a victim of the January 6th Capitol attack, I can tell you I'm against the violence that happened that day, but I do not believe a January 6th commission will achieve any resolution because we have already had our Department of Justice arrest 445 people with 100 more to be arrested soon. There's also reports of people being held for 23 hours in solitary confinement. That should not be happening. These people haven't even had a court date yet. You see, what's going to happen with the January 6th commission is the media is going to use this to smear Trump supporters and President Trump for the next few years and cover up the damage, the real damage that's happening to the people of this country, which is tearing down our economy, ripping our borders wide open, and hurting this country. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back, balance of time. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to recognize the gentleman from Maryland, the majority leader of the Democratic Party, Mr. Hoyer.
I thank gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute. For 1 minute. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Or as I call it, the magic 1 minute.
It is.
I thank the chairman for yielding. I thank the chairman for his work. I've been here a long time. It's my 40th year in the Congress of the United States. I came at the same time Ronald Reagan was elected President of the United States. It was clearly a time of difference in the House and in the country between Republicans and Democrats, but it was also a time when, frankly, the John Katkos of the Congress were in the majority in the Republican Party. And by that I mean, Mr. Speaker, people who wanted to work together to get to a result that, while not perfect for either side, were good for the country. And so while I thank Mr. Thompson and for the hard work he's done, I thank Mr. Katko as well for doing what Americans expect us to do, to come together, looking at a challenge to our country and to our people, and coming to a decision to resolve those challenges and those problems. That's what Mr. Thompson and Mr. Katko have done. And indeed, I think this is in some ways the best of days, in some ways the worst of days. Because we have seen today two Republican leaders turn what ought to be a non-political issue, an issue with reference to a unique event, not just a demonstration that's occurred, and I grew up in the 60s, whether it was civil rights, Vietnam, a lot of demonstrations. But the Capitol of the United States was not attacked. It was not invaded. It was not breached. The work of the Congress of the United States was not stopped because people were trying to get through the door, with some members trying to stop them, who then said these are just tourists. Sad because what the minority leader in the Senate and the minority leader in the House said, exactly what Mr. Katko pointed out. They wanted a commission that was even, as 9/11 commission was even, so that both sides would have an equal voice. And so what was the resolution that Mr. Thompson and Mr. Katko attained? Equal division, equal voice. Not only equal voice in terms of numbers, but, for instance, one of the things that was controversial was about subpoenas. And so Mr. Thompson and Mr. Katko arrived at a resolution that said both sides have to agree, or alternatively, the committee can agree. And in light of the fact that the committee is evenly divided, it would obviously have to be a bipartisan request for subpoenas. Now, what we didn't agree on was the distraction and the dissembling. Let's look at let's look at this corner. Don't look here. Let's look at this corner. Don't look here. Let's look at that corner. Don't look there. Don't look at just the invasion, the insurrection that occurred on January 6th. Look at everything else, because maybe we can confuse the issue enough that we'll lose sight of the insurrection on January 6th. We are not to do that. I've been here a long time, but I also know the history of the House, and I do not know of any other instance that is analogous to January 6th, not one. 1812, of course, there was a similar invasion, but it was from a foreign enemy. It was not the enemy within. I said that on the floor that morning as we finished the business of the House, notwithstanding the insurrection. Mr. Speaker, it's vital that Congress establish a bipartisan, independent commission to investigate January 6th. Not some other date. That does not absolve any wrongdoing anywhere, anytime. But it says that this unique insurrection is a danger to our democracy, not to Republicans and Democrats, to our democracy, to our Congress, to the People's House and the United States Senate, which was occupied. At least this House was not occupied. But members were terrified, and work was stopped, and democracy for a short period of time was overtaken by armed, violent insurrectionists. And certainly each one of us ought to be very concerned about getting at the bottom of why did that happen? How did it happen? How can we stop it from happening again? What are the resources that we need? And yes, who was responsible? Some perhaps are going to vote against this because that's what they fear. The 9/11 Commission, as Mr. Katko pointed out, made America safer. It made this institution safer. It made our law enforcement more acutely aware of the failures that led to 9/11. I hope this commission does the same. And it was right, and I've talked to numerous Republicans who tell me they think it was right, that we focused on January 6th. Don't be distracted. Don't cover up or make more lacking in clarity by trying to deal with every problem that we may have. Focus on January 6th. Together, Mr. Katko and Mr. Toppin negotiated a bipartisan agreement to move forward with such a commission based on input from Democrats and Republicans. There are going to be a significant number of Republicans to vote for this bill. Unfortunately, the truth has been a victim over the last couple of weeks. It was okay for Liz Cheney to tell the truth once. But when the former president of the United States kept telling a lie, and she said, "That's a lie," each time that he said it, well, that was not appropriate. And so she was removed. But the truth was removed with her. See no evil, hear no evil. The commission, as a result of the ranking member Katko's participation in these discussions, will be equally composed, as I said. It will have subpoena power that will be shared by both sides. And I was pleased that we reached a bipartisan agreement. And sad for this institution, for this country, for the American people, who must think, can't you agree on anything? The minority leader got what he asked for. And yet he won't take yes for an answer. Trump does not want this commission. That can be my only explanation. Throughout my career, both in the state Senate for 12 years, as president of the Senate, and here in this body for 40, I think I'm known on the other side of the aisle as somebody you can work with. I hope that's the case. Because I think that's the way Americans want us to work. President Trump opposes this commission. I'm not sure why. It's deeply disappointing that there is a division among Republicans about whether to support the ranking member who worked hard to get to this place and got what the minority leader asked for, except for the distraction, except for the dissembling. He didn't get that, but he got everything else. Mr. Speaker, I hope my Republican colleagues will think not about their politics, not about the former president, not about themselves. I hope they will think of the country, of this Congress, of this House. And as they do so, I hope they say to themselves, we will vote for this legislation. What if George Bush had said we shouldn't have a 9/11 commission? Perhaps out of fear that somehow the administration would have been perceived as being responsible for 9/11. They weren't. Wouldn't all of us said, what are you talking about? That we're not going to have a commission to see how we can protect the Capitol and why this Capitol was stopped from doing the work of our democracy. This legislation is going to pass. It's going to pass on a bipartisan basis, and I want to thank Mr. Katko for having the courage and the integrity to stand up fighting for what the minority leader asked for. That's Mr. Thompson, the funny thing about this. I hope senators will think long and hard about rejecting this bipartisan compromise to move forward to protect our democracy and to lift it up as the beacon that it has been and needs to be, not only for our own citizens, but for all the world. How sad that day was as the world watched, as TV showed them, America's citadel of democracy and of freedom invaded by its own citizens. Vote yes. It's the right thing to do. I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I had intended not to speak. But the careful mask of bipartisanship seems to have faltered here at the last, with the majority leader's attacks on the minority leader, who has not spoken, and the leader in the Senate, minority leader in the Senate, for comments he's made in public, but not in debate. And so what was an image of bipartisan cooperation has now become one more partisan attack. And it caused me to believe that it was important to stand up and say this. How can you have a bipartisan commission with an all-Democrat staff? How do you do that? And why is it that there is no willingness to look into all of the riots and the arson and the violence and the burning? If we're concerned about the danger that police officers were in on January 6th, and certainly they were, then why don't we have that concern for the dangers, the violence, the injuries, the deaths that have been faced by police officers across this country? Why is one form of political violence equivalent to 9/11 when a blind eye has been turned by this Congress, or at least by the majority in this Congress, to that same phenomenon across this country for a year? Where is the inquiry into that? When the images are raised, the lurid images about insurrection, let me just say this. If it was an insurrection, it was the worst example of an insurrection in the history of mankind. It was a riot, it was a mob, and it was significant, and it was troublesome. But this is not bipartisanship, and I fear that the gentleman from New York may find that he has been played.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Well, I'm not going to argue with the previous speaker. I just said read the bill. And if you read the bill, you'll understand it is a bipartisan bill. It's not a partisan bill. It's absolutely bipartisan. The staff will be picked just like the staff was picked for the 9/11 Commission. It's just like the earlier bill the ranking member talked about at the Rodney Davis bill. I mean, it's easy. So we look, Mr. Speaker, at this issue because the world saw what happened on January 6th, and it's clear that we've put together a bipartisan bill for the good of the country, and it's in that spirit that we're here today. Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have?
Gentleman from Mississippi has 6 minutes remaining. Gentleman from New York has 15 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, the chair of the Government Reform and Oversight Committee, Ms. Maloney, for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman for yielding and the ranking member for their extraordinary leadership, for doing the right thing, and for working to make this country safer and stronger. Like my friend on the other side of the aisle from North Carolina, didn't intend to speak either. But this is so important. As a New Yorker, I was closely involved in supporting the work of the 9/11 Commission. It, too, like January 6th, was one of the darkest days in the history of our country, and we needed answers on how such a horrible thing could happen. Almost 3,000 people were murdered just because they went to work that day. Many things needed to be answered, and this body came together. We were united, we were determined, we passed the commission. We had two outstanding leaders, Governor Keene and Lee Hamilton. They did everything together. They issued a report that sold more copies than Harry Potter. I had nominated it for a National Book Award, and it laid out what happened so clearly from their joint investigations. And more importantly, it told us what to do about it. They had a series of recommendations to make this country safer. This body worked together and enacted most of them, and it did make this country safer. In fact, the law enforcement in my city, I get periodic reports on attempts to hurt us and how the reforms and the programs we put in place, how they're helping us, making us stronger and protecting us better. We need this January 6th Commission for the sake of America. Let's stop fighting long enough to work together to help our country understand what happened. Why did it take 4 hours for the National Guard to respond? In New York, they would have been there in 10 minutes. Why didn't you respond to all of the news reports about what was happening? We need answers. Let's come together and work together and get them. A 9/11 commission, a January 6th commission, I urge for the sake of the country, everyone should vote for.
Time has expired. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank Speaker and the ranking member. Look, things have changed a lot since the 9/11 Commission, because back then we did not have a problem on both sides, either side of the aisle, condemning anti-Semitic remarks. Now one side has a problem doing that. Back then we didn't have, we had never in the history of Congress had one party commit what is arguably a felony up to 20 years in prison by preventing an ongoing session of Congress, the exact charge, 1512, 18 U.S.C., that is being alleged against people that came in. As a judge, I would have no problem sentencing anybody that broke into the Capitol, anything that committed a crime here. But let's be real, the partisanship has been dramatic. And that's why it's different now than the 9/11 Commission. Let's get back to being bipartisan and not use every tool as a partisan stick to beat Republicans with. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bill, the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. I want to thank Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Katko for bringing this bill to the floor. On January 6th, we witnessed one of the darkest moments in our nation's history when a violent mob attacked the U.S. Capitol. These individuals desecrated the halls of Congress, attacked law enforcement, and attempted to stop the democratic process. The clearest way for us to uphold our oath to defend the Constitution and protect this institution our democracy from those who directly attempt to thwart its operations is through an independent, evenly divided, bipartisan commission. We need to understand not just what were the breakdowns in security and failures of our intelligence, but why. What are those issues which caused fellow Americans to believe they needed to overthrow their government? Those who believe the former president had no culpability should not be afraid of a commission that derives its power from both sides equally. I ask all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I yield back and thank you.
Chairwoman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the gentleman from New York for his work on this effort. I appreciate my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the intent of what we're trying to accomplish. Obviously, we're all very concerned and should be concerned about what occurred on January 6th. All of us who are here in the chamber, all of us who saw what unfolded. My concern, and the reason that I'm opposing this legislation, is that I believe we've got a significant amount of power with our existing structures in place, with the committees and oversight, judiciary and otherwise, and well as investigations going on underway by the Department of Justice, that we ought to be looking at that and using those powers to do what we can now to seek the truth wherever it may lead. I have questions right now about Department of Justice, where we've got 450 Americans who've been arrested. I don't know for how long. I don't know how many of them are in jail for what period of time. We're trying to look into that. I've sent letters to DOJ to get those answers. I wish the gentlelady who spoke at the chair of the Oversight Committee would afford us the ability to call people forward from the Department of Justice. Let's inquire as to what's going on. Let's inquire about the investigations. Let's inquire about the facts that have been found. Let's use the powers that we have and the powers of this body and the committees we have to seek the information and the truth wherever it may lead. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
I want to thank Chairman Thompson for his leadership. And while the events of January 6th were devastating and will stain our country's history forever, I have no doubt that democracy will prevail. This nation has fought back against hatred, authoritarianism, and fascism since the very founding. Yes, I stand proudly today to ask for a January 6th commission so that we can develop a full public record that will let us know how we can avoid this in the future. We should all vote yes. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to take a few moments to address some of the arguments that have been made here today. And some arguments have been made in opposition to this bill. One of them is talking about the scope of the commission being too narrow. I want to note that the commission is granted sufficient scope and flexibility to investigate targeted violence and domestic terrorism relevant to the January 6th attack. It will be up to the commission to decide how far they want to go with that imprimatur. Do I feel that the attack on the Capitol on April 2nd that killed a Capitol police officer is relevant? I do. I hope the commission does too. Do I feel that the June 17th attack on Republican members of Congress relevant to the January 6th attack is relevant? I do, and I hope the commission does. They have the flexibility to do so if they want. If there are other issues outside of this scope, we can look into them. We can have separate legislation, and I encourage my colleagues who are concerned about that to do that. And another charge I heard was that the commission could be controlled by partisan staff hired unilaterally by the commission chair. That is simply not true. Here's what the bill does. It requires consultation between the chair, appointed by the Democrats, and the vice chair, appointed by the Republicans, for any hiring of staff, and further requires that it be in accordance with rules agreed upon by the commission. The commission creates the rules as a team. Then they hire as a team. And lastly, there's been some concerns or arguments made about the criminal investigations. Make no mistake about it. This commission has nothing to do with the criminal investigations. This commission, by law, cannot interfere with criminal investigations. Criminal investigations alone won't get us what we need, like the 9/11 Commission concluded. It won't get us the recommendations, the insight, the expertise from the people on the commission who can come in, look at this Capitol security matrix and say, this is what needs fixing. A prosecutor can't tell you that, the commission can. And that's what we want to do. Second, the bill specifically requires the commission to respect ongoing investigations and build upon the investigations, learn from them, and avoid unnecessary duplication. This language, in that respect, goes further than the 9/11 Commission and H.R. 275 in granting deference to other ongoing investigations. So I just want to make sure people are clear about that going forward. I also want to make sure that at this time, I know for the record that I've reserved the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ryan.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
I want to thank the gentleman from New York and the other Republicans who are supporting this and thank them for their bipartisanship. To the other 90% of our friends on the other side of the aisle, holy cow. Incoherence. No idea what you're talking about. Benghazi, you guys chased the former Secretary of State all over the country, spent millions of dollars. We have people scaling the Capitol, hitting the Capitol Police with lead pipes across the head, and we can't get bipartisanship. What else has to happen in this country? Cops. This is a slap in the face to every rank and file cop in the United States. If we're going to take on China, if we're going to rebuild the country, if we're going to reverse climate change, we need two political parties in this country that are both living in reality, and you ain't one of them. I yield back the balance of my time.
Back the balance of his time. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that we all take a deep breath right now. And everybody breathe for a minute. And everybody stop the theatrics. And everybody stop the arguments that are not relevant to this issue. This is a very solemn moment. We're here to talk about something that's very important to the entire of our government and the entire of our country. And I ask that we think about the officers and their families and conduct ourselves accordingly. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey for 30 minutes, Ms. Watson Coleman.
For 30 seconds. The gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Katko said I could have 5 more. I just want to say that January the 6th was a frightening experience. It was an assault upon the fundamentals of this government. It was an assault upon the place I thought I was going to be the safest I could possibly be. And we politicized this. This is an opportunity to bring this bipartisan commission into existence so that we can get out of the politics of it and look at the facts that happened, the evidence that happened, and the recommendations that will ensue from that effort. And so I wholeheartedly support this effort. I am grateful for the bipartisanship of it, and I pray that all of our colleagues will support this. I thank you, and I yield back.
Chairwoman yields back the balance of her time. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time we have?
The gentleman from New York has 9.5 minutes. The gentleman from Mississippi has 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is not about partisan politics. It's about finding the truth and addressing the vulnerabilities of our security apparatus so that we can emerge stronger and better prepared. The January 6th attack was a completely preventable failure of intelligence, information sharing, decision-making, and preparedness. And the Capitol Police and D.C. Police suffer greatly and continue to suffer as a result. The institutions of our democracy are and will continue to be a target for extremists set on using violence to further their ideology. And we in Congress owe it to this nation, to our constituents, and to the dedicated men and women who risk their lives every single day to protect those institutions, and I honor them. To see that we learn from those attacks, that we get answers to the hard questions, and that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Capitol Police Officers Brian Sicknick and Howard Liebengood, as well as DC Police Officer Jeffrey Smith, all lost their lives in the wake of the January 6th attack. Over 140 more law enforcement officers, 140, were injured as a result of that attack. Less than 4 months later, on April 2nd, Capitol Police Officer William Billy Evans was killed, and another officer was injured when yet another extremist attacked the Capitol. And of course, we can't forget the 2017 terrorist attack against Republican members of Congress during practice for the congressional baseball game. Were it not for the officers involved, there would be scores of dead congressmen. That's the plain truth. I acknowledge the heroic efforts of Capitol Police Officers David Bailey and Crystal Griner. We owe it to all of these officers and their families to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. This legislation is modeled directly on the legislation that created the 9/11 Commission. I sincerely believe that this commission, with strong support from this body, will embark on an objective, nonpartisan search for answers and solutions, just as the 9/11 Commission did. And again, I want to thank my friend, Chairman Thompson, for his partnership. I urge all of you in the body, all of you on both sides, not just my side or not just your side, all of us, to set aside politics just this once. Just this once. I beg you, and pass this bill. I was a prosecutor for 20 years prior to coming here in Congress. And many times we'd meet at 4:30 in the morning or 5 in the morning, and they would get ready to go out and do the raids and arrest very, very dangerous people. And I was always the last people to see them before they went out to get these awful, dangerous people off the street. Drug dealers, murderers, violent people. They did their job every day, and I was sending them into harm's way, and it always made my heart sink. Imagine being a family member of these officers who do this. So let's take a deep breath and think about what's really important here. These people every single day are willing to lay down their lives for us. They deserve better, and we're going to deliver this. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of Capitol Police Officer Howard Liebengood. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of Capitol Police Officer William Billy Evans. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of DC Police Officer Jeffrey Smith. And we're going to deliver it on behalf of DC Officer Michael Fanone and so many others who struggled with the events of that day. And we do so on behalf of the people who risked their lives for us and continue, like Police Officer David Bailey and Capitol Police Officer Crystal Griner. I want these officers and their families to know that we are doing it not for us and not for politics. We are doing it for them. We're doing it for them. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of time. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me, at the outset, salute Mr. Katko for his agreeing to work in a bipartisan manner so that we get this bill to the floor and adopt it today. Mr. Speaker, we're here today at a unique moment in American history. Trust in our government's ability to share information and coordinate at all levels to keep our democracy secure was severely shaken by the January 6th attack. We need a bipartisan commission with experts who put country ahead of party to come together just as the 9/11 Commission did to lay out the facts and propose solutions to make us more secure. When the chairman of the 9/11 Commission issued their final report, they concluded a message to the public. It asks that each of us remember how we felt on that day of the attack. It asks that we recall the grief and sorrow. This moment is no less historic, no less important, no less momentous, and it requires the same common action, both as Congress and as a country. And I too salute the brave men and women of the Capitol Police who put their lives on the line on January 6th, protecting this citadel of democracy. And it's in their spirit that I ask that you vote in support of this legislation. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time has expired pursuant to House Resolution 409. The previous question is order on the bill. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
To establish the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed without objection. Motion. Gentleman from New York.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and send to the desk House Resolution 414, directing the attending physician to provide updated mask-wearing guidance.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 414. Whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention issued a guidance on March 13, 2021, stating that Americans who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19 no longer need to wear a mask indoors or outdoors in almost all scenarios. Whereas the 3 widely available vaccines against COVID-19 are highly effective. Whereas Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci, stated on May 16th that it is very unlikely that a vaccinated person, even if there's a breakthrough infection, would transmit it to someone else. Whereas those who are fully vaccinated are shown not to carry the viral load necessary to spread the virus and therefore do not pose a significant risk. Whereas those who have not yet received the vaccine pose no real threat to those who have been vaccinated. Whereas there may be members of the House of Representatives whose personal physician, for various reasons, may recommend that they do not receive the vaccine. Whereas those who want to continue wearing a mask or taking other forms of precaution may do so, whereas members of the House of Representatives have a responsibility to send a message to the American people that we can trust the safety and efficacy of the available COVID-19 vaccines. Whereas the continued House mask mandate sends the erroneous message that the efficacy of the vaccines cannot be trusted, whereas the continued House mask mandate is not based on the best available science and contrary to the latest CDC guidance, and is not in line with the protocols in place in the United States Senate and at the White House. And whereas the continued House mask mandate hinders the ability of the House to properly and effectively conduct the people's business, now therefore be it resolved that the attending physician, in consultation with the Director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, should take timely action to provide updated mask-wearing guidance applicable to the hall of the House of Representatives and committee meeting spaces for members and staff who are vaccinated against COVID-19, consistent with the public guidance released by the CDC on May 13, 2021.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Hoyer of Maryland moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion to lay the resolution on the table. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from California.
The yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Member dissented by Representative Cardenas. Pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote yea on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote.
Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the motion to table. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on the motion to table.
Michigan? New Jersey. New Jersey. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, as a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty, designated pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay on the motion to table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote nay on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on House Resolution 414.
Back. That's good. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the motion to table.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the motion to table.
What state is she from? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on the motion to table.
What? South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson in South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the motion to table.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the motion to table.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to announce to the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the motion to table. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the motion to table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young from Alaska, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the motion to table.
Missouri. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote yes on the motion to table.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 209. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the this vote.
Mr. Alston Scott of Georgia votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 210. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 3233, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3233, a bill to establish the National Commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol complex and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vern Buchanan pursuant to House Rule 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on House Rule 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 3233. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson in South Carolina pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H. Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on H.R. 3233. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Young from Alaska, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Maxine Waters pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maxine Waters will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 3233. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 3233.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger votes aye on H.R. 3233.
On this vote, the yeas are 252, the nays are 175. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Sorry now? Take over. The chair will announce that on roll call number 149, the following correction will be made. The gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, is recorded as voting aye, bringing the number of aye votes to 245. Men from Louisiana? House will be in order? Yep. Majority chart. Yep. House will be in order. Can I call him now? Okay. Sorry. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this somber occasion, we rise to honor the late Buddy Roemer. He was born in Shreveport, Louisiana in 1943. He was a Harvard-educated reformer with big ideas. He represented Louisiana's 4th Congressional District here in the House from 1981 to 1988. He served as the 52nd governor of Louisiana, and he was a former candidate for President of the United States. He passed away at the age of 77 on May 17, 2021. Please join us in a moment of silence in honor of his public service and his important contributions to Louisiana and our nation.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Where is she? It's this house will be in order. Thank you. This house will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the House for 1 minute and ask that my remarks be revised and extended into the record.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the injustice of poverty and low wealth. And let me just say, this pandemic has exposed the toll of longstanding interlocking inequities stemming from structural racism, poverty, economic inequality, ecological devastation, and many more systemic barriers keeping people living on the edge. Our country now stands at a tipping point. 140 million people are poor, or one healthcare crisis, job loss, or emergency away from economic desperation. So we must prioritize their needs and allow them and give them the opportunities to live in dignity and with hope. We can realize a third Reconstruction to fully address poverty and low wages from the bottom up, from housing to health care, water, education, and more. We need a third Reconstruction to revive our moral and political commitments to democracy and the founding principles of this country. That's why Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal and I have worked with great leaders such as Bishop William Barber and Dr. Liz Theo Harris, co-chairs of the Poor People's Campaign, in a national moral call for revival. Thank you. I urge my colleagues to co-sponsor our resolution, and I want to thank the millions of people whose voices we have heard.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you are recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to remember and honor Dr. Don Harp, who passed away on April 20th at the age of 82. Dr. Harp was born in Inman, Georgia, where he had a humble upbringing as a farmer. He went on to become a baseball star and student leader at Young Harris College and Huntington College. He was also dedicated in his pursuit of ministry, going on to earn a doctorate from the McCormick Theological Seminary in Chicago. Dr. Harp's accolades are impressive, but his greatest legacy is his gift of connecting with people. He could always find good in any situation and gave unselfishly to his alma mater and friends. As a husband, father, and grandfather, many say that his greatest love was his family, and those who knew him best know his greatest love was also the Lord. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor and privilege of serving with Dr. Harp on the Young Harris College Board of Trustees. Don Harp loved Young Harris College, and Young Harris College loves Don Harp. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and all those who knew him during this most difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Without objection, the gentlewoman, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and ask that my remarks be entered into the record. I forget what the last part of that is.
Well, without objection, you are recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mahatma Gandhi, a great leader on nonviolence, said that poverty is the worst form of violence. Let me be clear, we allow poverty when we take no action to eradicate it. 145 million Americans today live in poverty in the wealthiest country in the world. We allow poverty to continue when we approve bloated military spending, when structural racism is everywhere, when 55 of the largest corporations did not even pay $1 in taxes last year, when 32 million people don't get paid $15 an hour, and 87 million Americans remain uninsured or underinsured. Poor people in this country are suffering without the food they need to eat, without the wages they deserve, without the dignity that they have a right to. And we in Congress, Mr. Speaker, have the power to end poverty. We must act immediately with resolve, moral clarity, and with complete attention to the lives of poor people who demand to be seen and respected with our actions. And that is why I am so proud to co-introduce with Barbara Lee this bold and necessary resolution that commits Congress to eradicating poverty from the bottom up. Today we say to poor people, Mr. Speaker, we see you and we will eradicate poverty in our country with you. Thank you.
Your time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in memory of Charles Elson Buddy Romer III. He was born October the 4th, 1943, and died on May the 17th of this year. A couple of days ago, went home to his reward. He had a saying, Buddy did. He was a very nice guy. He said, I love Louisiana, but I hate Louisiana politics. Many of us can understand that remark. He was an American patriot, an investor, a banker. He served in this body, the House of Representatives from 1981 to 88. He was a 52nd governor of Louisiana from 88 to 92. He will be missed, remembered, loved, and respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise
Without
and
objection, you are
extend my
recognized for
remarks.
1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we must act swiftly and with boldness to renew America's failing water systems. We know the heartache of failing water systems all too well. Lead, PFAS, disruptive water main breaks, and unaffordable bills. Yesterday, I introduced bold national drinking water legislation written with my friend and Energy and Commerce Committee Chair Frank Pallone to restore America's most critical infrastructure and one of our most basic responsibilities of government, our drinking water systems. The Aqua Act delivers on President Joe Biden's promise to remove every lead service line in the country, including removing lead from the drinking water systems of some 400,000 schools and child care centers. Our bill invests heavily in the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund to put resources in the hands of folks on the ground who know what their communities need. And it delivers a financial lifeline to local water systems in return for a multi-year commitment that they will not shut off anyone's water because of financial hardship during this devastating and prolonged pandemic. Let's rise to meet the moment. Let's do our jobs. Let's build back the right way so every American can use and trust the water coming out of our taps. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Your time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the rising rates of religious persecution around the world, where billions are persecuted for practicing their chosen faith. One of the tools we have to combat global religious injustice is the International Religious Freedom Office at the State Department. However, this office remains without leadership, and thus far, President Biden has neglected to appoint an ambassador at large for international religious freedom. That's why I led a bipartisan and bicameral letter to President Biden to take action and appoint an ambassador at large for religious freedom. Religious freedom is one of the most basic human rights, Mr. Speaker, yet religious persecution continues around the world in countries like Iran, Russia, China. President Biden must act now and nominate this ambassador and give the United States government a leading voice to combat this persecution and ensure a future where all mankind can freely practice their religion of choice without fear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and edit my remarks.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with my Asian American and Pacific Islander brothers and sisters. Asian Americans continue to experience violence, harassment, discrimination across our country. Our AAPI communities live in fear of being targets of deadly violence and racist slurs simply because of who they are. As we work to invest and rebuild our communities, we must make one thing clear. Hate and racism have no home here, not in our policies and not in our hearts. Yesterday, we passed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act to send to the President's desk. Today, we passed a resolution condemning the horrific shooting at Atlanta. We are making progress, but we must never lose sight of the work that lies ahead to combat the hatred and violence against the AAPI community and to root out racism against our brothers and sisters. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks potentially.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a while back, I visited a small business called Craft Axe Throwing and Beer. You heard me correctly, Craft Axe Throwing and Beer. And what an interesting combination of activities, I thought. And I'd driven by it a number of times, but I stopped in one day. And seeing this team make a living, enjoying themselves, I thought to myself, that's what it's all about. Mr. Speaker, the main driver of new jobs in America is small business. And the good news is that unemployment has been on a steady downward trend. But now the hard news, the April jobs report, it was bad. And at the same time, small business owners report that they can't fill the job openings that they have. So why? Earlier necessary government assistance during the pandemic is now interfering with the successful transition back to meaningful work. A little good news, wages are going up. Let's let America run. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage young people in my district to learn more about the opportunities offered by our U.S. service academies. One of the greatest honors of being a member of Congress is having the ability to nominate outstanding students for appointment to West Point, the Naval Academy, the Air Force Academy, and the Merchant Marine Academy. As high school students contemplate what they'll do after graduation, I encourage them to consider the benefits of attending one of our service academies, including the unique opportunities for leadership, the entry to a range of careers, and no cost to the student or their family. The process is competitive, so it's never too early to get started. To any students in Pennsylvania's 5th District who might be interested in attending a service academy, I encourage you to attend our next virtual information session hosted by my office on May 27th at 7 p.m. You can sign up at scanlon.house.gov. I look forward to nominating another amazing group of young leaders to the service academies this fall, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek time to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 10 days. For 10 days, moms, dads, and grandparents have been lying awake at night waiting for the inevitable warning calls of sirens to pick up their children and run to the nearest bomb shelter. No one should live in this type of fear. No one should live with the fear that missiles could rain down and destroy their homes and their lives at any moment. Yet this is the reality that many Israeli families are facing right now. For 10 days, Israel has been defending itself from attacks launched by Iranian-backed terrorists. And let's be clear, Israel has the right to defend herself and its homeland from terrorist attacks. Israel is one of the United States' greatest allies in the Middle East, and we cannot waver in our support of Israel during this challenging time. Today, I'm standing with the people of Israel, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. My hope is that peace and calm can quickly be restored in the region. But until that happens, we must continue standing in solidarity with the nation of Israel and its people. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you are recognized for 1 minute.
Over the last 5 years, we've seen a 40% increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes. Most are lone wolf, property crimes, late at night. But last night in Los Angeles, we saw something new: organized violence. A small caravan of SUVs waving Palestinian flags drove to a significantly Jewish neighborhood. Dozens of men wearing all black, faces covered, disembarked at a restaurant chanting, "Death to the Jews." They demanded that diners answer the question, "Are you Jewish?" And if they answered yes or they objected to the question, they were beaten, some sent to the hospital. Nearby, an Orthodox Jew, dressed distinctively, was chased down by a caravan waving Palestinian flags. He ran for his life, and thank God he found safety. The Los Angeles Police Department will investigate these hate crimes. But I also ask that those who criticize the Israeli government avoid rhetoric which will infuse these anti-Semites with the view that they are somehow part of the American mainstream.
Your time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express support for one of our most loyal allies, Israel. Unlike many of my colleagues across the aisle, I will not waver in my support for democracy, and I will not turn a blind eye to the ongoing terrorist attacks against the state of Israel. The simple fact is, Israel uses weapons to protect its citizens from terrorism, and Hamas uses its weapons with the goal of murdering civilians and annihilating the state of Israel as a whole. There is no moral equivalence between the two, and any attempt to make Israel out to be the aggressor is not rooted in fact. Israel has the right to defend itself as a sovereign country. In 2014, Congress unanimously passed a Democrat-led resolution condemning Hamas attacks on Israel after they had launched approximately 300 rockets. This time, Hamas has launched over 4,000 rockets into Israel in just 10 days. Yet it is clear to me that Democrats in this House would not support a similar resolution today. That is a sad and problematic shift. Congress must continue its support for U.S. aid to Israel, and Congress must confront terrorists and their backers like Iran. Thank you. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, according to recent data from my district, the #1 concern of my constituents is the Biden border crisis. Let me repeat that. The #1 concern of my constituents in North Carolina is the crisis at our southern border over 1,600 miles away. It is beyond clear that the response of the Biden administration has not simply been weak, it has also been counterproductive. Americans nationwide are sensing that what the international community has known for the past 6 months. Our leaders are not strong. Our border is open, and America is ripe for the taking. 1,500 illegal immigrants cross into our country daily without ever being tracked, according to border data. 2 Yemeni men on a terror watch list were just apprehended at the border, and this administration has turned a blind eye to one of our biggest national security crises in recent history. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed because it seems that the political maneuvering of one select class has co-opted the good of the people. What can we do as individual Americans in the face of such abject disregard for our well-being? We can speak out. With that, I yield back.
Your time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight Oklahoma's efforts to bolster its economy and get its citizens back to work. There's no doubt the pandemic caused not only illness, but major interruption in our daily lives. Millions became jobless through no fault of their own and had to rely on additional federal unemployment assistance to survive. But today, the situation has changed, Mr. Speaker. We have a rebounding economy, and over 158 million Americans have received at least 1 vaccine dose. With more than 8 million job openings nationwide, the time has come to encourage Americans to get back to work. The continued expansion of federal assistance is hampering this promising economic recovery across the country and in my home state of Oklahoma. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say Oklahoma is leading the country's economic recovery by providing $1,200 signing bonuses beginning in June for individuals who go back to work and stay employed for 6 continuous weeks. There are over 68,000 job postings in Oklahoma currently, with 7,500 in Oklahoma City alone. These are good-paying jobs across a variety of industries, including the energy and manufacturing sectors. Hundreds of employers are offering competitive wages and generous benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Your time has expired. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
For 1 minute.
Without objection, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very sad time in America. We have, for many reasons, as was discussed earlier today in debate, we used to have bipartisan agreements on things. One of those was when anti-Semitism was raising its ugly head. One party here on the floor still speaks up against, will vote against anti-Semitic statements and call them out for what they are, and another will not. I heard my friend across the aisle, Brad Sherman, just appropriately decrying the violence against anti-Jewish folks in California, this incident. Well, that surely could be something we could once again come back together in a bipartisan way and condemn the 40% rise in violence against anti-Semitism or Semitic people. It's time to come together on that
it will show the world. I yield back.
Your time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House and revise and extend for 1 minute.
You are recognized for 1 minute.
I thank you. In this short period of time, I offer several thoughts. First of all, we are stronger as a country when we stand up against hate at all times. Today, in a Judiciary Committee, we saw the results of hate now 100 years in the making, and that is the Tulsa race riots. The Tulsa race riots showed that attackers looted and intentionally burned an estimated 1,256 homes in Greenwood, America's Black Wall Street, along with nearly all of the district's churches, schools, and businesses. A testimony of yesteryear saw hundreds of men march through the main business section of Whitetown with their hats off, their hands up, and the brutality was unmentionable. Men, women, and children driven like cattle, huddled like horses, treated like beasts. Today we heard from Viola Fletcher, Hughes Van Ellis, and Leslie Benefield Randall. 100 years, 107 years, and 106 years, we ask for justice for them. In addition, I want to take note that this is Asian American History Month, and to be able to say that we stand against the horrific shootings in Atlanta, Georgia on March 16, 2021. We have to stand against hate. I'm glad that we passed the bipartisan commission on January 6th to show that America is unified. Finally, some good news to my constituents. We'll be launching the child tax credit effort. We want you to get that child tax credit. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we begin this special order, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. During our time tonight, my colleagues and I will address 3 major crises happening here at home, happening close to home at our southern border, and happening to our closest ally in the Middle East, and that is Israel. Each of these issues that my colleagues will discuss tonight can and should be addressed in a bipartisan way. We should all want Americans to get back to work. We should all want to end the humanitarian crisis at our border, and we should all want to support one of our closest allies from terrorism. It's time for President Biden and our Democrat colleagues to work with Republicans to solve these problems for the American people and for our allies. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield to the first speaker, the gentleman from Tennessee's 6th District, Mr. Rose.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my steadfast support for the nation of Israel, our closest and greatest ally in the Middle East. Hamas, a designated terrorist organization, has been targeting civilians by firing thousands of rockets on Israeli cities. These attacks are both tragic and unacceptable, and Israel undeniably has the right to continue to defend itself. As Hamas continues these attacks, the United States must show its unwavering support for Israel, condemn this aggression by Hamas, and sanction those who fund terrorism, such as Iran. That is why I am a co-sponsor of the Palestinian International Terrorism Support Prevention Act, introduced by Representative Brian Mast. America does not tolerate those who fund terrorists, and this legislation would put in place sanctions on governments and individuals that do. The nation of Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and the relationship we share is indispensable. With the world watching, we must send a clear message to Hamas, Islamic jihadists, and those that fund them, that the United States stands with Israel. I unequivocally support our friend Israel and recognize its right to self-defense in the face of these horrific assaults by Hamas. I pray for peace in Jerusalem and for the safety of all Israelis, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for those remarks on Israel. We do stand strong with them, And, Mr. Speaker, I would yield next to the gentleman from Arkansas's 2nd District, Mr. Hill.
I thank my friend from Louisiana for the time, and I commend him for bringing our members to the floor tonight to talk about something that is so essential to American life: our careers, our work, our independence, our ability to pursue happiness. And this pandemic has thrown many off track for that. And it's House Republicans that want to make sure we pursue policies that get people back to work, back to opportunity, back to independence. Our small businesses in my home state of Arkansas and our local economies across our country are recovering from the devastation of the pandemic. They now face a threat that's resulted from President Biden and House Democrats' inflated and fiscally irresponsible approach to unemployment benefits. The Wall Street Journal reports there are over 8 million job openings, Mr. Speaker, in the United States right now, almost more jobs open than every person currently out of work. Instead of encouraging these positions to be filled, my friends on the other side of the aisle has disincentivized going back to work and have made these benefits so appealing that it's disrupted labor markets across the country, particularly in Arkansas, particularly lower income labor markets. Medicaid workers, small businesses, restaurants all tell me that this is creating problems for them. It's hurt states so much that a handful of individual states are now rejecting participating in federal unemployment benefits. This is not the direction we need to go, and it does not take an economist to understand this is not a permanent solution. We cannot keep tying policies back to a once-in-a-century pandemic that will systematically change our country forever. The solution is simple, and it's what House Republicans are advocating and have been advocating for months. We need policies that encourage Americans to get back to work, not policies that encourage reliance on the federal government. I thank my friend from Louisiana, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, my friend. And from Arkansas, we yield next to the gentlelady from Illinois' 15th District, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Congressman Johnson, for hosting this special order on so many important issues that our country is facing. I stand for peace, and a lasting one. Side by side, the American and Israeli people have stood for freedom and democracy in the face of authoritarian aggression. Side by side, the American and Israeli people have stood for justice with restraint in the face of reckless violence. Side by side, the American and Israeli people have stood for peace through self-defense in the face of terrorism. President Trump was working with various Islamic nation states in the Middle East to adopt the Abraham Accords in order to foster better diplomatic relations with the nation of Israel. Unfortunately, Joe Biden has brought this peace process to a screeching halt. We know Hamas is a terrorist organization and they are funded by Iran. The Biden administration continues to negotiate with Iran to get them back in the Iran deal. Iran is a funder of terrorists, and the Iran deal would make it easier for them to commit and fund terror. Iran has provided money to Hamas and other Palestinian terrorist organizations. These groups' intention is to destroy Israel and the Jewish state. The ongoing rocket attacks against Israeli civilians show why America must act immediately to support Israel, condemn Hamas, and sanction those who fund terrorism. My family and I will continue to pray for the peace and safety and for the people of Israel as it combats terrorism. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller, and we are admonished even by Scripture to pray for the peace of Israel, and we will. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield now to the gentlelady from Minnesota's 7th District, Ms. Fishback.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague from Louisiana for organizing the special order this evening. And Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight in solidarity with the state of Israel. As the only democracy in the Middle East, Israel is among our greatest allies and friends. Since the beginning, Israel has had two goals: to live as a Jewish state and to do so in peace. This was true at its founding, and it remains true today. But just as it's been throughout history, Israel again finds itself under attack, this time by Hamas terrorists who, with the help of Iran, are bent on destroying the only Jewish state in the world. Does Israel not have a right to defend itself? Make no mistake, Hamas is not interested in peace. They want to destroy Israel and its people, and are willing to use women, children, and journalists as human shields to do so. Some, including members of this body, have taken to propaganda to paint Israel as the aggressor, but that has nothing more than cheap gaslighting. Israel is not now, nor have they ever been, an aggressor state. Its only actions have been in its own defense. There is simply no moral equivalence between a nation defending itself and those who use terrorism to annihilate the Jewish people. In fact, defeating this terrorism is a prerequisite for peace. Mr. Speaker, these ongoing attacks are exactly why the United States must stand with our Israel allies, condemn Hamas terrorists, and sanction those who provide them support. I call on members of all of this distinguished body to continue our long history of support for our Israeli allies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Minnesota, and from there, Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman, the former sheriff from Texas 22, Mr. Nails.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 2 minutes. Good enough. It's time to get Americans back to work. The vaccine is available for all, cases are down across the country, and businesses have openings they need to fill. Using COVID as an excuse to stay home and collect unemployment insurance is not healthy for our economy or workers. We should be encouraging folks to take control of their lives and get back to work. But the multi-trillion-dollar proposals out of the Biden administration and the continued COVID federal unemployment insurance payments of $300 per week are encouraging folks to stay home. We just saw the Democrats and the Biden administration deliver 266,000 new jobs in the month of May, when the Dow Jones predicted 1 million jobs would be added. Why this incredible underachievement? Because the policies of the Democrats and the Biden administration are failing our economy, failing our business owners, and failing the American people. Gas prices are skyrocketing across the country. The per-pound cost of copper is more than double what it was just 12 months ago, and the price of homes is rising. The annual inflation rate is triple what it was in 2020, and the highest it's been in over a decade. These are the consequences of spending trillions of dollars on COVID relief and continuing to pay people not to work. The swamp continues to waste taxpayer dollars on failed policies they say we can fix by continuing to spend trillions more. When is enough enough? When are we going to let the free market flourish? That's the path back to our historic economy pre-COVID. And the sooner we decide to get back to lower taxes, less regulation, and more economic freedom, the quicker we can get the American people back to work and economy back to health. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Texas, and we'll move now to the great state of Florida, the 26th District, represented by Mr. Jimenez, and I yield to him next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing has been made absolutely clear in last month's abysmal jobs report. More government spending, bigger mandates and regulations, incentivizing people to stay on unemployment, punishing states who encourage small mom and pops to reopen is not the way to build back better. It's time for us to pursue policies that put Americans back to work. All the so-called experts and the economic forecasters wanted to believe so hard that the massive $1.9 trillion spending package that the Speaker and President Biden rammed through Congress was going to be the answer. But the truth always prevails. That's why, for the first time in Congress, Democrats actually joined Republicans on a major piece of legislation in voting against that sham of a bill, but it passed anyway. When Republicans stood up on this floor to explain line item by line item what was wrong with that bill and why this was the wrong approach, we got attacked by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle for everything imaginable. But once again, we were proven right. Speaker and President Biden were proven wrong. Now, they're wanting to do this all over again with infrastructure. The current infrastructure proposal being put forward not only adds trillions of dollars in spending on top of the $1.9 trillion Congress has already approved to be spent in the previous spending spree, but now the solution is paying for it by raising taxes. And once again, the American people are being lied to about who is actually going to be affected by those tax hikes. The spin masters are trying to paint a picture that equates the big evil word corporation as big box players and tech behemoths such as Amazon, Netflix, and Facebook. But here's the truth. The term corporation is really only a tax designation for business entity. Corporations include your local mom and pop restaurant. It includes the local corner street pharmacy. It includes the farms who supply the local farmers markets. It's the local fisherman, the family-run dance studio, the store that sells football uniforms to the local high school team, the music instructor helping prepare kids for the next concert, and the guy who scraped together his earnings and started a plumbing business. While the progressive left wants to take swipes at major billionaire companies through extreme taxation, they're bringing all of us along with them. We're all going to be paying more. At a time where our economy is continuing to rebound from the COVID-19 pandemic, we should be encouraging small businesses to reopen, rehire workers, and spur our local economies, not punishing them with more taxes and more regulations. America's small businesses and our middle-class workers deserve much better than this. I know we can and will do better if my colleagues across the aisle choose to work with us in earnest. Let's stop this political grandstanding from the majority and get to work. Republicans are waiting, and we are willing. Thank you.
Thank my friend from Florida. There are three major crises we're talking about tonight. Again, the economic crisis here at home, the crises happening close to home at our southern border, and what's happening to our closest ally in the Middle East, Israel. I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from Pennsylvania's 12th District, Mr. Keller.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. The current economic crisis facing our nation is troubling but not surprising. Skyrocketing inflation, rising gas prices, and growing unemployment are the results of a White House that fundamentally believes more government is the solution. To be clear, President Biden's massive tax and spend policies constitute a losing formula which will drag our nation deeper into debt and government dependency. The April jobs report is a testament to this. A record 8 million jobs are available. However, only 266,000 were filled last month because Biden is promoting government control rather than the sustainable income of a job. Job creators across Pennsylvania in the hospitality, energy, manufacturing, agriculture, and many other industries say the same thing. They are struggling to find workers. Biden's policies are detrimental to our economic recovery and are the last thing America needs. Even more frustrating, the solution to get us back on track has been present all along. Reopen the economy, stop piling debt on our children, and get Americans back to work. It's time that President Biden recognizes that big government is the problem, and only the ingenuity and resilience of the American people will lead us to prosperity. Now more than ever, our government needs to get out of the way and allow Americans to reclaim control of their lives and their government. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and we move from Pennsylvania's 12th District to Georgia's 12th District. Delighted to yield time to my good friend, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and thank you for holding this special order this evening. You know, thanks to the success of Operation Warp Speed, we've been able to get millions of Americans vaccinated. Georgia has led the nation in COVID-19 economic recovery, and I'm proud to say that Georgia's economy has reached pre-pandemic levels. And now that the CDC has rolled back mask recommendations, we're finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. But there's a lot of work to be done to get this great American economy economy in the world, growing again. And unfortunately, the Biden administration is asleep at the wheel when it comes to what needs to be done to spur economic growth. As of March, U.S. job makers reported 8.1 million available jobs, a record high. But I'm hearing from small businesses that they can't get their employees to go back to work. And that's because President Biden and congressional Democrats are paying people more money to stay home than to go to work. I'm grateful that starting next month, our governor, Governor Kemp, is ending the extra $300 in federal weekly jobless payments. It's time for all states to opt out of this federal jobless supplement and quit wasting taxpayers' money. Let's get Americans back to work and focus on rebuilding our economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, and I'm delighted next to yield to a gentleman who knows quite a bit about handling crisis. This is the highest-ranking military officer ever elected to the United States Congress, my friend Mr. Bergman of Michigan.
Well, I'd like to thank my not only friend and colleague, but not well enough acknowledged as the largely singular author of the Commitment to Civility by the bipartisan freshman classes in 2017. That document, unfortunately, is too well hidden, and I want to thank you again for all the work you did, because you laid it out, and it's more applicable today than it was back 4.5 years ago. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my support for getting America back to work. And that support, if I spoke as loud as the support that I gave, you'd probably have to tone down the microphone system. As we look towards the future and to getting our economy back on track, I'm increasingly concerned with the federal government's indiscriminate, uncalculated interference. In April, we saw the unemployment rate increase to 6.1% at a time when you have more help wanted signs out than you could imagine. And frankly, as I drive across my district in the beautiful part of northern Michigan that summer has now just about thought about arriving, and I see all those help wanted signs hanging in the windows of countless small businesses, that number unfortunately comes as no surprise given the current administration's policies. We in Congress should be thoroughly angered that with so many businesses looking for help, we instead advance policies that encourage people to stay unemployed. The expanded unemployment benefits served a positive and caring purpose when businesses were being forced to close in response to the pandemic a year ago. However, as more Americans get vaccinated and we return to a more normal life, the need is not the same as it was in March of 2020. Instead, the extra $300 a week President Biden and the Democrats gave in their latest relief bill to those who stay unemployed does little but distort the job market, disrupt our supply chains, and encourage many to simply stay home instead of finding a job. Meanwhile, the backbone of our economy, small businesses across the country, are struggling to find enough workers despite offering competitive wages, benefits, and in many cases, hiring bonuses. To start addressing this problem, states like Michigan should immediately end their participation in the enhanced supplemental unemployment program. The only way for us as a country to fully recover from this pandemic is by having the federal government stop sabotaging our economy and instead encourage Americans to get back to work. The dignity of work, of a job well done, cannot be underestimated when it comes to bolstering our citizens with a sense of faith in the future and faith in our country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, General Bergman. And from there, we go to Tennessee's 8th District. Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like to recognize my friend and colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, a great leader, and I thank him for organizing this evening. Mr. Speaker, I want to address two different fronts about President Biden's policies, both of which are failing the American people. The April jobs report showed that the economy added less than 270,000 new jobs. That's disappointing, and it was an underperformance from the 1 million jobs that economists expected. Now, it really should be no surprise to anyone because the enhanced unemployment benefits that were approved by Congress against all of our objections under President Biden's initiative, it's truly disincentivized people from going back to work. And then on the second front, we've seen over the past week or so Hamas continue to launch thousands of rockets at Israel, aiming to kill as many innocent lives as possible. Let me be clear. I strongly condemn these attacks. Everybody on this side of the aisle strongly condemns those attacks, and we fully support Israel's unequivocal right to defend herself and her citizens. Yet President Biden has taken a weak approach, demonstrating to terrorist organizations that his administration won't stand up for one of our greatest nations, greatest friends, and greatest ally, and that's Israel. America's support of our strongest ally in the Middle East, it should never be quiet. That sends a terrible message to the rest of the world. Ultimately, we need a government that is more efficient, more effective, and accountable. We need to get people back to work. We must reopen our economy, lower taxes, and get our children back in school. And lastly, we've got to show the rest of the world that our support for Israel will never waver, that we stand strong in defending the Jewish state together as one. You know, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu once said, and I'll paraphrase, if Arabs put down their weapons today, there would be no more violence. If the Jews put down their weapons today, there would be no Israel. I think that pretty much sums it up. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
That does sum it up. That's a very real crisis that we face. Mr. Speaker, I yield next to the gentleman from my neighboring district over in Texas, the 1st District, Mr. Gomer.
Thank you. Here's an article by Tristan Justice. April job numbers are so bad, CNBC thought it was a typo. Another article, new stimulus package, unemployment benefits, $300 per week extended until September. America's vanishing workforce, article by Megan Casella and Rebecca Rainey. And this from the Hill, it's time for states to take the lead in getting Americans back to work, by Anthony Hughes. Why is that? It's because we have an administration that is doing everything it can in conjunction with the Democrats in Congress to keep people from going back to work. Now, when I was between my sophomore and junior year at Texas A&M, I was accepted on an exchange program for the summer to the Soviet Union. And at one point, being out at a collective farm many miles outside of Kiev, I couldn't tell what was cultivated and what wasn't. It looked brown. It didn't look good. But all the farmers in the middle of the morning, 10:30, they're sitting out under a tree in the shade, and they're visiting. And I tried to have a smile and use my best Russian, and I asked, when do you work out in the field? Because I'd stood there for a while, and they all laughed, and I thought maybe I didn't say it right in Russian. And finally, one of them said, I make the same number of rubles if I'm out there in the sun as I do in the shade, so I stay in the shade. I got a message from one of my friends, lady that says, her yard guy says he can't get people to come back to work. He's got 125 yards. And her hairdresser's kids, they're not working, all because of this big bonus if you don't work. It's time to get people back to work, having them earn their money, America will be better for it. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Texas, and honored to yield to our newly elected conference chairwoman, Elise Stefanik of New York.
Thank you. Americans across this country are facing crisis after crisis. Just think, in just over a year ago, in early 2020, our economy was booming, our standing in the world was strong, we had just rebuilt our nation's military, and our communities and families were thriving. Here we are, a little over 1 year later, in just over 100 days, President Biden and Speaker Pelosi have dismantled that foundation, and the American people are paying the price. Americans are suffering under 4 crises from the far-left radical socialist policies of President Biden and Speaker Pelosi. First, American families are facing an economic crisis fueled by trillions of dollars in uncontrolled spending, rampant inflation, and unemployment benefits that incentivize workers to stay home while businesses are desperate to hire employees. We just experienced one of the worst jobs reports in over 20 years, with unemployment rising, cost of living increasing every single day, and small businesses unable to hire. This impacts every hardworking American family, and it is a crisis with no end in sight except the trillions and trillions of dollars in new taxes proposed by President Biden and Speaker Pelosi. Second, American families are facing an energy crisis. This is the first time my generation is experiencing widespread gas lines and stations with no gas. If we do find gas, Americans are paying more at the pump than they have in 7 years. This is unacceptable, and it is unaffordable for every American family. Third, President Biden and Speaker Pelosi have single-handedly created a historic border crisis, leading to rampant human trafficking, an influx of criminals and dangerous drugs like fentanyl rushing across the border. And make no mistake, this does not just affect our border states along the southern border. Every state in this country is a border state, and every city is a border city experiencing the consequences of this border crisis. Fourth, the world is watching in horror as we are facing a national security crisis in the Middle East and resurgent Russia and China. Israel is under attack by Iranian-backed terrorists, and our radical socialist Democrat colleagues across the aisle cannot decide whose side they are on. Let me be clear, my colleagues, the Republicans, we stand with Israel. More importantly, the American people stand with Israel. And these 4 crises are impacting every American family across this nation. In my district, in New York's 21st district, small businesses have more help wanted signs than they have workers. Restaurants like Ted's Fish Fry in upstate New York have been forced to close 1 day a week, just as we're heading into summer, because they are unable to hire workers. Families are bearing the brunt of the abrupt tax hikes caused by skyrocketing gas prices. Border Patrol agents that should be securing our northern border have been sent to the southern border, leaving hundreds of miles of border in my district exposed to drug traffickers and criminals. And people are struggling to grasp the unthinkable. How is the Biden administration negotiating with Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terror, who has targeted our friends, neighbors, and the soldiers of the 10th Mountain Division in my home district? Republicans and the American people are united in rallying against this destructive, radical far-left policies of Biden and Pelosi, causing crisis after crisis in our country every day. We will continue to stand strongly with American workers, American families, small businesses, as well as our allies around the world. And we will fight back against these policies that have led to the devastation and destruction across this country. With that, I yield back.
I thank our conference chair from the great state of New York, and we'll go across the country to the other coast, the state of California, the 25th District, represented by Mr. Garcia. I'm delighted to yield to him now.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in direct support of our most critical ally, Israel. Rarely in history has the strategic alliance between two nations been more meaningful and necessary to the pursuit of worldwide stability than the modern partnership between the United States and Israel. I believe the recipe for a lasting relationship between our two nations and achieving stability in the region in pursuit of peace is comprised of the following key tenets. Number one, maximum foreign military funds from the U.S. to Israel with a focus on providing Israel a qualitative military edge. Number two, an undivided Jerusalem as a capital of Israel. Number three, the Golan Heights must remain under the control of Israel. Number four, the worldwide elimination of boycott, divestment, and sanctions against Israel and Jewish communities and Jewish communities here in the U.S. Such practices are blatantly anti-Semitic. Number five, prosecution of and defense against mutual threats to Israel and the United States. Any threat to Israel should be treated as a threat to the United States. Number six, we cannot allow a nuclear-capable Iran, and we should not re-enter the JCPOA nuclear deal. Mr. Speaker, I've seen war firsthand. War is an ugly thing, but failing to unequivocally support an ally as critical as Israel in pursuit of worldwide stability is the ugliest of things, especially at a time like this when stability worldwide is eroding in front of us. I urge Congress and this administration to fully support Israel. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank my friend from California. Move to the great state of Texas next, the 36th District, represented by Mr. Babin. I yield to him.
Thank you to my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson. I come to the floor today with one clear message for the American people. Bad policies have bad consequences. Not that many weeks ago, we had a thriving and stable economy. We were energy independent. We were a sovereign nation with a secure border. Now, roughly 100 days into Joe Biden's presidency, we are living in what feels like the twilight zone with gas shortages, 2008 levels of inflation, rampant and out-of-control spending, high unemployment rates, destruction in the Middle East, political correctness and wokeness winning the war on common sense, and worst of all, a massive border crisis. These things didn't just happen, folks. They are the direct result of the left's conscious policy decisions, or rather delusions, and is this the America they really wanted? Unfortunately, the mainstream media wants to distract you from the colossal failures of America's weakest president and his administration. In fact, the liberal media dedicated approximately 0 minutes of airtime to the April illegal border crossing numbers, which were the worst in our nation's history. But I'm here to tell you the truth. Biden's foolhardy policies have created a disaster on America's southern border. He has failed us. He has failed you and your family. And most importantly, he has failed to maintain the sovereignty of our beloved nation. We cannot begin to comprehend the lasting impact that Biden's border crisis will have on the sanctity and the security of this nation. And as I wade through the anarchic waters of living in Joe Biden and the Democrat America, I am reminded of the words of Alexander the Great when he said, "I'm not afraid of an army of lions led by sheep. I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion." My friends, leadership is everything. And sadly, right now, our country is in desperate need of a real leader. With that, I yield back.
Thank my friend for that great reminder, and yield next the gentleman from Georgia's 10th District, Mr. Heiss.
I thank my friend for yielding this time. We were all seeing gas prices soar 35% since January, since this administration took office. Whereas what this administration inherited under President Trump was low and affordable energy costs, and our nation had actually achieved energy independence. There were record low unemployment numbers across all demographics, and prior to COVID, the average hourly wage earnings rose at the fastest rate in decades. So what's changed? Well, what's changed is a reversal of those policies that work. Unfortunately, President Biden has proved that he is far more concerned with appeasing the fringe left-wing environmentalist extremists in his party than he is in helping the average American by lowering energy costs and creating good-paying jobs. And so with prices continuing to soar and massive labor shortages, it only makes sense that we should be doing the right kinds of things to get people back to work. And make no mistake, Biden's reckless energy policies have consequences. I know I hear all the time from veterans in my district who literally are having to make the choice between driving 45 plus miles to a veterans clinic or trying to have enough money to survive. However, on day one, President Biden celebrated the canceling of the Keystone Pipeline and eliminated tens of thousands of jobs and millions of dollars for our economy, and yet yesterday the Biden administration gave the green light to finishing Russia's pipeline going down to Germany. This is the height of hypocrisy. Are you kidding me? That we're going to not allow our own country to have a pipeline, but we're going to approve it for Russia? That pipeline with Russia is literally going to give billions of revenue to the Putin regime, and the completion thereof is going to cause our allies in Europe to have to rely more heavily on Russian oil. We are the ones who ought to be selling American oil to Europe, not enabling their reliance upon the Kremlin. Under President Trump, we had a policy where America was first. It appears under this current administration that America is last. And I just repeat this. This is what we have. Under President Biden, sanctions against Russia are canceled, and they build a pipeline. Under President Biden, he cripples our own economy by canceling the Keystone. It's time for us to get back to work. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Georgia. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains on the clock? 20 and a half?
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania's 15th District.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for his leadership tonight and for hosting this special orders. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because it is time to get Americans back to work. At the beginning of the pandemic, industries of all types were desperately trying to keep their doors open, and thousands of Americans lost their jobs. Since then, Congress has passed measures aimed to aid individuals and businesses, including 5 bipartisan relief bills, which I supported. Today, we are starting to return to normal. Businesses across the country are opening their doors to pre-COVID operation levels. However, these industries are facing a new challenge, getting qualified employees to return to work. This is abundantly apparent in my district. The number one need of businesses, both manufacturing and service industries, is a qualified and trained workers. This past April, Clarion County held their annual career fair. Employers from numerous sectors gathered and hoped to find employees of all skills level, great paying, family sustaining jobs available. Sadly, the career fair lacked individuals ready to rejoin the workforce. Stories like this are unfortunately not unique. Right now, there are more job openings in the United States than at any point in our nation's history. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to return to normal and more restrictions are lifted, we must continue to follow the science and encourage Americans to re-enter the workforce. It is time to fully reopen America for business and put Americans back to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank Mr. Thompson. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from Tennessee's 2nd District, my good friend, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, for yielding. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you as masterful use of the gavel earlier today, I was noticing. Joe Biden says America's on the move again. But to me, folks, it looks like America is still at home. A record 8 million job openings in America right now. 8 million folks, that is the population of the great state of Tennessee, where I come from. We are hurting small business recovery and the economic growth. We've got to get our country back to work, Mr. Speaker. Joe Biden and the Democrat policies are not helping our recovery. The $15 minimum wage makes it harder on the very small businesses, and the McDonald's in the district that I represent now are starting folks off at $15 an hour, and some offering health benefits as well. Bonus unemployment benefits that we're paying Americans to stay at home, it just is not working. The job-killing regulations that are directed at industries like our energy sector as well. The Green New Deal and more of this push to the left is only hurting us further. Worst of all, we're pushing tax increases during an economic recovery. Totally backwards, Mr. Speaker, and this is keeping Americans dependent on big government, which I'm not so certain is not the ultimate goal. Instead, we need to be encouraging the private sector to invest in recovery areas. My Opportunity Zones Extension Act does just that. It gives investors more time to use the highly successful Opportunity Zones program. Opportunity zones are in areas that are hit hardest by COVID economic fallout. And these opportunity zones represent areas such as our rural areas and our inner cities, areas which I am proud to represent both of. Our opportunity zones were responsible for $52 billion, Mr. Speaker, in new investment and 500,000 new jobs in our underserved areas before COVID hit. This bill renews investment in these communities, it spurs economic growth, it attracts business, and it's creating good-paying jobs. A much better alternative than the federal government handouts being pushed by many of my colleagues across the aisle. I'd be happy to discuss my bill further with anyone who is interested. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for yielding to me, and I appreciate you for organizing this event, brother.
Well, thank you, my friend, and those are important comments, and we'll get an additional set of important comments from North Carolina's 9th District, my good friend, Mr. Bishop.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. Just like that, America faces 4 simultaneous crises: loss of control of the border, energy supply disruption, a sudden spurt of stagflation, and 4, a key ally under assault. Why is all this happening at once on the eve of the 4-month anniversary of Inauguration Day? Because a weak president signals a weak America. The president sets the tone, and today it's very different than the previous 4 years. On the world stage, our adversaries are newly emboldened and our allies more vulnerable. After several years of creative Trump peace deals, Israel is already under attack. Is that a coincidence? No. Hamas and other terrorists knew that with Trump there would be consequences. They know with Biden there will be none. At our southern border, we have plateaued at a 20-year high for illegal border crossings. It's not slowing down. The word is out. You can cross without consequences. In fact, Biden and his allies think progress is expanding the throughput. Americans are also now experiencing gas shortage, last seen with Jimmy Carter. Even before the price at the pump skyrocketed. Why? Because this president doesn't value or fight for American energy independence like the last one. Instead, he cancels our pipelines and greenlights Russia's. Now, families have new worries about their fuel budgets while being lectured to by this administration on leftist green energy fiascos. Perhaps most pressing of all, our economy is not recovering as it should, while all the warning signs of inflation grow stronger. Practically every day, I hear the same thing from North Carolina small businesses that they cannot find workers. And after that last pathetic jobs report, it's clear that this isn't isolated to any home state. Biden isn't fighting for jobs. He's paying more to not have one. What we are seeing across the board is trickle-down weakness. and the adverse effects are clear. For the first time in 4 years, America has a president who backs down without a fight, and it's costing us. Biden is nowhere to be found on the issues that matter. In his absence, Republicans will keep fighting for the American people. I yield back.
We will keep fighting indeed. Thank you for those comments. I yield next to the gentleman from my neighboring district in South Louisiana, Louisiana's 3rd District, Mr. Higgins.
I thank my friend and colleague. Mr. Speaker, Americans are bewildered about what's happening in our nation today. Americans that actually work have deep concerns about the future of our country. It's incredible to observe from our perspective as a humble constitutionalist servant within this august body exactly what's going on with my colleagues across the aisle and our newly inaugurated executive branch. We have moved from policies out of our executive that put America first to policies out of the President's administration to put America last. We're facing $31 trillion in debt. Let me help my American brothers and sisters that work very hard to earn their living and have portions of their income seized and sent to Washington, D.C. Let me help them get their head wrapped around $31 trillion in debt. If this body, which is responsible constitutionally for all federal spending, were to run a $1 billion surplus in a fiscal year, meaning we spent $1 billion less in federal expenditures than we took in federal revenue, $1 billion, it would require 31,000 years of a $1 billion surplus to address a $31 trillion debt, because a trillion is 1,000 billion and a billion is 1,000 million. It's insane what's being presented as fiscal responsibility out of the Biden administration's White House in their budget request. President Biden shut down the Keystone Pipeline, killed thousands of American jobs overnight with the stroke of his pen on his first day in office, and now has approved support for a Russian pipeline where, under the guise of ecological concern, is why he shut down Keystone, is done incredibly clean in America. The oil and gas industry, energy industry in America is the cleanest in the world. We're going to shut down an American pipeline and approve and authorize a Russian pipeline. It's absurd the direction we're going in. Our border crisis, my sources, which are accurate, we've had at least 700 to 800,000 illegal crossings this year. Our vice president allegedly has been put in charge of handling the border. She can't find her way to South Texas. We should send a map to the White House. Israel, could you imagine what our response should be as a nation if we received 6,000 to 8,000 rockets fired at our citizens? We should be standing unwavering beside our ally, Israel. A nation that stands against Israel stands against itself. I thank the Speaker for allowing me to address the House, and I thank my colleague for holding this important special order this evening. I yield the balance of my time.
I thank my good friend, and I yield next to a gentleman from the great state of Texas who knows something about all this, Mr. Cloud, Texas 27th District.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today our prayers are with our faithful friend and ally, Israel. The country is under attack by Hamas, a terrorist organization that will stop at nothing to kill and destroy. The world is watching and hoping that Iran-backed Hamas and the Palestinian Liberation Organization will cease their destructive and reckless attacks on Israel. Recently, pre-COVID, I had an opportunity to visit Israel and spoke with one mom who talked about the horrific decision they're faced with at times when the alarm goes off, when the missiles are coming in Israel. They know they have about 13 seconds to make it to a shelter, and they're faced with the decision of which child on the playground do you take with you. This has got to stop. Israel's actions are a clear example of a nation committed to the duty and responsibility of protecting their citizens. We know that Israel will continue to need our support even after this attack subsides. While other nations fueled by anti-Semitism act to boycott, divest, and sanction Israel, U.S. hopes for prosperity and flourishing for the Israeli people. As such, we support continued economic cooperation and bold security assistance that benefits Israelis and Americans alike. We applaud and stand by the accomplishments of the Trump administration to improve peace in the Middle East. We recognize Jerusalem as the true capital of Israel. We affirm Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. We celebrate the historic Abraham Accords, reestablishing diplomatic ties between Israel and the regional neighbors. And we oppose efforts within the UN to undermine Israel on the global stage. We also oppose the Iran nuclear ambitions and call for the United States to withdraw from the Iran deal. While the Washington left remains weak on Israel, the American people stand strongly in support of the Israeli people. It's time for Democrats to reject the extreme left, anti-American, anti-Israel, pro-Marxist agenda. They need to work with Republicans to pass a bill that provides security aid to the Israeli government. Thank you. Now yield back.
I thank my friend from Texas and yield next, Mr. Speaker, to the gentleman from Alabama's 2nd District, Mr. Moore.
Thank you to my friend, Representative Johnson. Mr. Speaker, in the last few days, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad have fired 4,000 rockets targeting millions of Israeli civilians across the country. Thanks to Israel's Iron Dome, many of these rockets have been intercepted, saving thousands of lives. The Iron Dome is a byproduct of bipartisan support from Congress that provides critical missile defense and cooperation. Tragically, not all these rockets have been intercepted, resulting in senseless deaths of many innocent civilians, women and children among them. These terrorist attacks against our strongest ally must stop, and the Palestinian leaders have a responsibility to do what they can to stop it. I commend my colleagues and our government leaders from both sides of the aisle who have condemned this violence, telling the world and our mutual enemies that America stands strong with Israel. To those who blame Israel and accuse them of terrorism, I'll say what I've always told my children. Don't be the first ones to start a fight, but you must be willing to finish it. Israel has a right to defend their citizens and their nation's sovereignty. The Lord told Abraham, he said, I will make you a great nation, and I will bless them that bless thee, and I will curse them that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. I am proud to stand firm with Israel. Pray for peace for Jerusalem. May thou be secure who love you. Psalms 122:6.
Amen to that. I appreciate my friend and those great comments. And I yield next, the gentleman from the great state of Wisconsin, the 6th District there, with more thoughts about this crisis over Israel. Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. A tragedy is going on in Israel. Over 4,000 rockets have been shot from Gaza and a handful from Lebanon. 12 Israelis and about 200 Gazans have died. This is entirely unprovoked on Israel's part. It may have something to do with a future election on the West Bank. Iran is showing support for Hamas and has given them financial aid, so they are partly responsible. Gaza, of course, could be a livable modern country. It used to be a vacation destination, and prior to 2005, when Israel turned it over, there were greenhouses for an agriculture sector. It's their own fault by collectively electing a government which not only declares a unilateral war, but uses residential and commercial facilities as military locations, guaranteeing deaths of civilians, including children. Israel is a strong country, and of course they will not be defeated militarily. There is a danger, however. As explained by James Burnham in his book, Suicide of the West, now over 50 years old, a decadent West may blame themselves for the corruption and lack of caring for human life in Gaza. Some members of this body are already doing this. The United States and Israel must not shirk from our responsibilities as moral leaders of the world. We support Israel in defending themselves from the attacks of the morally bankrupt government in Gaza. We encourage them to continue this fight for as long as necessary to make sure their citizens are not at risk in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grothman. Yield next the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania. It's 9th District, Mr. Muser.
Well, I thank my good friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, our Republican vice chair. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, since the onset of the pandemic, our small businesses have been faced with immeasurable challenges. Though our recovery from the pandemic is underway, businesses now face an unnecessary worker shortage due in part to enhanced unemployment compensation payments that disincentivize work. Each week, I speak with business owners from across my district who tell me they've opened jobs but can't fill them and compete with enhanced unemployment. One of the largest employers in my district, East Penn Manufacturing, hosts weekly job fairs to fill hundreds of good-paying manufacturing jobs that they have available and are going unfilled. Enhanced unemployment compensation was never intended, Mr. Speaker, to be permanent, but it is now disrupting the labor market on the onset of what can be a strong recovery. As more Americans continue to get vaccinated and our COVID cases continue to decline, it is time for us to stop disincentivizing work. Unemployment assistance programs should be revised to target those unable to work, such as parents with children at home due to school closures, or those not physically able. Those who can work and choose not to should not be able to receive generous unemployment compensation at a rate often more than $20 per hour. The U.S. Department of Labor reports 8.1 million jobs were open in March, and there are plentiful, well-paying jobs in every industry offering incentives for new hires across Pennsylvania. Despite this, Pennsylvania's unemployment rate is even higher than the national average. That is why last week I sent a letter to the governor of Pennsylvania urging him to better target supplemental unemployment compensation to those who truly need it and reinstate work search requirements that were waived last year. Despite an abundant job market, our economy added only 266,000 jobs last week. Mr. Speaker, as I close, businesses are creating new jobs every day. We owe it to them to at least create job seekers. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank all my colleagues for participating tonight. I realize we're out of time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And you pronounced it correct, and I have one of those last names. Before I start my presentation, and I'm going to focus sort of on some of the economics, the debt, economic growth, particularly in some of the proposals that are hitting the House right now. I wanted to touch on something. You know, we just heard a number of folks get up and talk about, you know, their love and caring for Israel and the Middle East and the concerns of the conflict. I want to do something that's a little bit different. I have intense concern that our relationship with a fair and functioning republic in the Middle East never become a partisan issue. Maybe this will make sense. You know, I've been here for a few years, and there's always been the ability for those on the left and the right to stand up and say, look, we have a country that works. No country is perfect, but it works, and it respects human rights. It's a functioning republic, a democracy in the Middle East. and was really sort of heartbroken last week, just before I did one of these presentations. There was a presentation by not many members, but some that said some pretty awful things. So I hope as we all, want the country of Israel to prosper and do well, we want everyone in the region to prosper and do well, but we have to accept there are other bad actors, particularly financing and things coming through Iran, to some very bad actors to do horrible, horrible things in the region. I wish we could sort of step back a few months and think of the joy that many of us felt with the Abraham Accords, that good things were happening. And the caring for Israel needs to be bipartisan. And my fear is we're seeing that start to slip, where some on the hard left are moving away from supporting a fellow republic. This is not a good thing for all of us, and we need to sort of rethink that discussion, stand up for our friends, tell our enemies that they can have a home in our hearts if they stop the bad acts. And maybe the Middle East one day really does have a future, as we saw with the vision that came from the Abraham Accords. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I get frustrated when I watch the floor. We all sit in committee, and so often what comes through these microphones are sort of trite talking points. So let's go back to big picture, and then what are we doing to actually deal with it? Have a new chart. And I'm trying to find over and over and over, how do we actually all come together and understand the reality? This is our future. This is my 5-year-old daughter's future. It's $101 trillion of debt, adjusted in today's dollars. So this isn't, 30 years of inflation. This is today's dollars. This is our future in 30 years. And many of us want to get behind the microphone and say, this is a Democrat, this is Republican. It's demographics. We're getting older as a society. We're getting older as a people. And the reality of it is 67% of our 30-year debt is the unfunded portion of Medicare. Remember, when you pay your FICA tax, you're paying the Part A, the hospital portion. The Part B and D, a retiree contributes a little tiny sliver to. The rest comes out of the general fund. And when you actually take a look at our population, the cost of health care, those things, you start to realize it is the core driver of our debt. The blue here is the unfunded liability with Social Security. So if you believe Americans have the right to these earned benefits, these are earned benefits, then why is it so hard to have an honest conversation about the unfunded liability? Because you will get up behind these microphones, and the handful around here who will tell the truth about the math, this becomes an attack television commercial because you told the truth. I am passionate that my time here, I'm going to make these programs survive and prosper. But you first have to understand the scale of the problem. And you see a little green wedge over here? At the end of 30 years, the $101 trillion of debt in today's dollars, only $3 trillion of it is the rest of government. So when you get a politician that will say, oh, it's the military, it's waste and fraud, it's foreign aid, what's the term? Oh yeah, they're lying to you. Or they don't own a calculator. Once again, we got to have this honest conversation. The unfunded liabilities in Medicare and Social Security drive U.S. sovereign debt. So why talk about this today? Well, we have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of spending that has come out this year. And I want to walk through what that does. And I haven't even been able to do the math on the charts of if we continue just what we've done this year, just in these few months, what that actually means to the future. You would think we'd be having this discussion, hey, the economy is getting better, our society is opening up, let's get Americans to work, let's get prosperity going, because if we don't have actually amazing, robust economic growth, dealing with that $101 trillion of unfunded liability becomes almost mathematically impossible. So just to try to put some things in context, we held a hearing today in Ways and Means on infrastructure. Now, most of the discussion ended up becoming about infrastructure financing. But I decided actually it was good to actually come up here and show what's actually roads and bridges. So you see the orange right there, 115 billion out of the, what is it, $2-some trillion is actually just roads and bridges. Much of the rest of the spending, if you want to be brutal about it, are other things that come shockingly close to paybacks for constituencies that help finance the left. But a lot of them are things that ultimately don't belong in the infrastructure, medical expansion, long-term care. It's something that's real. We need to deal with. Does long-term care belong in an infrastructure bill? Republicans and Democrats, we can nail this. We can get this here. I will also give you another thing. There's many of us who believe infrastructure is actually much more than our traditional idea of roads and bridges. If you start to think it through, how much of it is technology? If I came to you tomorrow and said, what is the street down, in your neighborhood going to look like a decade from now, 15 years from now? I'm desperately hoping my 5-year-old never drives. I want her in an autonomous vehicle. Well, if we actually have this technology coming, what does traffic look like? What does a smart city look like? You've all seen sort of, and I've done presentations here on the floor before of what does the future of infrastructure look like in a world of interconnectivity where cars can be traveling at pretty impressive speeds, talking to each other. Your carrying capacity on the existing roads today change. How much discussion have we had that the future of infrastructure has a huge technology base to it? That the information coming to your vehicle tells you when there's a fire truck, when school's out, when there's a water main break, to keep moving and flowing traffic. And that's one of my intense frustrations is much of the debate we have is, let's pay back our political constituencies, let's put this much into roads and bridges, and let's completely be funding the infrastructure of past decades instead of being visionary what the future looks like. I'll give you a simple example of that just as a thought experiment. I have a fixation on the future of healthcare is a type of interconnectivity. Telemedicine becomes sort of a telehealth using sensors and those things. Cars talking to each other, transportation, products, drones. Okay, you need broadband. Broadband in the future for areas like my state of Arizona that don't have it isn't running a copper line or a fiber optic line out to the middle of nowhere. It's a satellite. This last weekend, I think we launched another 54 or whatever it is low Earth orbit satellites. But we have $100 billion of spending for moving broadband, particularly out to rural America. Rural America, if we would actually understand technology of today, instead of sounding like we're a decade behind, we actually have, for my tribal communities in the middle of nowhere, they have broadband. We just now need to get our laws, our financing, our subsidies into this part of this century. So that's part of the thought experiment. This is one I want to try to have a real brutally honest conversation about, because the president has gotten up multiple times and said his infrastructure package is paid for. Well, it's not. And when you actually spend some time on it, the new taxes, a substantial number of them are, fake. They're just, they're fluff. Because when you look at first, $265 trillion in spending, that's the baseline on the bill, as best we can score it. 195 or $1.095 trillion, so is the revenue. It's not real. A big portion of it comes from, hey, we're going to get the entire world to do a corporate minimum tax, so inversion, so the companies leaving the United States because we raise corporate taxes won't happen. So for the Biden tax plan, for Nancy Pelosi's, for the Democrats' tax plan to actually work, there's components in here. You need the rest of the world to adopt a minimum tax so companies, we don't go back to the pre-2016 where companies were abandoning the United States and taking much of that tax revenue with them. Another thing, there's actually a substantial area there where we believe there's billions and billions, maybe a couple $100 billion, and we're going to collect more taxes. We're going to get those tax cheats. Okay, let's say that's even real. How many years would it take to hire, train, and be able to collect? You know, there's some of the estimates, you're talking several years before that even becomes effective. So there's just a number of things like that in the revenue side that are fanciful. Also, no one has started to score the raise of corporate taxes that are in the Democrats' tax portion of the infrastructure plan. We did a presentation last week that actually showed about 1 million people will lose their job in the first 24 months. There'll be 1 million less jobs because of the corporate tax, and that's just the corporate tax. And it's not actually talking about the change of basis, the capital gains, the tax on the wealthy, all those other things. So we were trying to make an argument, if the hunger is for revenues for some of these, stop subsidizing the really, really ultra-rich. You know, when they buy their multi-million-dollar house on a beachfront, should we subsidize flood insurance? If someone's really wealthy, should you subsidize their electric vehicle, their solar panels, their power wall? Turns out we were coming up with close to $1.4 trillion in the 10-year window that looks to be subsidies for the very well-off. And if you do the ultra-well-off, it cuts that number down, but it's still a stunning amount of money. So there's a path where you could actually cut spending instead of doing things that would distort economic growth. Because as many who may have watched some of these presentations, I have an absolute fixation on the working poor. And the miracle we had in this country in 2018, 2019, where we actually were starting to crush the separation of income and equality. It was working. We actually came up with something that was, I believe Democrats support it, they just didn't support how we got there, and that was we made working men and women's labor valuable. We made what talents they brought to the marketplace valuable. And we tried to once again say, if you care and love the working poor, and you want them to become much less poor, you can't devalue their labor. Well, but that's what we're doing right now. Number one thing you can do to do economic violence to the working poor, open up your borders. What happens when you import substantial numbers of people with similar skill sets? We have great data on this. You functionally have subjected to that working poor population in your country to a decade of misery, where their wages don't flatline, they actually go down. The other thing you do is inflation. Inflation concentrates punishment on elderly who've saved and the working poor, because now the ability to buy that house, now the ability to buy an asset becomes so much more difficult to get to. And I'm not sure the left has processed what's going on at this moment and how much economic violence is actually being done by the economic decisions that have happened the last few months here. So let's actually take a quick look here. Do you remember a couple years ago, way back, maybe like 2019, we would engage in debates here on, we're spending too much money on military, too much of this, and we were going to be up to, 4.7% of GDP that year was going to be in borrowing. And people were really upset on the left. And many of us were upset on too much spending on the right. This year, we're over 20.5%. If you want to understand inflation, if you want to understand what's happening in asset prices, if you're wanting to understand why that first-time home buyer can't buy the home, why that working poor family can't seem to dig themselves out, this is the beginning of what we're doing. We are pumping so much spending, the Federal Reserve is having to finance it, create functionally fake money, because here's what we're doing. We sell bonds. Right now, the Federal Reserve is buying our bonds like crazy, in many ways just creating cash out of thin air. And there's this old saying, what's inflation? Inflation is too many dollars chasing too few goods. So instead of financing production and productivity in our society, like the tax reform did in 2017, where we saw incredible wage growth with no inflation, what we did now is we helicopter dropped money. And now we have lots of cash in our society that's all been borrowed, chasing not enough production because we didn't incentivize production. We incentivized buying things. Great politics until you start to blow up people's lives with the cost of their goods. So, how dangerous is inflation? You hear a number of our friends from the Federal Reserve. I talked to one a couple nights ago, one of the region presidents, and David, it's transitory. Except how many of you have watched a lot of the leading economists, even leading economists on the left side in the last 3 or 4 days? They're now sounding the alarm. This inflation rate is not what they call transitory. It's not just, hey, it's a blip for 90 days and then it's going away. And there's geeky things. I'm the senior Republican on the House side for Joint Economic Committee, and there's things we will look at. You know, being able to buy a futures contract on a steel that you're doing a multi-year project, things like that. And you almost can't buy those right now. There are so many industries that say their inflation curve is already out beyond this year and it's into 22. This is really dangerous where we're at. Think of this. Last month, if you had an annualized, we're at 4.2. But the more important thing is, look at the explosion. Functionally, soon as the administration started rolling out these functionally deficit finance, even though the president says, hey, I'm paying for it, but you just saw on giving credit for everything, there's still another $600 billion of borrowing in just the infrastructure proposal, not all the others. This is a problem. There's a canary in a mine. Some folks should be actually really, really starting to make a point on this. Hey, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, tell me how many minutes I have.
Minutes.
Okay, I'll talk faster. And look, I know this is a little bit geeky, but this is important. Open borders, inflation, these are components that just crush the very people that we were having so much success a couple of years on. And we all talk a great game about caring about working men and women, but we're engaging in economic malfeasance right now. And I understand it's complicated, but the numbers don't lie. Take a look at, when you start looking at these charts right now, where you start seeing just parts of the PPI hitting a 12% annualized in the sort of commodity goods and those last month. We really, really, really need to start taking this seriously. Do you continue to float more debt, to chase more helicopter money, to go out and buy more constituents? And you're going to see sort of a false economy for some of the calculations this year, where you may see a number that says, hey, income inequality also shrunk this year because we gave out so much cash, but we also created economic violence because we created detachment from work. Remember, losing a year of work, losing a year of skills, losing a year of progress in your career path, even for the working poor, has a multiplier effect that if you look over the lifetime career, is actually pretty devastating. You see what decisions that were made to keep schools closed and the amount of economic violence to working women in our nation. In 2019, there were more females in the labor market than men. Today, that just isn't true. So the last one I will give, for those folks who fixate on monetary policy, you're in an unusual moment. Remember, there's a difference between fiscal policy and monetary policy. Monetary is Federal Reserve. Hey, we're going to shrink the money supply, we're going to increase the money supply, we're going to do this to protect the purchasing value of the dollar for overseas, for in the country. We're going to use interest rates, we're going to use bank reserves, we're going to use those things as tools. Fiscal side is we spend money, we borrow money. What happens when we're borrowing because we're spending so much, we're borrowing so much, that we distort what they call monetary supply? All of a sudden, the Federal Reserve is having to step in and finance our chaos. And it turns out Congress, because of its spending now, is distorting monetary supply. And what this chart shows is, just take a look. This was the Federal Reserve balance sheet. Just before COVID, it was shrinking. The economy was doing so stunningly well. We had had economic growth. The working poor were getting dramatically less poor. We had almost no inflation, and productivity was beginning to spike in the economy. Remember, how do you pay people more money? You pay them more because inflation or productivity. Well, when you pay someone more for inflation, they don't get anything. When you pay them for productivity because there's new plant and equipment and this types of economic investment, that's the golden child. That's where you're paying people more because we've invested in them, we've invested in the plant and equipment. That's also what's so devastating about the left's tax plan right now. When you raise capital gains, the way they're talking about doing it, without incentivizing investments in productivity and investments in people through those organizations, they're going to be paid less money. When you raise corporate taxes, there will be less money for those things that make jobs more productive. And we've already seen the numbers. We're going to unemploy 1 million people if the current corporate tax model comes in. So we are now spending so much money, we are just distorting the monetary supply for us in the world because the Federal Reserve needs to keep buying our bonds to try to keep interest rates as level as possible for as long as possible, because God forbid, when you're floating the scale of debt we're floating today, could you imagine if the next set of refinancing, the next set of bonds were at traditionally the interest rates we had a decade ago or 2 decades ago? So I want to sort of close on this. This over here is 2013 to 16. This is 16 to 19. Most of this economic change was really 18 and 19. This is mean family income. If you take a look at the blue is the wealthiest, the blue is, we'll call it the poorest quartiles in our society. 2016, 2014, 2015, 2013, going back, they were getting their heads kicked in. Income inequality really was growing, but it was growing under Obama administration's policies. If you take a look what happened after tax reform, income inequality shrank, and the blue here is our lowest quartiles, and I hate that number, but it's economics. The orange, so working men and women, particularly the working poor, saw almost a 10% increase in their wages in those couple years. The wealthy only saw about 2.9. This is, if anyone ever wants to really dive into it, the discussion between supply-side economics and sort of Keynesian economics and the distortion that politics have turned to those things. If you actually care about where we're going, do you remember the very first chart that showed $101 trillion of debt that's coming at us? We are making our society and our country incredibly fragile. An interest rate spike, a military conflict, another pandemic. if we need infrastructure, let's build infrastructure. We can work out the financing mechanisms. But is long-term care really belong in the infrastructure bill? We need a revolution in what healthcare is, because you saw on the first chart, healthcare is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. And once again, understand the ACA, Obamacare, the Republican alternative, Medicare for all, are not pieces of legislation to change the cost of health care. When you see them, the percentage of GDP it goes to health care stays the same. They're financing bills. This is one of the thought processes here that's been so difficult to crack through our skulls. We keep having debates on this floor that are about who pays and who gets subsidized. We don't have conversations of what we can do to unleash creativity and technology, whether it be in environment, whether it be in infrastructure, whether it be in healthcare. And until this place starts to see this in a holistic sort of continuous circle of healthcare actually has something to do with infrastructure, infrastructure has to do, but the way you keep debt financing it, the debt becomes our fragility, and the debt is what's going to crush our future and do true economic violence to the working poor and even to my 5-year-old daughter's future. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. Thank you. The gentleman from Florida arrived too late. I apologize. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognized the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Newlin Wing. Newlin Wing is a current resident of Orlando, Florida, who over the last 5 years has become a passionate advocate for building leadership coalitions in the Asian American and Orange County communities. With a family history stemming from Michigan and Vietnamese refugees, he grew up experiencing the individualistic and collectivistic cultures of the United States and Vietnam. His upbringing created a belief within Newlin that our collective well-beings are tied to each other's progress. He believes when our best individual efforts and perspectives are shared, we can all progress forward. This principle led him to pursue leadership positions and projects with local and national nonprofits and associations. He holds roles as the president of the National Association of Asian American Professionals, Orlando chapter, and Chief Strategy Officer role with the NAAAP National. Newland is passionate about strategies and partnerships that give individuals a platform for building their leadership and having a true impact in their industries and communities. In his work with the Orange County community, Newland has created leadership programs for our high school and college students, helped lead voter education initiatives, and led efforts to increase the representation of Asian American Pacific Islanders in community leadership positions. He is grateful for the amazing leadership he has been a part of and for the opportunity to serve his community. Outside of his community volunteer work, Newland currently serves as Association Manager for Junior Chamber International, USA, a not-for-profit organization of young, active citizens. The JCI USA mission to provide development opportunities that empower young people to create positive change aligns with Newland's passion and background. For this and more, Mr. Newland Wing, we honor you. In honor of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Adrian Lee. Adrian Lee is a senior undergraduate student at the University of Central Florida, studying political science with a track in international affairs and a minor in human communications. During her time at UCF, Adrian was involved in Asian interest student organizations, including the Asian Student Association, the Sparks Magazine chapter of UCF, and the Asian Pacific American Coalition. As president of Asian Pacific American Coalition, Adrian worked with multiple executive student boards, administrative offices, and community partners to amplify Asian American issues and provide networking opportunities. She is most proud of introducing her new scholarships during UCF's celebration of Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, recognizing the creativity, leadership, and advocacy of APIDA students. During her free time, Adrian enjoys painting and visiting local restaurants of Greater Orlando. For this and more, Adrian Lee, we honor you. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Dr. Hei-Feng Lin. Dr. Hei-Feng Lin received her PhD in statistics from Virginia Tech in 1999. She has published many papers in journals such as the Journal of Statistical Computation and Simulation, the Criminal Justice Review, Corrections Today, etc. She has worked as a research statistician in the Orange County Corrections Department for 14 years. Her statistical analysis and reports help decision makers deliver better community outcomes by enhancing efficiency and productivity. As a result of her work, management has a data-driven decision-making process. Prior to OCCD, she worked for a consulting company in Washington, D.C. until 2007. She worked on many projects for the federal government, including the U.S. Marshals, ICE, and the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts. She is also vice chair of the Research Council in the American Correctional Association and the former president of the Club Orange Toastmasters. Dr. Hei-Feng Lin is the founder and president of the Orange County Asian Committee with the mission of bringing the community together while promoting inclusivity and the rich heritage of Asian Americans since 2012. In order to advocate for Asian cultures, diversity, and inclusiveness, she leads numerous events such as cultural performances, art contests, and awards. During the pandemic, when face masks were in short supply, she organized people to donate masks to prevent the spread of and protect against COVID-19 healthcare crisis in Orange County and people in need. Dr. Lin now lives with her husband in Oviedo, Florida, and has 2 beautiful daughters. For this and more, Dr. Hei-Feng Lin, we honor you. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Oshanto Am. Oshanto Am makes no secret of her humble beginnings. She is a child of Cambodian refugees who escaped the Khmer Rouge, and due to unfortunate circumstances, she and her siblings were removed from her parents' care and placed in the foster system. One of her first recollections of the judicial system was when she advocated on behalf of her siblings to have them reunited under one roof. Rather than being broken by such adversity, she embraced her experience to fuel a passion for public service and child advocacy. She aged out of foster system and went on to become the first in her family to attend college and graduate from the University of Florida. She earned her JD from Stetson University College of Law, where she earned the prestigious Victor O. Wheel Trial Advocacy Award and the Thomas E. Pennick Jr. Award. Oshanto is the Vice President of Quality and Chief Legal Officer of Empower, Inc., where she leads the organization to new levels, working diligently to improve the lives of children and families. Outside of work, Mrs. Am is heavily involved in the legal and the Asian American Pacific Islander community. As the president of the Greater Orlando Asian American Bar Association, she put public service and community outreach to the forefront, spearheading several successful virtual programs, including the Voter Initiative, the Asian Fusion Nights, Cooking for a Cause, and Stop AAPI Hate Panel. She's also an active board member of the National Association of Asian American Professionals, a member of the Orange County Asian American Committee, and a scholarship chair of the Orange County Bar Association Foundation. But for all her accomplishments and accolades, her greatest pride and joy is to share with her husband the adventure of raising 3 multiracial daughters to become strong, empowered women. And for that and more, Mrs. Oshanto M., we honor you. In honor of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Shally Wong. Ms. Shally Wong is a special assistant of Mayor Jerry Demings of the Orange County government. A Hong Kong immigrant, Ms. Wong has proudly served the Central Florida Asian American community since 2005. Her programs include cultural outreach, unity, and inclusion for all peoples of the Asian American community and beyond. Ms. Wong invests in all her responsibilities a vision of diversity, understanding, acceptance, and respect that nurtures present and future generations. She takes pride, great pride, in representing her culture and being a voice for those underrepresented in her community. With an MIS bachelor's degree in business administration, Ms. Wong brings dedication, meticulousness, selflessness to many professional and local projects from idea through completion. Examples of such projects include the Asia Trend magazine publication, the Asia Trend Inc. nonprofit organization, and the Dragon Parade Lunar New Year. Ms. Wong's prior recognized positions include Vice President of Chinese American Association of Central Florida, President of CAACF, and Board of Director of the Asian American Chamber of Commerce, for which she served as Treasurer in 2007. Her various awards and merits include the AACC's Ellison S. Onizuka Humanitarianism Award, the Asian American Heritage Council Community Service Award, and the Outstanding Community Service Award in recognition of County Mayor Teresa Jacobs. Ms. Wong now serves as Board Director of Fusion Fest, Inc. For this and more, Ms. Shally Wong, we honor you. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Sadiullah Baburi. Sadiqullah Baburi, born on June 10, 1977, to father Baki Baburi and mother Sadiqa Baburi in Kandahar, Afghanistan, is the oldest of 8 siblings. The Soviet occupation of the 80s took many of his family members' lives and forced him and his family to flee their home and brought them to the United States in the year 1990. Supporting his family financially, Sadiq worked as a dishwasher with his brother-in-law, Muhammad Amin, at a diner in Schenectady, New York, until they gathered enough money to build their own restaurant in Newark, New Jersey. After several years, he moved his entire family to Florida and eventually opened his newest restaurant with his brother-in-law, Kennedy Chicken and Grill, named after the airport he and his wife first arrived in as immigrants. The restaurant employs many immigrants who came to the U.S. seeking new opportunities, as his family did years ago. At the present moment, Sadiq has 4 children. He and his wife have been married since 1996, and Mr. Baburi contributes to many local charities through his small business work in the Central Florida community. For this and more, Mr. Sadiqullah Baburi, we honor you. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Dr. Francisco Rita Halili, MD, FACS. Dr. Francisco Frank Halili, MD, is a man who appears to have more than 24 hours in a day. And for every single second of those extra hours, there is a man living life to the fullest, a man of God and country. He uses his time and talents and treasures to help others. A board-certified general surgeon in the Central Florida area for more than 27 years, Dr. Halili's sharp mind and skillful hands have sought to provide the best care for everyone he meets. It is hard to even imagine the number of lives he has changed, either directly or indirectly, as a doctor. Born in Manila, Philippines, to Filipino-U.S. immigrants who made sacrifices like many other immigrants to do what, when starting over in the U.S., he was instead raised by his grandmother in the Philippines. A graduate of Ateneo de Manila High School, He would eventually attend Florida Southern College, majoring in biochemistry, and later attend medical school in the University of Miami School of Medicine, class of 1988. Dr. Halili did his surgical residency at Brookdale Hospital Medical Center in Brooklyn, New York, and started his private practice in 1993 as a general surgeon in Kissimmee, Florida. Anyone who has ever seen Dr. Halili in the operating room knows of his love for his alma mater and Hurricane sports. His medical students and nurses can easily spot him proudly wearing anything and everything, University of Miami, orange and green, all the way down to his famous orange-colored operating room shoes, Go Canes. Over his 27-year career, it is hard to say exactly how many hours Dr. Halili has spent in surgery with delicate hands caring for his patients. But for every one of those hours, getting to the 4 hospitals, no matter what time or emergency, he has somehow defied the laws of physics and created even more time in the day to be a full-time, loving husband to Joanna and devoted father to Francis and Francine. For this and more, Dr. Francisco Halili, we honor you. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. Since our last couple of floor periods, I had a chance to one more time visit our southern border. And I'd like to point out what's going on there because I think it's the most important issue in America today. Right now, our Border Patrol, and so our listeners understand, there are 2 classes of people who come to our border. There are people who are caught or deal with the Border Patrol, and a lot of people want to be found by the Border Patrol because they think they can come into this country through an asylum process, and there are other people who sneak across the border. In April, our Border Patrol touched or dealt with about 178,000 individuals. A year ago, that number was 17,000. So we have voluntarily gone up from having the Border Patrol deal with about 17,000 to 178,000. As we deal with more people who are touched by the Border Patrol has to spend more time doing paperwork, particularly with the children. And we have another group of people coming across the border called getaways. Because they're getaways, nobody knows exactly how many there are, but we do have drones. We do have our new wall together with sensors. And we are guessing right now that the number of getaways has gone from about 10,000 a month a year ago to 30,000 a month. We feel when you combine the 2 totals, we're going from about 10,000 a month people coming across our border to, just guessing, 70 to 80,000 people a month crossing our border. One thing I found at the border is that it's a misnomer to say most of these people are necessarily, or all these people are necessarily coming from Mexico or Central America. The last time I was down there, we looked at the 3 western sectors of the Mexican border, and there are 9 sectors. We looked at San Diego, El Centro, and the Yuma sector. In the San Diego sector, the second most common nationality coming across at the time we were down there was Russian. In the other 2 sectors, the most common nationality for quite a while had been Brazilian. While I was there, we watched Border Patrol process a group of about 40 people coming across. They weren't even from one country. It was a group, and some of the people were from Russia, some were from Romania, some were from Cuba. When we looked at the facilities the Border Patrol had down there, they had names of country in what else to call them, pens where they were holding people. And sometimes a lot of people were kind of squished together. Another country that people were commonly coming from was Ecuador. I said a lot of people coming here from Cuba. We saw a large pen for people from India, though to be honest, nobody was in it. But in any event, people are coming here from all around the world. We also noticed at the border that the huge slats used to build the wall, which they had to cut short on, are apparently being stolen. Somebody paid for all these things that were supposed to be used to build a wall that was 30 feet high above the ground and 8 feet high below the ground. We cut short the building of that wall right when President Biden was sworn in. So we already paid for the equipment. There was a lot of equipment used to put together the wall that had been rented. Apparently, that money was wasted, and right now, the slats used for the wall are apparently being stolen at night by people who are selling them on the market. One other thing to observation about the wall, there has been an increase of traffic coming by boat in the San Diego area. And the reason the Border Patrol thinks that is true, or the reason it is true, is because of the effectiveness of the wall. Because the wall is doing a good job, people are more likely to get in a boat, go 20 miles out to sea, and 20 miles back to come in. The people who are let in this country, pending an asylum hearing, are put all over the country. They're frequently left with a nonprofit organization, perhaps the Catholic Social Services, and they find somewhere for them everywhere you look. Another thing that you have to realize as things get worse in the wall is the number of drugs coming across the southern border. I had always wondered what would happen to the drug cartels as marijuana was legalized in the United States. And one of the arguments for legalization of marijuana is it would weaken the drug cartels because they would no longer have to sneak the drugs across the border, that what would happen is that they would grow the marijuana in greenhouses here, Colorado, Washington, where have you, and the drug gangs would dry up. Not so. What's going on is because it is no longer that profitable to ship marijuana across the border. As a matter of fact, I recently heard an anecdote in which a lot of marijuana was shipped across the border and they couldn't find anybody to sell it to because the quality of the marijuana grown in America is superior to the marijuana grown in Mexico. What happens is there's been a dramatic increase in more severe drugs. Heroin, cocaine, meth, and the worst of all, fentanyl. We recently hit a new record in which we've had 90,000 deaths in a 12-month period in the United States. In Milwaukee County, of which I represent a part, there were 540 deaths last year. And Milwaukee County is not big like Cook County or some of these other counties around here. It's about 1 million people. 540 deaths in Milwaukee County is a huge deal. And for whatever reason, I think the press has underpublicized it. But I think one of the reasons for the big increases is because you are seeing more and more dangerous drugs coming across the southern border. I will like to give a tip of the cap to the dogs that the Border Patrol uses at the border. When we were down there, we saw dogs who had detected fentanyl located in a gas tank. And of course, a gas tank smells so much, you'd figure there's no way that a dog could detect that because the smell of the gasoline is so strong. But even there, the dogs had detected it. The thing is, the dogs could only sniff so many cars coming across, and it would be a good idea if the Border Patrol would get more dogs. But in any event, if you want to talk about an underpublicized problem, 90,000 deaths in America last year from drug overdoses. And at least at the Drug Administration in Milwaukee County, they speculated that the drugs that killed every one of the 540 people down there, either the drugs themselves or the ingredients for the drugs, came across the southern border. Now you might say, can we do anything to prevent this? Could we do anything to prevent there from being 17,000 up to 178,000 contacts coming across the border? Yes. Why did we not have a problem a little while ago, and what changed it? First of all, President Trump had negotiated something called the Migrant Protection Protocol, in which people were held on the Mexican side of the border pending a hearing for asylum. Because of that, less people showed up in the first place. President Biden got rid of President Trump's agreement with Mexico to hold people at the southern border. First of all, more people are let in right away, and secondly, it advertises to prospective illegal immigrants around the world, now's the time to come. Secondly, we had an asylum cooperative agreement with the Central American countries to hold people south of the Mexican border. In other words, if somebody wanted to come up with Venezuela and said, I need, protection, I needed asylum, they were held in Central American countries, and obviously if their concern was they were being persecuted by the government, why would you have to come to the United States? It would be perfectly fine to stay in Guatemala, stay in El Salvador, wherever. That agreement was torn apart. And finally, we changed the way we were dealing with COVID. And given the big deal we make about COVID, it's kind of surprising the Biden administration is letting people in without being tested for COVID, but they are. So between these three things, we have managed to go to probably about 10,000 people who we don't want coming here a month to an unknown number, but probably 70 to 80,000. I am afraid what will happen is that number will continue to grow. One of the reasons it's so much greater than it was in the past is because the gangs who help people get here charge people to come here. They charge $3,000 for a Mexican to cross the border, about $5,000 for a Central American. I am told $9,000 to $10,000 for a Brazilian. Obviously, as it is easier to come here, the drug gangs will educate people in other countries and market in other countries to see if they can get here. Other comments that I learned at the border. We already in this fiscal year have 6,000 arrests. That is over twice the amount we had in the entire last fiscal year. And these are people for very serious crimes. I also want to point out that usually you frequently only know if somebody's committed a crime or somebody is a criminal if they committed a crime in this country. You don't know it if they're coming here to escape from another country. So we are letting an increased number of a criminal class in this country. It's estimated that 33% of the women who come in this country on their way up as they walk through Mexico are abused. Some of these women may find they have to pay the money they're supposed to give to the gangs by being trafficked. And that's a horrible thing. I don't know where these people are in this building who purport to be concerned about human trafficking, but one way women can pay their way for their $5,000 or $8,000 or whatever is obvious. So the current system encourages that. Another problem with it is when people cross the border, and it's a very mountainous border, whether you're in Arizona, whether you're in California, whether you're in New Mexico, you can wind up dehydrating to death. The drug gangs that show people how to get here do not take people necessarily all the way to civilization. They take them across the Mexican border and they may say there's a town 10 miles that way or 15 miles that way. There may or may not be a town that close. The Americans do put jugs of water out for people and hope they survive, but last year in the Tucson sector alone, they found 100 people dehydrated to death, which is another problem kind of that you have at this hodgepodge at the border. Another problem that you find out is the children who come across the border. Sometimes the children are people who are borrowed or rented or whatever from other people and are not related to the people who claim to be their parents or relatives in some fashion. And sometimes we're able to identify that with DNA testing. Sometimes we don't. Children come up and have fastened, maybe young children even, 7 or 8-year-old children, have fastened to their clothing who they're supposed to contact when they come here. And the United States, under a bad court decision, in my opinion, a bad court decision, those children, rather than, say, being sent back to their parents in Honduras, may be sent to their supposed aunt or uncle in New York. In the United States, when the children come at the border, they provide transportation to get those little kids to somewhere in the United States. The idea being that once one child comes here, eventually the rest of the family is going to follow. So all the way across the board, we have a very dangerous situation. I implore the Biden administration to do something about this, and I implore the American public to get upset about this and demand that their congressmen do something. I think the first thing we have to do is, of course, beg the Mexican government to reinstate the Migrant Protection Protocol, beg the Central American governments to reinstate the Asylum Cooperative Agreements, and do what we can to immediately test for COVID on the people coming across the border. The next thing we have to do, Mr. President, is address the Vice President. The Vice President was appointed over 8 weeks ago now to be the czar for the southern border. I have been at the border 3 times this year. You do not know what's going on at the border unless you literally sit down, talk to the Border Patrol agents, talk to law enforcement of the counties that are on the border, talk to the ranchers who have to live with people crossing their land. Clearly, Vice President Harris is not interested in finding these things out. And I've made bad hires in my life. I've assigned people to jobs that they maybe couldn't do that well. I beg President Biden, who says he's a moderate, to find somebody else to be the border czar. The current situation in which we have the number of people let in this country rocketing up is just unacceptable. And if Ms. Harris, or Vice President Harris, can go 8 weeks without visiting the border, it clearly shows that she's insubordinate, is not interested in doing a good job, and there must be somebody else in the Biden administration who can pick up the slack and express some interest in closing our border. I should digress and point out that this does not mean we are anti-immigration. In 2019, almost 850,000 new citizens were sworn in this country, and there are work visas as well. So there are plenty of ways to come in this country legally, but we do not need this massive sea of people coming here illegally. So again, I implore the American public to, when we see the Border Patrol touch 178,000 people a month, that's unacceptable. When we talk about 30,000 getaways, that's not acceptable. And the numbers are going to continue to spiral up as we have had public comments from both the President and Vice President that indicate they are not interested in enforcing our laws. Thank you. Now, I would like to touch briefly on another crisis that I hope the American public expresses their concern about during our 3-week recess. There have always been people trying to destroy America, and America is such a hope for people all around the world. Both our example and the fact that we do have many immigrants coming here. There have been various ideologies which have been used to overthrow our government or change our government so it is no longer in accordance with our Constitution. John Adams said the American government or our Constitution is fit for a moral and religious people and not fit for anyone else. There was a time when Marxists traditionally felt they could destabilize the American population and that way have a rebellion in the United States. Eventually, they gave up hope on traditional Marxism, or at least gave up hope for a while. The reason they gave up hope is, quite frankly, the American middle class was so prosperous, and in America, you could find just by going to work, working hard, saving some money, you could buy a house better than, all but a house bigger than what you'd find in almost any other country. And as the result, the lure of Marxism, which took over in China albeit with some mistakes made by the American government, which took over in Russia, which took over in Cambodia, resulting in the deaths maybe of over 100 million deaths of Marxists caused in other countries, not to mention the destruction of the churches, the destruction of the family. That failed. More recently, the left-wingers in our university system have taken it upon themselves to talk about critical race theory. Now, under classic Marxism, they tried to take over by educating the American public that they should be bitter and angry and they should want to revolt so that they could own the factories or own the big houses and have a revolution that way. The new effort is to try to create anger based on race, and they call it critical race theory. And they want to tell people that if you don't have all you have, it must be because of racism. If you don't have the nice house you want, if you don't have a big amount in your savings account or whatever, that's the problem. Recently, I ran into a little bit of what I'll call critical race theory in one of my local high schools. In the high school, a teacher educated a class which was devoted to racism, mentioned that in the past year, 4% of the kids in this high school were black, and 20% of the kids who were arrested were black. The teacher told the kids, of course, or implied to the kids, that this was a result of racism. This is a problem twice. First of all, you're educating people that the United States of America, which we've just covered, the whole rest of the world wants to get in here. You're educating kids that America is not worth preserving. America is not worth fighting for. America is a bad country. Secondly, you educate people that if they are arrested for drugs, for fighting what have you, or if the police interact with you, it is not a matter of you did something wrong. It's a matter of racism. I can't think of any clearer way to make sure people do not progress in our system than telling them that if they do something wrong, the punishment was not because they deserve the punishment, it was because of racism. But this is the mindset that is out there right now in our schools. It is our mindset that is out there in our large businesses and in our military. I think people have to educate themselves as to what critical race theory is, because clearly the goal of critical race theory is to make people not proud or not respect the United States, and furthermore, make people bitter and angry and tell people, rather than work hard, you work 40, 45, 50 hours a week, try to afford a house, try to have children, buy a car. It tells people if you don't have all you want, it is because of racism. And there is no way teaching our young people that is going to lead to anything other than resentment and a great deal of unhappiness. I think it is obvious that America does not have the racist problems that other countries have, and I beg people to read about countries like India, countries like Somalia, where minor ethnic differences result in deaths, huge amounts of discrimination. Here in the United States, in recent years, Asians, and before that, many other different so-called minority groups outdid financially, not finances aren't everything, but financially exceeded the native born. We can see that America is not a racist country because I talked about a second ago, people from all around the world are trying to get in here, and almost nobody ever wants to leave. So when it really comes to saying it's bad, no one wants to leave. But the whole rest of the world tries to come here, be it from Africa, be it from Latin America, be it from the Indian subcontinent, be it from Southeast Asia. So many wonderful people come here. My district has a lot of Hmong who are tremendously successful, despite coming from a very different background, loving America, taking full advantage of the opportunities that are there. However, if we let this pernicious ideology get in our schools or get in our businesses, it will be a success for the left-wing groups that have always wanted to destroy the special country that is America. And I encourage parents and grandparents and employees to report or publicize when they are forced to put up with this stuff in the schools or in the businesses. There is something for our wonderful American listeners to deal with over the next 3 weeks, and I'd like to thank you all for providing me with this time.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back and ask for us to adjourn.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the Vice President. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.